sunset sun, I will find you. The moonlight road, my teardrops fall, my bones are cold. Where should I go to find your soul, to bring back home the moments that we used to know? I will find peace of mind, keep me in of the sunset sun. I will find
Well, hello, folks. Yeah, screw advertisements, screw YouTube. They suck. Setting up our first video. We're gonna first watch Hassan's reaction. Oh, let me get my sprout up. There I am. How's it going, everybody? So today we are looking at Hassan's reaction to Asmongold regarding his racist rant, apparently, on Palestine. And then we're going to watch and review a debate by them. So if you like debating and you want to hear how both of these people can probably debate better, then stay tuned. Now let's get the Windows setting right. There we go. There he is. There's the hunk himself. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Boop, boop, boop. There he is. Okay, so this is Hassan. He's going to be responding to Asmongold in this video. The title of the video is Asmongold's incredibly racist rant on Palestinians. Hasanabi reacts. So I think this will just give us some context as to how this debate started.
Undocumented immigrants in the country is not going to save your life. It's not. It's not going to fix your life at all.
Sorry, just let me make sure this is the very beginning.
Undocumented immigrants in the country is not going to save your life. It's not. It's not going to fix your life at all. It's not going to make it better. It's just a simple distraction that they're using. It's a vehicle to. It's a vehicle for the Republican Party to focus and funnel your frustration towards an acceptable, appropriate target, because they don't want you to ever think about the way this society is designed. They don't want you to think about who's actually causing you harm. Don't get mad at your boss. That's a capital owner. That's a good guy. That's a productive force in this society. You, on the other hand, should get mad at people who have less than you. And the more insecure you become and the more scared you are of your future, the more susceptible you are to this sort of priming. Islamophobia is socially acceptable again right here in this clip.
Not going to cry a river when people who have genocide that's baked into their law.
I mean, Islamophobia has always been socially acceptable, especially like after 2001, and that's not doing what I want it to do. And you know, the 9/11 really 9/11 really stoked up those fears of Muslims and and Islam, even though like radical Christian extremism is just at least just as bad, at least probably just as bad.
Are getting genocided. I don't give a. They're terrible people.
What? Ain't no way he's talking about Palestinians, right?
Oh, he is.
Way.
You better
May as
believe
well
it.
be
Bill Maher,
watching the whole
too.
clip. Most normal Asmon calling for the final solution to the Muslim question. Oh my lord, bro. Asmongold is an organization owner, and one of the people that owns the organization is literally Muslim. How are you this far removed from like all aspects of real life existence? Like, have a conversation with Tips, man. Please. What?
It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing. And how much did they kill? As many as they can.
No, I think that's Israel, actually. Especially since, like, whenever they get, like, arms and stuff from the U.S., they just go a little crazy, you know? Like, especially now with, like, Lebanon involved. They're probably going to turn Lebanon into Palestine, is what I'm guessing. You know, typical conquest bullshit and the typical genocide that goes with it. Typical stuff. No big deal. Don't worry about it. Sometimes, you know, you just got to be Islamophobic because some Muslims, according to Asmongold, are bad.
They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing.
Oh my God, I hate this argument so much, bro. This is crazy.
I'm pretty sure.
What is this? This is the full clip?
Want to consider a genocide as a systematic killing of a group of people. They have genocide built into Sharia law.
Bro, oh my God.
Like, that's like saying, like, I hate doing the whataboutism, but, like, martial law, like, you could say martial law is genocidal by that same logic. And it wouldn't be any more or less of a substantial argument.
Bro, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Right now. So no,
Hassan's
I'm not
chat's
going
like,
to cry
Shakira law,
river
Shakira
when
law.
people who have genocide that's baked.
God. Oh my God.
Right now. So no, I'm not going to cry a river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing.
Asmongold, come on, dude.
And how much did they kill? As many as they can. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't.
It's so funny because, like, this argument literally is basically, you're laughing, but thousands more now believe this, and everyone just lets him do it. I'm laughing because his analysis right here is the liberal analysis. When you scratch the surface of, like, the average American over a certain age and why they are so blind to the obvious dynamic, the obvious inequalities, the obvious inhumanity of Israel's operations, they literally agree with this. They also think this. You only arrive at this conclusion after years and years and years of social conditioning that justify the war on terror, America's war on terror, and the unironic justifications for this war on terror required the dehumanization of Arabs and Muslims and every single person that lives in that part of the region. Because if you were to look at the situation, okay, and recognize that humans are being blown apart every single day so that America can secure oil fields in Iraq, you would go crazy. So you have to either, on the one hand, omit key details, but also every single time you cover the atrocities, have to make it seem like they are, you know, worthy targets or collateral damage that is permissible. Why is it permissible? Because they're not really human beings. Now, I thought we as a society had moved past that point. You know, Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan. I thought I was wrong. I mean, I thought that like maybe America was turning a page on Islamophobia. I was wrong. I mean, it was wish casting. Okay, obviously those underlying resentments never really go away, and it takes so much more time to actually rewrite.
And I think like I don't blame Hassan for not getting into this, but I think it's because socially there was nothing preventing this. And until you have something preventing this, like a culture of anti-racism, then this is just going to be normal. Like people are going to be like, oh yeah, those Muslim people are bad, so I guess we can genocide them. Like, no, you can never genocide anybody. Like the apartheid, the decades of generational trauma. Like, let me put it this way. Israel wouldn't settle for that no matter how bad they got. They would never settle for it. And so this is such a double standard that we have in society because they have darker skin. And it really is that simple. We see them as the other, whereas Israel's at least a little bit more like us. Their skin is a little bit lighter. If you think it's not that simple, then I feel really bad for you because you're going to have a hard time understanding how the world is getting more and more racist and Nazi-like.
And make people understand that, like, no, these people are human beings, right? Having said that, however, of course, it makes sense that he has. Palestinians never hurt anyone. They've been colonized, occupied, persecuted their whole lives. Palestinians are an ethnic group of the Levant. They're not all Muslims or Arabs or Christians. The way they're conflated and generalized as a whole is racist. If this was done to any other minority, people would be up in arms, wailing like demons, so incredibly racist, peak insanity. Yes. Okay, that is the whole point. But this is the same exact dynamic when Trump says Haitians are eating cats and dogs, even though they are documented immigrants working in U.S. soil. He considers them to be illegal aliens who are eating cats and dogs. Where is that coming from? Do you think it's because Haitians are actually eating cats and dogs? No, it is a group of black immigrants that Donald Trump is using what he perceives as permissible white supremacist sentiment over. It comes from a place of anti-blackness, and the same.
Yeah, and this is why Hassan pointed out, like, this take is a very neoliberal take. Like, just the idea that, okay, like, they can recognize white supremacy. They know what they're doing, but as soon as they have an excuse, then it no longer counts as that. Yeah, if I went around talking about this about white people and saying, man, we can't trust white people with pets, don't you think I'd get like a bit of a different reaction from them than they're reacting to the Haitian immigrant story? Don't you think they might be like, oh no, anti-white hatred, let's all freak the fuck out and talk about how racist these leftists are? I'm just saying, there's always a double standard with these people.
Exact situation exists here. There are no acceptable monolithic groups that are barbaric and Palestinians are somehow outside of that group. It is just a catch-all for all Muslims or people that are perceived as Muslim because they are from the Levant. They are from the region. They're from MENA. Okay, what you're saying is it gets worse.
I don't even think it's regional.
Bombs,
I don't even think they have awareness of what region they're from.
They'd be doing the same thing. That's it. Just takes enough. That's right. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture.
Yeah, I'm honestly like, I'm like Hassan right now. Inferior culture, as opposed to the white superior culture that a white supremacist might refer to. It is, I think we give people like Asmongold too much credit because he said racist shit in the past. He sounded like a Nazi in the past. And then we kind of just like, oh, well, I guess he stopped saying it. I guess he's not going to do it anymore. No, as soon as he has an excuse, as soon as he thinks that he can leverage and normalized racism in society, he will. They all do. Just because they're racist doesn't mean that they can't hide it, and just because they're hiding it doesn't mean they're not racist. This is why we can't just, someone can't just say something racist, apologize, and then we go, oh well, I guess they're not racist. There's shit behind that. There's things that made them say that racist thing. There's normalized white supremacy in our culture that makes Asmongold think he's the main character relative to the quote unquote inferior cultures. I'm going to tell you right now, our culture is the inferior culture. We're destroying the planet. We rely on capitalism to make everything work. Maybe so today. So let's discount the capitalism. We're destroying the planet far more than the majority of Muslim countries. We're inferior. We have much more embedded racism, homophobia, transphobia, sexism that's normalized in the mainstream media than they do. They don't have the mainstream media like we do. So if anything, we can only be worse than they'll ever be. And they think, and Asmongold wants to say that we have the inferior culture. Okay, we have bigger guns. We have more money. We have all these things, but we can't even protect our future generations from climate change. So which cultures are worse? The ones that are dooming future generations, or the ones that don't really have as much blood on their hands?
Asmongold, your co-owner of your organization, you are calling a person from an inferior culture. What are you doing? Log off the internet, stop reading Reddit, and go talk to some real humans, please.
So he's already said this, and I think like when he said it the first time, it was okay. We don't really know. Like maybe that person does believe, as like Asmongold does, that they come from an inferior culture. And so talking to that person, that exposure may not make a difference, because a lot of people who immigrate or who just try to, what's the word for it, culturally integrate, they'll try to say what they think everyone else is saying, so they don't stand out like a sore thumb and get targeted by the exact type of attacks Asmongold is doing. Now, I'm against tokenization. I think we need to be strong and proud as marginalized groups. But I don't think Hassan's taking into consideration that people tend to surround themselves in an echo chamber. And there's no reason why to think that Asmongold hasn't done that.
I know you could talk to Wake, okay? Talk to Wake. Talk to Tips. Talk to a human, please.
Okay, so these might be better examples because they're streamers, and maybe he has a better idea of like what they think about Muslim culture. But just like he said he was working with someone in an organization. I don't think that person's a streamer. Maybe they are, but you can't really know what someone will believe about their own culture until you ask them. It's just my point.
This is like holy
that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple.
Bro, this is straight up one-to-one what Nazis said about Jewish people, what like the most right-wing approach to this conversation. This is insane. Okay? This is absolutely nutty. I hold on. Oh, I forgot to answer I forgot to respond to Newsweek. This is just like, how can someone not immediately recognize the problem with calling another culture inferior? Americans, man. Americans. This kind of attitude is like American exceptionalism through and through. This kind of attitude, American exceptionalism.
And that's a really good point. Without American exceptionalism, it's really hard to say to other Americans their culture is inferior without people becoming skeptical. I know in Canada, we're not like, Canada's the greatest country in the world, blah, blah, blah. And so it's kind of harder for us. Like, I had my foster father at the age of 16 turn to me and say, 99% of Muslims are terrorists. And I was like, what? That sounds like bullshit. Because even I wasn't so fucking prideful and so it's in such an egomaniac in a nationalistic way that I thought that there were Muslims that were more terrorists than we were. I think part of the issue is the mainstream media. Like this foster father of mine would watch Fox News, CNN, all of these places all the time, and he still believed this. And why? Because less so Fox News, but CNN, NBC, ABC News, they don't put a lot of effort into debunking these narratives. In fact, sometimes I wonder, maybe they're a little bit okay with it, because they certainly don't seem to care. So that this is going on until Trump says it. So I think if the mainstream media were more proactive in dispelling these myths, then it would be harder for people like Asmongold to just say that to a general audience and expect to get away with it.
Literally is the same thing. You're just removing American exceptionalist sentiment that is baked into American society, Western superiority. You're just taking the thing that shelters it and the thing that makes it like the norm. When you remove the outside patina, the skeleton remains. This is the skeleton. This is the bare bones, okay? This is the bare bones of the argument. This is the bare bones of the argument that like America is the best country on earth. When you remove the outside stuff that makes it, I guess, seemingly more appropriate for liberal consumption, okay, in an otherwise liberal society, this is what you arrive at. I don't think, like, I think he popped off on this, not thinking that, like, this would be, there would be a lot of repercussions for this. I don't think he understands, like, how unimaginably up this statement is. Like, it's not even necessarily a country. You're no longer justifying, like, military action against the country. You are now basically saying like an entire culture is inferior to Western culture. The build up to the clip doesn't just make it worse.
And you know what else is disgusting? That people in the West that enjoy more privileges and freedom than anywhere else in the world romanticize their behavior or their lifestyle.
Yeah, no, I was actually pretty disgusted by the first part he said, and then he just kept going. Now I'm just disgusted that he's still going.
As anything other than barbaric.
This is what people think you say about Israel. I know. I know. Like, if you were to say this about Judaism, understandably and rightfully, you would get banned, and you should get banned. Like, if I were to ever say this about, like, if I were to ever say, like, oh, Jewish culture is this way, I would literally be Adolf Hitler, okay? It's ridiculous. For the record, I don't believe that about
Can confirm
Judaism,
from
regardless
experience.
Of how much my
I've never said that either
rabid
myself,
haters try
but
to
people
claim,
still wanted me to be Hitler.
I believe it.
Thank God I was born with that at all. I know plenty of Muslims that respect gays. Well, I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about people in Palestine. The truth is that that's what they do.
Dude, come on, dude. What? Palestinian culture as a whole? Dude, this is your brain on Reddit. This is your brain on Reddit. If you don't interact with normal people, if you don't talk to people on...
I'm just curious if like there's any possibility that this is just coming from doctors overprescribing Adderall. Because almost every streamer I talk to is on Adderall at this point.
On a daily basis, and the only way that you're getting information from, your only outlet to the outside world is just simply Reddit, you arrive at this conclusion. It's like literally a vector of radicalization against Muslims, Islamophobia, and also specifically Palestinians. That's crazy. It's also additionally ironic when we talk about LGBTQ support, because this community, like his community hates gay people in representation and in like video games. So what? That's the other part of this that I don't understand. It's like, oh, Western culture is so superior. We love the gays, except I throw a fit every time I see them in my video games. If I see a woman in a video game, I lose my mind. But it's bad when Palestinians, I have
so true.
Imagined an alternative reality when Palestinians also do that. And I hate it when they do that. Yeah, his subreddit is really bad. I know. His subreddit is just Stormfront 2, and he said this so casually because he knows his chat will love it, and it's just a normal thought for them. Most of us left these Nazi greaseball WoW types in 2007, but they're still around. I mean, this is literally... It's ironic that we're looking at Asmongold, because, like, I'm going to cover this in a second with a liberal from a much larger platform, Bill Maher. Like, that is... this is sad and very frustrating. Palestinian culture, and all he brought up was Sharia law. We know which online forums he logs off on stream.
Oh my God. Oops, I forgot to
That's
mute
what
myself.
they do
But
over
so,
there.
I didn't even consider that. Yeah, that's so true. Like he talks, he says, "Oh, their culture is inferior." Yet the only thing he can cite is Sharia law, which is such like you have to be racist at this point to think that that's Muslim culture. I'm sorry, and to even think that like we don't have our own forms of that in Christianity and martial law.
So no, I'm not going to support a group of people that would be the ones doing the genociding if they had the power to do it. I'm sorry to say, I'm not.
The idea that if Palestinians had the capacity to do Israel, they would do Israel back to Israel is a silly one, because if Palestinians had a nation state with sovereignty and nuclear weapons, then Israel wouldn't be able to do anything to the Palestinians, and therefore there is no world in which they would do the exact same thing back to Israel. You do not know that. All of the Palestinian resistance is within the framework of anti.
Also, he's kind of like low key admitting, like, yeah, we can't accept what Israel does to Palestine being done to Israel. That's too far, man. We got to protect Israelis, but Muslims, like, their culture's inferior. Whatever, who cares? It's actually disgusting. Like, I don't know how anyone can think Asmongold is like a proper human being at this point. If anything, I'm just gonna say it, Asmongold, I think you have an inferior culture, bro. Wherever you're getting this whole like Muslim culture is just Sharia law shit. Yeah, that's some inferior culture right there, buddy.
Anti-colonial resistance. That's what it is. Okay? There are methods that you do not agree with. There are methods that I don't agree with. Okay? But ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, who is responsible for the larger harm? Who is radicalizing people into taking action into their own hands? It is obviously going to be the colonial state. It is going to be the larger state. It's going to be the playground bully with a bigger stick. And there is no world in which, if we were to simplify these terms, you would ever say this about other historical issues, right? Nat Turner rebellion was insanely violent. Ta-Nehisi Coates talked about this with Ezra Klein on his New York Times podcast, where he said, I go back to the Nat Turner rebellion. They took axes and killed white babies. They killed white children. Does that change the dynamic and the overt cruelty? Some historians might even say, and there is back and forth on this, that Virginia was on the verge of the abolition of slavery, and yet the Nat Turner rebellion was responsible for them not doing so. Okay? But ultimately, the morality of chattel slavery still remains. It is immoral, regardless of the reaction that it has invoked. Okay? That's it. The violent reaction.
I'm streamer mode. I'm in streamer mode.
76-year occupation
I'm not just using my computer
and
casually,
maintenance
I
of
swear.
apartheid does not justify the apartheid nor the consistent genocide of Palestinians that Israel is engaging in for the past 12 months. You're misunderstanding him. He's saying that people in Palestine have an innate hatred for Jews. I know. It is ridiculous. I know. It is a way to try and justify Israel's genocide. It is a silly and idiotic sentiment that you can only arrive at if you exclusively hear the fear that once the colonial occupation perishes, or once like chattel slavery is abolished, that the victims of chattel slavery will turn around and do the exact same thing to the people that once enslaved them, is never borne out in reality. Okay? It's never borne out in reality. It has never happened. The Irish did not go and occupy England. Okay? The Algerians did not go and occupy France. Once the apartheid was abolished in South Africa, they did not turn around and occupy, I don't know, England again, or the Dutch. That did not happen. I DM'd him. I said, look, I can talk to you off stream or on stream if you want. It's fine. But ultimately, the violent reaction from the Palestinian resistance comes from 76 years of colonial occupation. Okay? It comes from the ethnic displacement of millions. It comes from generational struggle. What am I saying? Struggle. Okay? I don't even understand. There was no historical beef between Jews and Muslims pre-Zionism for exactly. it also is historically incorrect. He's also taken in the context of gay and trans not having rights in Muslim society. He's responding to people having Palestinian trans flags in their handles. Yeah, this is also ironic for two reasons. This is something that I deal with on a regular basis with a lot of right-wing people who have these kinds of opinions. It's like, one, many right-wing people don't want that in America. So what are you complaining about? And two, there is no opportunity for a gay or trans revolution in these places because all they've known is death and destruction.
Sorry, chat. I just gotta fix something so that way if you are in there, I can actually see it. I don't want to stop Hassan from talking with that sexy face of him. No, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna coom over Hassan. I'm. He's like way out of my league, so you know.
Okay? You can't get to that stage if you're still, you know, constantly under the violence of a colonial occupation. It's a pretty basic concept. The problem is people don't understand this concept, especially if they live in the Western world, when they've never actually exhibited it, when they've never actually been on the receiving end of it. Okay? That's the thing. That's the reality. When people look to this situation and go, oh, dude, they're not pro-trans or pro-gay. It's like, first of all, there are trans and gay Palestinians that are also getting killed by Israeli bombs. Okay? The bombs don't just like only kill people who are not woke. I don't think that if you're not woke, you deserve to be wiped off the planet anyway. I don't think that. I don't care if you're a right-winger. I don't.
Ironically, though, I'm pretty sure some people do actually think that's what leftists want. I've never met a leftist, by the way, that's like, get rid of anyone who isn't woke. Maybe from like a server, but that's about it.
I don't think we should bomb like white enclaves in Alabama, okay? For exhibiting the same tendency that you imagined all Palestinians have as a monolithic force, okay? That's ridiculous. And last but not least, you can't get to civil liberties and organizing and fighting for civil rights when you're too busy trying to survive under colonial occupation. It's pretty basic stuff when you really think about it, but you don't actually, when you don't have any empathy for these people and you have never actually lived a world where you are under any sort of colonial occupation, you can't comprehend the hierarchy of needs that people have. The number one need when your house is exploding is stop the explosion, okay? As a white leftist in a white enclave in Alabama, please don't bomb me. I'm doing my best here. I would never advocate for that. I don't, just like, I'm not one of those people that's like, oh yeah, Hurricane
That
Milton.
was a funny ass comment.
Shit. I'm glad it happened in Florida. Like, I don't believe that. I think that's stupid. I want to help everyone. That's why I advocate for Medicare for all. Medicare for all means for all, okay? Everyone needs healthcare. Everyone deserves healthcare, regardless of what their political advocacy is, even if they're assholes, even if they're horrible monsters, even if they're Nazis, okay? Unconditionally. That's why I also believe in rehabilitation. I know you might go off on me, but say what it really is. Hatred and racism. This is racism and hatred. He said it so smoothly and comfortable. He was able to say the same to African Americans, Asians, anyone not white. No, it is. It is racist. It is absolutely racist. No, there's no other way around it. When you think that there is like the problem here is it's not just
Damn, man, like his chat sounds kind of broken. Please don't go off on me, Hassan Uwu. But I have an opinion you might like. It's like maybe you go off on your audience a bit too much if that's how they feel.
Asmongold. The problem here is that the mother president, the Democratic Party's leader, has said similar things. Okay? On Holocaust Remembrance Day, Joe Biden went on a national stage and said that Palestinians exhibit an ancient anti-Semitism. Okay? What has become permissible in these spaces?
What, like they were like Egyptian or something? Like from the biblical times? That's just so, oh my god, I hate when they vague post racism. And then you have to kind of like infer what the fuck they even mean.
In terms of like what you can say about Muslims, what you can say about Palestinians is unimaginable, dude. And I know the alternative is Asmongold could quite literally turn around and be like, you love terrorism, you love Hezbollah, okay? You love the Houthis, and garner a shit ton of support from some of the worst people online. Okay? And that's it. That's it. Why do you always say the majority of Americans want a ceasefire, support Palestine? Seems to me that is the opposite. You think the majority of Americans also agree with Asmongold about video games? Like, what the f are you talking about? You don't have to invoke the majority. You can have a very outspoken minority that lasers in on these things and are like incredibly passionate. And that's all it takes. Anyway, let me finish this off and then I'm going to move on.
I don't have any sympathy for
Yeah, especially because said minority is often a lot louder than the majority, who just like says like, "Fuck, I hate Mondays and I hate when people bring this up at work. I just want to not think about this while I'm at work." And so what that ends up being is some racist person says something racist, and all of the non-anti-racists in the room say nothing. What does that add up to? A racist comment. The only way you can neutralize that is by calling out that racism and making an anti-racist comment. And maybe, sure, this is in a way kind of symbolic, but as a net effect, it normalizes this type of racism.
them. I'm sure at some degree there are people that are caught in the crossfire. This is sad, but at the end of the day, this is an immoral, evil culture. I truly believe that.
I think there's nothing funnier than saying that the Palestinians live in an immoral culture, an inferior culture, while you live in the United States of America and you are advocating for the death and destruction and the genocide of the Palestinian people. I think that is the most immoral thing you can say. That's it. I think there is nothing more immoral than taking a pro-genocide position and try to justify it by saying, "Oh, well, the people that they're slaughtering are immoral and barbaric and inferior." Like, I know everyone's like, "Oh, what do you mean?"
It's not like, America's ever inferior with like its proxy wars and stuff like that, and and causes like this barbarism. It's not like, we're ever evil here when we like help corporate hegemony overturn elections in South America, right? Like, we're fine. We're fine. We're doing the Lord's work, okay? And they believe in Allah. What the fuck, man? Only like white people can possibly have the white God, or the white God, the right God, right? Like, only we would be able to know who's actually divine. These other skinned people, how would they know? They have inferior culture. There's no way they know who the true God is. Spoiler alert, there is no God.
And have you seen Asmongold's bedroom? Like, he's saying that from a house infested with cockroaches. Like, I don't care, okay? I don't care about the aesthetics. I don't care about any of that shit. Like, that shit's for the birds, okay? That's like funny. Haha, I got it. He doesn't drink water, whatever. I don't give a okay? That part doesn't matter. I mean, that'll get you a lot of likes on Twitter, for sure. But ultimately, I care more about how many Americans also exhibit this tendency and genuinely believe this shit. It's terrifying.
There's probably, just because of the population difference, more net Americans, and I'm not talking percentage, I'm just saying more Americans in total who believe some absolutely disgusting racist shit than there are Palestinians who actually hate Jews. Now, let's be clear, right? I don't know every single Palestinian. I can't say for sure that they aren't anti-Semitic. But what I can say is that chances are they're only as anti-Semitic as we would be if some Muslim country, or if Israel were attacking us. Seriously, ask yourself that. If you were Palestinian and you only knew Israel, like, basically fucking up your life, how would you feel? Would you love all Jews? I'm just saying, probably not, right? You'd probably be at least skeptical, and that's a very, very cartoonish least. In reality, you'd be hateful, and not because they are Jewish, but because Jewish people are behind your genocide. Wow, I guess it's not as complicated as they try to make it out to be.
Like saying they're inferior, saying they're evil to justify the death and destruction that befalls them is so fucking horrifying. Why don't you talk to him, bro? I want to. I reached out. We'll see. He might be too far gone on this, especially considering.
Oh, he is, but they do get to talk and chat. Here it is. Whoops, wrong window. Debating Asmongold. Whoa. Okay. Hello? Oh my god. Windows, that's not what you're supposed to do in that scenario. This video is titled Debating Asmongold on... Oh, whoops, I gotta actually... One sec. On Palestine. On Palestine. So... Oh, and there's like a Holocaust thing here. Even though the Holocaust is probably never denied throughout this, it's just brought up. So I find it interesting that that's YouTube's context they want to add, not like here's what a genocide is and here's what's going on in Palestine. Look, note the similarities, right? That's too hard. And like, by the way, I notice media bias in AP News even, where like last like October 7th just passed. Excuse me one sec. And all they do is like post articles about all freaking day. And if you, I bet you even now still, if you go to the Middle East or Israel Hamas war page or whatever they're calling it now, it's going to be like 3 articles about what's going on in Palestine or even Lebanon. Then like 7 articles right after that about October 7th. And then 1 or 2 more articles about Palestine. Sure, their reporting may not be very biased, but their coverage sure as hell is.
Not going to cry a river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
What the ain't no way he's want you to explain what you said that I saw in limited clips earlier today, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so basically, I find it to be really problematic that people put like a lot of virtue signaling, and I think it is virtue signaling, for people that are supportive for like trans rights and LGBT rights when they support countries that kill people and prosecute them for being LGBT. I think it's a huge problem, and I don't think you can have both of those things.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, because I'm trans. And since I don't want some country that I'm not even into genocide to genocide me, I support their genocide. And by the way, it's kind of conjecture to believe that that will necessarily happen, because we don't actually know if that's... I've heard of that happening in Syria, I think, or maybe it was Iran, but that doesn't mean it happens in every Muslim country. That alone is just a racist trope. Like, oh, they have to be more bigoted than us. Dude, you see people with dark skin getting genocide, and you're like, I guess they deserved it.
Things.
So when you were saying like Palestinians exhibit inferior culture that's barbaric, you were simply talking about the hypocrisy? Is that what it is?
Yeah, pretty much. I do. And somebody in my chat said that you said that I thought Christian theocracy was better.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, what a fucking surprise. Okay. Well, here's the thing, right? Yeah, go ahead.
I want you to like fully explain, because I want to understand everything that you mean beyond the hypocrisy, because like the hypocrisy version, or the hypocrisy in and of itself, is one thing that we can address. It's a super simple concept.
Well,
but
how
I
do
think
you
there's
feel
a broader, there's always a broader point beyond hypocrisy, because online, hypocrisy in and of itself, or even the invocation of hypocrisy or perceived hypocrisy, is seemingly a more damaging thing than like actual material harm, right? Oh, this person is hypocritical, and that's like a very common fucking thing. I'm sure you experience it on a regular basis as well. It doesn't really matter.
Most hypocrisy, I think, is derived from a misunderstanding that is often deliberate. I see
Yes.
it oftentimes with you. You've seen it with me. Everybody.
So I liked when Hassan said, I'm going to try to figure out what's going on. When Asmongold just said what he said here, I think this would have been actually a good chance for Hassan to be, well, actually, I don't think you know what's going on. Because then he's automatically like, whoa, am I a hypocrite? Because that makes him, instead of him pushing that onto leftists, it now becomes two-sided. That's kind of blood sportsy, just to be clear. That's not like, that's more of a tactic to put your opponent on the defense than to necessarily have a good debate. But, you know, they're not having a formal debate. So just some advice to Hassan. Keep Asmongold on his heels. Don't let him think that he's got the upper hand on anything or that he can just get away with saying certain talking points. Make him think about it first. Because right away, you can tell he's basically stream of consciousness responding to Hassan every time. And he's going to try to ramble a bit here. What you don't want to do is give up the control over the conversation, especially in the beginning. After you've got him to see some things, maybe you can let him try to have his side of the argument, and then you can pick that apart as well. But right now, Hassan, you know he's wrong. And so don't let him get away with being wrong.
Has it happen.
Yeah,
It's
it's
extremely
the-
common on the internet. Yeah.
It's the Andrew Tate phenomenon, right? Where people
Right.
don't give a fuck about like what Andrew Tate may have done or may not have done, or all the shit that he has definitely done, right?
Right, yeah.
And care more about like, you know, perceived hypocrisy.
So this is a bad strategy to bring up somebody who's not even involved in the conversation, really. Maybe he said some things about Israel once. We don't care. Maybe bring up Bill Maher. This would be a good time to bring up what Bill Maher said, because then you're actually turning it back on Asmongold. But by bringing up Andrew Tate, Asmongold can be like, yeah, I hate him too. Cool. Now, if he's going somewhere with this, I'd like to see what it is. At the moment, I don't think he has the strongest, he's making the strongest points.
Usually, they care more about that than anything else. So I don't
Yeah,
really,
I think
I don't
there's a Norm
necessarily,
Macdonald clip about that. It was very good.
yeah, I
about
don't
Bill Cosby.
necessarily care about hypocrisy that much. But in terms of the hypocrisy of a matter, I can explain it to
Yeah.
you.
Sure.
Number one, so in terms of LGBTQ acceptance, right? Trans acceptance, queer
Yeah.
acceptance. You find that to be in the United States of America, in the wealthiest nation on earth, one of the most prosperous nations on the planet, to be to a certain degree like a fancy thing to advocate for, right?
I don't think that you have to be rich to advocate for LGBT acceptance.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you saying? Sorry.
No. What I'm simply saying is that LGBTQ representation.
Here, I'm going to put it succinctly for Hassan in case he ever needs to argue this again. What Asmongold believes is that it's a first world kind of thing to defend those things. Even though there were plenty of cultures that accepted this prior to Western civilization having its second enlightenment. So it's not really... He should have known how he was going to say this going in. I at least always try to think of like, how am I going to start the debate? I may not know where it goes, but just knowing how I'm going to say my first few points, that way they're as effective as possible, can really define the rest of the conversation.
In video games is oftentimes considered to be something that is like unnecessary, or something that is considered
you're talking
to
about
be
like in games?
in games, in facets of culture, in facets of media.
Yeah, sometimes it happens. It feels like it's inauthentic. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, wait, is there a positive example?
So I think prior to going into this, Hassan wrote down all of his points from the last video we just watched and is now trying to say them. I think, you know, you have to assume that Asmongold's already watched that and has come up to responses to them, right? So he knows that you think he's a hypocrite. And now I kind of see why he brought up the hypocrisy, because he is going towards this exact talking point. How can you be mad at them for being anti-LGBT when that's your sentiment whenever you see it in video games? And that is a very reactionary take. Like, oh, I'm not used to seeing these people in my video game, so get them out, please. At the end of the day, like that's that's still an that still amounts to being anti-LGBTQ, because I doubt he's going to talk about or can even verify what is authentic, because that would be really profound. That would mean he understands queer theory, and the perspective of these various communities, even the diverging ones, like not all gay and lesbian people are like pro-trans. The fact that there's bi people who often don't identify with queer theory, so you have a whole different thing for them and struggles that they go through. Could there be more authentic representation in video games? Yeah. Is, the fact that it's not perfect representation enough to say that it's inauthentic? No. It's really up to the LGBTQ community as a whole to decide if that's, and plus LGBTQ plus community as a whole, to decide for themselves if that's authentic or not, and then tell game creators what they want to see. Just simply saying, "Oh no, we shouldn't have this gay person here because it's inauthentic." That's not telling anybody how to do anything differently. That's literally just reactionary bullshit and saying, "Get this out of my video game because I don't like it." Okay, but that means that you're also getting even marginal representation out of a video game, and marginal representation is better than zero representation.
Of LGBTQ representation that you can think of in mainstream media in recent years?
Sure.
Just so I understand what the dynamic is there.
Did you play Final Fantasy 16?
I did not.
Oh my god. So they had a character in Final Fantasy 16. His name was Dion. And he was like the prince of an area. He was like the, like person who could like channel Bahamut, right? And he was gay, and it was part of the story. And they actually blocked sale for that game in some places in the Middle East because Square Enix didn't want to censor the game for that reason. And I respected them a lot for that.
But that was, wait, they refused to block the game? Is that what you're saying?
This is slimy as hell. Like, Asmongold knows where Hassan's going with this, and he's not going to be able to get out of it at the end of the day. But what he's trying to do is trying to make this like, well, no, the hypocrisy is the Middle Easterners. In fact, my position has nothing to do with hypocrisy because I'm just calling out their hypocrisy. And so this is where I think Hassan should have had an example ready and said, well, no, let's talk about this instead, because I think this gets to my point better.
Yes, Square Enix did not do that.
And that was a good representation of like gay or trans.
Yeah, I think so. I really do.
Okay.
I think that whenever you create a character, that the character's personality, sometimes it feels like when characters are added into stories, especially if they have like an LGBT like lean to them, they can be turned into being like a one-dimensional, like I guess identification of that person.
So I'm just going to point something out real quick. Humanizing an LGBTQ plus character is not the same as accurately representing them in their struggles. So Asmongold's bar is both really low and so cartoonishly ignorant that there really is no winning. I have a feeling that, some of he's responded to other things before, other characters in these games that weren't one-dimensional, and then he just comes up with a new excuse not to like it. I've seen this before. This is what gamer gators do. They'll say like, okay, we have this threshold, right? And then you point out something that meets that threshold, and they'll either do a whataboutism or they'll just move the goalpost. And that's because at the end of the day, there's a dogma behind it. A dogma that video games that I enjoy are under threat by change. And that's where the reactionary mindset comes in.
And it's like they make like an overt effort to talk about
Sorry, on
that
second thought, that's not a dogma.
And I feel like in a lot of times it can come off as patronizing or talking down to the audience.
Okay.
It feels...
So when you're telling... When there's a general reactionary culture against change in video games, especially from gamers, that reduces the likelihood that video game companies will put time and energy into fleshing out these characters. And it also just disincentivizes them showing LGBTQ plus people at all. So Asmongold might have issues with these things, but the bandwagon he jumps on works in reverse. It reduces the chances that we're going to be anything but tokenized character, or increases the chances, sorry, that we'll be anything but tokenized characters, and it increases the chances that we just won't be in there at all. So if Asmongold wants to pretend like he has issues with these things, or sorry, if he has issues with these things and wants to have valid points about it, that's fine. But if he just wants to jump on a bandwagon that's pretending like video games are under threat, then I can't side with that. That is just bullshit. And I think Hassan's going to get to that where, it at the end of the day, you've responded to things where it doesn't really matter if he has examples ready. If not, then I have no idea where he's going to go with this.
It's very inauthentic to me.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there are instances where there's like gay representation, trans representation that's like ham-fisted and just simply added on as
I think so.
not a necessary vehicle for narrative development, but instead simply for identity points, right?
Sure.
To do diversity. Okay, so not to get too lost in the sauce, we can get back to this part of the conversation in a second. But my point was that like that level of LGBTQ representation, it's for diversity, it's for marketing purposes. Usually, it's just like sometimes it could be shitty narrative devices, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. But a lot of people still get mad at it, right? A lot of people in the Western world still get mad at it. And for me in particular, there is a
Okay, what is this face Asmongold is making? Is he trying to like pretend like he's like contemplating things deeply like an intellectual? I'm covering my mouth. Like he's contemplating things deeply like an intellectual. Like, yes, that's a very good point you're making. Wow, I never considered that yet. It's does anyone actually like sit like that normally? I can't imagine that being the case, but I don't know. Maybe people with messy places do that for some reason.
a hierarchy of needs for and that all human beings respond to, all human beings exist under.
Is this like a Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or is this like
Yes,
something else?
Maslow's hierarchy of
Sure,
needs
okay.
is appropriate, but like there's a
Got it.
higher standard because the Maslow's hierarchy of needs usually is under the confines of like at least a developed country, where a developed country that is not constantly being bombarded or victims of like colonial occupation. My point is that Palestinians.
Yeah, that was starting to sound off the rails a bit. You really need to bring this home right now, Hassan. And that's what he's doing right here is really smart, by the way. Where if you think like you might have rambled and you might have lost your audience a bit, just hone it back in, right? Like say my point is, and then finish it there because he's not even trying to get in yet. So you might as well just summarize and really like connect those dots that you just laid out.
Are not inherently anti-gay or anti-trans or anything like that. There are gay Palestinians, there are trans Palestinians, both living in Gaza, in historic Palestine, and also certainly outside of Gaza.
Well,
The
is it
problem
against
is-
the law?
The problem is there is no time or space or opportunity for them to engage in queer liberation, let alone, advocate for more representation in.
Okay, so I've heard some people say like this point is completely detached, blah blah blah, and I think Hassan is making a pretty solid point here, which is that you can't complain that they haven't, nobody's been fighting for gay rights or trans rights or anything like that when they're being genocided. Like sure, if Sharia law is what is passed into legislation under the Palestinian government, which it still exists. The Palestinian Authority is still running government. I think there's, not Hamas. Yeah, Hamas. Why can't I think of words right now? Anyways, so there is governments going on. Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, Hamas in the Gaza Strip. It's so long as they're fighting wars with Israel. First of all, you get more war leader type candidates who get into office because they did have democratic elections in 2008, which have been blocked by Israel since then. But secondly, nobody ain't got time for that shit, okay? Like, nobody has the time for that. People are surviving. And I think that's where Hassan's going to go with this. Like, you can't criticize them for being stuck in the past when Israel is keeping them stuck in the past.
In their artworks, for example, when they're too busy being bombed and destroyed and killed and ethnically displaced for 76 years under an apartheid regime that is a settler colonial occupation.
Okay, real quick. You don't think that I support Israel, do you?
I don't, but I think
Okay,
that
good.
no, I don't think you support Israel, but I think you saying
No, I
that
don't.
like
Not
Palestinians
at all.
Palestinians are immoral or evil or have an evil antiquated culture or are
I do.
barbaric is
think
not
that.
only ahistorical. What's up?
It is good to know that about your opponent, especially in like this kind of context with such a geopolitical thing. Like, they are de facto defending Israel, whether they support it or not. But knowing whether or not they do will change how you formulate your arguments greatly. If I think my opponent supports Israel, then I'm going to say you support a genocidal nation. But if I don't think he supports that, then I'm going to ask, okay, so if you don't support this nation, why do you need to defend their genocide? And you see how different that is. And like, even if you did support Israel, you don't need to say like you support a genocide nation flat out. You can get to that point, but either way, you arrive at different conclusions and different arguments, knowing whether or not your opponent actually supports that thing. And this is why, whenever I've debated rabid Zionists on this, they don't care if I actually support Hamas or not. They don't care if I support Muslim-based bigotry against marginalized groups, which, by the way, still not as bad as Christian-based bigotry, in my opinion. So, at the end of the day, it's important to know that. Otherwise, you're not going to formulate arguments that actually land. Your opponent will just be able to say, well, I don't support them the whole time. And then you're going to you're already knee deep in these other points that you've made. So it's really hard to backtrack at that point. Sometimes it's easier to just ask, okay, do you support Israel? Yes or no? And it's even better when people like Asmongold just kind of like offer that up.
I do think that.
Yeah,
I mean, I
think you're wrong.
I don't know, man. Like, how can you be in support of a culture that tells people that they can't be who they want to be? Like, I mean, really, I mean, if I was advocating for what the laws were there, I would get banned for hate speech. How's that acceptable?
Yeah, I think you are misunderstanding what their culture is, what the Palestinian culture.
Not to mention, culture and laws are just two different things. Like, it's very important to make that distinction. And by Asmongold not making that, it's almost like he's trying to be a bit slippery.
Is, and you're also not setting the standard under the material conditions in which they exist.
I don't think that you can do that. So there are a number of other countries.
For example.
Okay, let me go after this.
Okay, you go ahead. But I will give you more historically appropriate points in a second.
So basically, the reason why I don't like what they do is because it's based off of a religious theocracy. And so you can look at other religious theocracies in other countries that aren't being bombed, and the one commonality that they have is that they all suppress people's identity and they express their freedom of expression. And I think that any culture and any type of government that is derivative of a religion is fundamentally inferior.
So my problem with this is that Palestine doesn't want to be a religious theocracy. It wants to be a democracy. One second. So like what you have to remember about that is if they've had democratic elections, that means that there's at least some governmental organization there that wants a democracy. And at the end of the day, people could vote in a theocrat, and then I guess he'd still have ground to stand on. But that's less of a theocracy than a dictatorial theocracy that says, especially I think Iran could be like that, but maybe I'm mistaken. There are other Middle Eastern countries that are just dictatorial, and you don't get a chance to vote for a non-theocratic candidate. with Israel suppressing elections for like decades or over a decade now, it's important to note that they like we don't know if they would be theocratic naturally or not because they still haven't had enough elections to really change that much. If you want them to not be a theocracy, you should be 100% against Israel's oppression of the democratic elections.
I think this is true with any book. It's true with Judaism. It's true with Christianity. It's true with Islam. It's true with Hinduism. I think it's
Mm-hmm.
true with anything. And I find it to be very problematic that we're using these books as a guideline for like how to make laws when these books actively encourage killing people for different types of identities. And obviously, like, I understand that there's like a huge spectrum of people that are part of any culture. There's people that are way more progressive, people that are way less progressive. But what I see is that I see countries that have laws that haven't been bombed, right? You look at like Saudi Arabia or like Dubai. A lot of these other countries still have the same types of expressions or same type of restrictions on the expression for LGBT. And
Mm-hmm.
I find that to be problematic and infuriating.
So this can be like a valid point. He could be coming from a place of good intention on this, even though in my opinion it's hypocritical. What you don't get to say though is that you should support the Palestinian genocide because they're a theocracy that want maybe possibly not really sure wants to genocide gay and trans people. He is still making a leap, and Hassan's not really like catching him on that leap. I watched a video by Mike Figueredo that quickly went over Bill Maher's kind of thoughts on these things, where he says essentially the same thing. And yeah, he very quickly makes the point that just because you think that they're bad doesn't make their what Israel's doing to them something that we should be okay with, or just say like, oh well, I guess they deserved it. I'm really interested to see how Hassan kind of reel. This is a 3.5 hour debate. It might take us a while, but Hassan really needs to reel this in.
And I think that you could I want to make sure that this is very clear because, like, I don't want you to think that this is something that's like oh, the brown people over there are wrong. I would say the exact same thing for us, like the church, like Christian.
But our culture is superior. Just keep that in mind, that while he says this, he thinks that our culture is superior. Okay?
Christianity. Like if you look at, for example, like Salem witch trials, it's disgusting. It's horrible. So all I'm saying is that I think that
I love that he brought up something that happened over 200 years ago. Because like Westerners love to do that. Like, oh man, yeah, we have some bad history, but at least we're not like those people still doing the bad things. Here, let me I want to get nice and close to you, Asmongold, so I can say this. Christians are still just as bad, just because they don't. We have a separation between church and state, which also happens in the Middle East. Doesn't mean that there still aren't Christian fundamentalists who are saying that we should kill all trans people. So, I would say that just because you don't notice it as much doesn't mean it's not there. You should try asking a trans person about this, who lives in America, if they think, the people overseas are something that we should be more worried about.
there's a standard that's being applied, and I don't really understand how that's defensible at all. I don't like, and that's what doesn't make sense to me. Is
It's
that
not.
like okay,
It's
well, go
not.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
But here is the problem.
Come on,
Okay.
Hassan, reel it
It's
in.
not defensible, but I think most people, including like the
Yeah.
gay Palestinians or queer Palestinians or queer Lebanese people,
Sure,
understand that there is no room for advocating for civil liberties in your own domestic policies when you are escaping bombing
So,
campaigns.
I see your point,
So
but do you
this
see
is
my
the
point
reason
that
Damn. So this is where Hassan really needed that talking point, that just because all of this is true doesn't mean that like they have an inferior culture. Even we don't have to get to genocide yet, but try to dismantle his argument that this leads to an inferior culture rather than trying to reassert something you've already said. He's either going to be receptive to it or not, and he's not. So you have to step back and you have to reel this in a bit.
This is the reason why so many of these countries, whether it be Iran, whether it be Afghanistan, whether it be Egypt, or many of these places that were far more liberal from Western standards, from the Western understanding of like social liberalism, multiple decades ago, before Western intervention, are no longer as socially liberal as they once were. Because
You're talking about like the 1917 Iran thing, basically?
Not 1917, but yes,
Or
circa
1979,
1950s.
excuse me. Yes, sorry.
And when you look at the history of these countries, and not to say that like I don't personally think that Saudi Arabia deserves to be annihilated for having a religious theocracy. I don't personally think Israel deserves to be annihilated for operating within like liberal confines, but still maintaining a religious theocracy that is baked into now their constitution.
Do you think that I support that?
No, I don't think you support that either.
Okay.
But, oh, wait. Well, in terms of the Palestinians, I think the quote was that inferior cultures deserve to be wiped out.
Oh, I don't know about that. I feel like anytime that you're killing people based off of anything like that, I don't think that Israel or America or anybody has the right to come in and tell Palestine how to live and for them like what they're supposed to do. Right? I'm not trying to tell them what to do, but if you want me to accept their culture as being equivalent to ours, I won't do that.
Okay.
And I do think that it's worse.
I wonder if Asmongold has ever considered that, like, we are very prone to confirmation bias. And so it's really easy for me to believe that my culture is superior because I'm normalized to it. This is all normal to me. And anything different will not be normal. It'll be new. It'll be novel. And so what he just said here reads to me as somebody who's never considered like how other cultures are and how that might be normal to some people, and how that doesn't necessarily make their culture inferior just because you don't see it as normal. Now, with the bigotry and stuff like that, I think you basically have two choices at the end of the day, which is to either say it's a fundamental part of the culture and so we're both equally wrong, or that it shouldn't matter to the culture at all because this is more of the diversity of human beings. Some people are just bigoted, regardless of the culture itself. But Asmongold is conflating these things right now. Hassan needs to identify that conflation and try to delineate these two things.
Okay, but culture, you understand that culture changes throughout time, and it is directly a consequence of like how people or what people are experiencing. In the United States
I
of
think
America,
that we're evidence of that. We're evidence of that because like we're
yes.
much farther along.
So
I think
do you think like I don't think you would agree that bombing places makes them more tolerant to
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Okay. And I don't.
And this speaks to a general leftist stance that I have, which is that even if, I'm very disgusted and intolerant of people who are intolerant or are bigoted, who are hateful, I recognize that disaffecting them materially, making their material conditions worse, is only going to make them more hateful, more bigoted, particularly because they don't even know how to blame something like capitalism, and all they know how to do is blame trans people, racial minorities, all sorts, whatever, immigrants, whatever keeps them feeling like they're not a part of the problem. And so at the end of the day, they're like, I only have two choices: debate them all and make them realize that I'm actually right, which is, it's one thing to plant seeds of doubt. It's another thing to try to plant a tree of dogma in somebody. Or we improve their material conditions. We try to say to them, hey, you benefit from material conditions, and that makes you less bigoted. So it would make sense that you would support better material conditions for somewhere like Palestine. And I really think that when you are experiencing better material conditions, it's almost easier to be receptive to it's almost easier to be receptive to those sort of points. By the way, chat, if you're streaming, I have some advice. Get rid of any clutter around your stream setup. I have it's pretty bad for me right now. Actually, I have way too many things here, but I try to have what I need throughout the stream, and that way you're not accidentally knocking shit over and stuff.
Absolutely not.
I don't think that you think that like nuking America, for example, circa 2013 when gay marriage was.
We're not going to bomb the gay into them. I understand that.
Okay.
You're totally right.
Okay. So
yeah,
in terms of some of your.
But has Hassan considered bombing the freedom into them? Because America's really good at bombing with freedom. So that's really interesting. And they also award Israel the ability to bomb with freedom.
Some of your statements,
yeah,
like not only I think you're wrong on the history of queer culture in Arab countries, in Muslim nations in general. I'll give you one example. The Ottoman Empire actually decriminalized homosexuality in the Tanzimat era. I think it was like 18th century.
Mm-hmm.
And before then, it was not even like a problem. It was never an issue. Far before Western nations ever actually decriminalized or made it legal to be gay. And this is oftentimes a not really mentioned aspect of the Muslim world or Muslim culture or the Arab history or the region's history at all. Most people don't know this, and it's like genuinely shocking to them. You might maybe even be shocked to find out that the Ottoman Empire, where Palestine was seen as a safe haven for Jews as they were escaping the Spanish Inquisition, for example, and many other pogroms that Jewish people experienced in, especially in Western and Eastern Europe. The Ottoman Empire in the MENA region, all the way that spans to Morocco, was seen as a safe haven and safe harbor for Jews, where they were allowed to coexist in far better conditions under Islamic rule, technically. That was far more
honestly,
tolerant.
I would go even farther than you are. I think that back then it wasn't just the fact that they were accepting of gay. I think that they were way more scientifically oriented. They were way more focused on learning and mathematics. I think that's evidently true. I don't think anybody would say the Ottoman Empire was shitty or anything like that. I think they were very progressive for their time.
Personally, if I were Hassan right now, I would ask, well, what do you think changed it? Because the only real answer is European and American interference and trying to affect their culture. When you look at the way things changed, especially after Britain started treating Israel like a home away from home, it's easy to see how they started to think that they had more room to do genocide than the Palestinians did to fight for their homeland. Because essentially, the Brits were like, you know what? We could give the Palestinians more rights and stuff like that, but we just don't feel like it. So yeah, we're going to do something that symbolically looks kind of equal, but we're not actually going to defend the sovereignty of Palestine as a nation. And that decision is why we're here today. It's decisions like that all over the Middle East that created the economic disparities between places like Saudi Arabia and Iran. Even though Iran is depending on who you ask, was a developed nation. So it's just a little, I still think, by the way, I personally think it is. So it's a little just rich to be able to say like, yeah, well, you know, that's just kind of, I have a feeling Asmongold is just going to be like, that's just the way it goes, you know. They had inferior culture, so they might have had a moment where they were great, but they became inferior. I just want to point something out. Like, here in the West, we're secular, we are scientifically oriented, we are all the things that Asmongold just pointed out. However, we also show the same inclination towards bigotry and stuff like that. So I find it funny that, you know, he doesn't think that that could happen to us, is how it seems to me. And that's a huge error in thinking. Like, there are reactionaries who want us to take sex education out of fucking schools, okay? And you think we're not in cultural decline? That's ridiculous.
It's not even a
Yes.
question.
So,
I totally agree with you.
but things have
Wait, I just realized that's a right-wing talking point. When I say we're in cultural decline, I mean that there are people who actively want to remove science from like the media, sex ed from education. Also, whatever reactionaries are trying to do systemically is the cultural decline that will make us like, what's a good example? Anywhere, any of the places that are bigoted and used to be these wonderful places.
changed in the region since then.
They sure have.
So what is
Yeah.
what do you think is the difference there? Like, what do you think has happened in the hundreds of years that have passed, that have gone by, or especially in the last 100 years? Why has the attitude overall in terms of governance changed so dynamically and so dramatically?
I think there's probably a bunch of different reasons for it, right? I mean, it's not like one reason, but I don't think that if are we trying to imply that it's like American imperialism and interventionism that's caused this to happen? Is that kind of like where you're
Absolutely.
going with
No,
this?
I am saying that.
Yeah.
America not only directly armed
Yeah.
and radicalized.
So Hassan's gonna actually probably know more about this than I will, because I'm not great with history. But I will say, like, he might be giving Asmongold away to refute what he's saying, just on principle, because there's the British and the French were also heavily involved, and some other nations, of course, as well. But it's not just American. It's not just Americans who kind of messed up the Middle East with their imperialism. It's also European nations, especially the ones that typically did colonialism, like the French and the British.
Fundamentalists in the region, including but not limited to Afghanistan, for example, with the Mujahideen, because they were seen as like a fighting force that they could use against the communist adjacent Afghan government or the USSR, inevitably, when the USSR did invade. But also beyond that, the most nationalistic or the most militant fundamentalists were perceived in Iran, for example, as the true liberators that were not willing to fight against the Western-backed Shah regime, the Western-backed monarchy in Iran. So that's the reason why a lot of people, whether they agreed with it or not, ultimately on the social front doesn't really matter. They were like, these guys are going to protect us. These guys are actually fighting back against this ruthless rule of the Shah that was, falsely torturing people on a regular basis.
Okay, so
that's
if
usually
your
how
argument is that, well, how do you reconcile that with the fact that there are other countries like Saudi Arabia, for example, that don't have that history but still have the same laws?
Oh, that's a great example. Saudi Arabia is allowed to exist like that because they have a valuable resource that they are gladly and willingly coordinating with the Western powers on, in terms of OPEC plus. They have oil.
Doesn't that?
So did Iran, but Iranian oil was refined by British Petroleum. Mossadegh at the time, it was a social democrat, very progressive for the time as well, wanted to nationalize their own extraction industries, and this was seen as a massive slight, and it caused massive harm to the profit margins of British Petroleum and the American intelligence and Western intelligence cooperated to overthrow Mossadegh very openly and very clearly. They implemented the Shah regime. He was brutal. He was a brutal autocrat. He was a monarch. People hated him. And at the end of the day, it was the Islamic Revolution and the fundamentalist forces that were the most successful in terms of fighting back against the Shah. That's the reason why they overtook the country and have been dominating the nation ever since. There are plenty of gay and trans people. By the way, Iran is actually weirdly very pro-trans, but I'm sure that you probably didn't know that. They're very homophobic,
I
but
actually didn't. Yeah.
they are very pro-trans.
Weird.
A lot of
Yeah.
cultures are actually very pro-trans, way more than the United States of America. Maybe to a fault at times, like Iran when
Norse,
they do
I mean, if you
forcible
look at-
gender.
I mean, you look at like Native American culture.
Yep, and Hassan brings up a really great point with the Bhakti boys. The way that they do forced gender reassignment is not something that we leftists get behind, because even when they say, I'm not like this, they are pushed through it. We want to listen to the person, especially after they're old enough to form a gender identity, which is the age of 5 or 6, by the way, and actually help them be the person that they think they are. And so I think it's funny that, like, when people try to accuse me of like forcing this upon kids, like, you realize that there are cultures that actually do that, and I'm against that, right? Like, it doesn't, and so it's pretty safe to assume that anyone who is okay with like giving puberty blockers to kids, that way they don't have to have a second puberty when they transition. You know, it's not that they want to force that onto kids. They're probably just as against things like Bhakti boys as I am. Especially if you confront them with it, they'll be like, "I'm against that," and that's your litmus test for whether or not they actually want to force this onto kids or not.
Culture, I think it's extremely popular. Norse culture, I mean, you could say the same thing about Loki, right? It's like the idea of being trans is like super, super, super old, like Shiva, right? Another good example. So I think that that's true.
There's a concept of third gender in India, Pakistan, and many other places as well. So
yeah,
but that's besides the point. So what I'm trying to say is, we cannot exist outside of the material condition that we are subjected to. If you are living under a ruthless, corrupt autocratic rule, and there's a group of people that say, I'm going to fight back against this ruthless autocratic rule that is like Western power backed, then people will be on board with that. They're going to be like, oh, this is great. I love this revolution. I'm on board.
Okay, so I can go even farther than that. I totally understand why groups like ISIS happen. Like, if you look at people from ISIS, these are people that are like 20 years old. They've lived their entire life being.
Okay, so chat, full disclosure, I have no idea what they're called. I said Bhakti boys, but I'm trying to look it up now, and I just don't see a name for them. But I'll have to watch that documentary I watched because they actually said what it was called. But I could have sworn that's what it was called, but then I looked up and I Googled it, and that's not what it is. Wait, let me try a different spelling just real quick. But yeah, just to be clear, I think I'm wrong when I called them Bhakti boys, but how is there no K in it? What? No, and that's like there's like some slang. So I don't know where I got it from that I thought it was called that. Maybe I'm still right, and it's just people don't actually use that term very much when they write about it or make stuff about it. But yeah, either way, the main point is I'm pointing at the phenomenon in Iran where they force boys to transition because they think they're gay. And they don't listen to what they actually want their gender to be. That is abhorrent. That is wrong, obviously. So that's your litmus test. Like I said before, that's your litmus test for if people are actually support forced gender reassignment for kids or not. Because if they're against that, then they're probably not pro forcing it at all.
Occupied by a foreign power.
Okay,
I think that we're doing a horrible thing.
And Iran, though, like, I hope you understand that, right? And just like there's a difference between ISIS and Hamas and all these other like
I'm just giving you an example. I'm giving you doing ISIS happen. Like, if you look,
this is great. I love this revolution. I'm on board.
Okay, so I can go even farther than that. I totally understand why groups like ISIS happen. Like, if you look at people from ISIS, these are people that are like 20 years old. They've lived their entire life being occupied by a foreign power. I think that we're doing a horrible thing.
and Iran,
Sure.
though. Like, I hope you
No.
understand that, right? And just like there's a difference.
Yeah, ISIS actually has the culture of hating anyone who's different. They are an ethno nationalistic cult of terrorists. Palestine is not that by any stretch, and you know if if I were Asmongold, I the only reason I'd have to bring that up is to try to deflect or try to accuse Hassan of being like, well, you obviously support ISIS then. At the end of the day, though, you should try to acknowledge his point if you're being good faith, which is that um, that we need to have stability in these places if you actually want to call them out and try to have them change for being against like LGBTQ plus people.
In
Of
ISIS
course.
and Hamas and all these other like other.
I'm just giving
other-
you an example. I'm giving you
Okay.
an example of like, so I think extremist groups are created. So you got a lot of heat, you got a lot of hate. One of your most popular, biggest hits was that America deserved 9/11. Remember that?
Yes.
Bad day, bad day. But what you meant to say is that American interventionism
That was
inadvertently caused this to happen.
that was funny.
Am I right?
Directly, not even inadvertently. Is a concept that
Okay,
historians
so
call blowback.
Chat, I
I
really apologize if I'm
totally
having
agree with
throat
you
issues
about
and you
that.
have to hear that.
I
Unless you're
completely agree
Neve,
with you. I
then
think
I'm
that
doing
you're
it
right.
for you.
I defended that.
Yeah.
So my perspective is that I don't think that we can blame, like, I don't see the logic that all of these other countries that are like, from the West, right, that are like much more progressive are somehow intervening and making this like these other countries in the Middle East hate gay people and like want to kill gay people. And I don't see how like
Wait, you don't
pushing
agree with
against-
that? You're
Uh,
saying
No, I don't. I don't really see how they're congruent.
so?
I don't see, like
So I think it's a good chance for Hassan to explain this, and I think he's going to. So I'm not going to explain it yet. However, there's definitely a connection between these things, between instability in the region and hateful kind of groups rising to power, or at least gaining like a military behind them in some way.
Why
No,
do you
I
think
don't.
that? So why do you think that historically they didn't hate gay people, but now they do? Like, don't you?
I'm not
don't,
sure.
you
Oh my god. It's like this is actually going on live and Hassan has me in his earpiece, right? Like I said that earlier. You have to ask him, how do you think that this got this way? Because that's the only way to acknowledge that it's intervention from foreign nations. If we're on the up and up and that's just natural for us, why wouldn't it be natural for them? The best kind of explanation is that something interfered, something got in the way, something threw a wrench in the machine.
you recognize that like culture changes. You said that you understand that like the
So I will say this. I don't think he properly explained it. I don't know if he's going to, so we're just going to go over that quickly as well. Destabilizations in various countries also tends to uproot the political organizations there by incentivizing things like revolutions and coups. Now, as a leftist, I love revolutions and coups. The problem is that far right factions are more likely to be militarized than far left. I think. No, I can't think of what the counterexample. Rojava or something was a counterexample where there was actually some rebels who were very left wing. But the key point is that destabilization creates a vacuum of power, so that way far right militias can then gain more power, or at least further interfere with governmental organizations to the point that they can take power. And the U.S. would always say, "We're bringing freedom, we're bringing democracy, we're doing this for X wonderful reason. I'm George W. Bush." I'm actually not good at the Southern accent, but at the end of the day, this is what we got: less freedom, less democracy, and certainly a lot more hate groups.
Ottoman Empire
Sure.
was more progressive in comparison
like-
to its European counterparts in terms of like the way that they view gay people, even or homosexuality in general.
I think that
Um,
we can come to the agreement, and like we can talk about historically all you want, right? I think that in some cases, like that's true. In a lot of cases, like the way that this is perceived around the world, like Romans looked at it differently, Greeks looked at it differently, everybody's looked at it differently. But I'm talking about what's happening today. And if I'm looking at
Yeah,
those
but
cultures today, those are cultures that are oppressing people based off of their identity. And at
well,
a certain point,
right now the Palestinians don't.
So Asmongold is just plainly avoiding Hassan's point now, and he's looping. And I think this is where he's going to start getting a little bit cognitively dissonant, because there's no point in saying this at this point. Hassan asked you a very direct question: how did it become this way? And all Asmongold can really say is, well, now it is this way. That's not a real response to the question of how did it get this way.
They don't have any structural governance to be able to do that regardless. So there is no like gay oppression happening in Gaza, because the only oppression that's happening in Gaza is that Israel's lighting them on fire with regular frequency.
and we're paying for it.
Yes. So in terms of like Islamist
Yeah.
fundamentalism, right?
Yeah.
In terms of Islamist fundamentalism, or the way that they
Mhm.
the way that like you perceive Palestinians as viewing gay people,
Yeah.
there has never been an opportunity for Palestinian people to engage in queer liberation, because in the hierarchy of needs, the number one need for them is to stop Israel from killing them, is to stop Israel from dominating them.
Mhm.
Since
I'm just going to go ahead and say it. You have to assume that Asmongold doesn't care at this point, and go to like an even more distinct question, like, is Israel even genociding Palestinians? Do you think that they're genociding Palestinians? Because I don't think that we've gotten to the crux of that issue yet. He says he doesn't support Israel, so that's the start. He doesn't seem to think Hassan supports Hamas or anything like that by default. So we have to wonder, like, where does Asmongold's problem with Palestine even kind of begin? And at this point, it starts and ends at, well, they're just hateful towards LGBTQ people. And so this is why I said earlier, like, Hassan should be making the point then, like, okay, well, if you agree that material conditions are what makes American culture better, then shouldn't you also be improving their material conditions as well if you want them to become pro-LGBTQ? And he could still do that, but I think Hassan's also kind of looping too, because it's sometimes easier to go back to your last talking point and reassert it than come up with an entirely new response, which I think is better because it's just more dynamic.
Since 1948, and even
Right.
before then as well. But after Israel was formed in 1948, that has been the game for the most part. They have never had an opportunity to even think about queer liberation. If your house is on fire, you're not going to be spending a whole lot of time thinking about the color of your curtains, right? And that's what this is. There's a much larger problem at hand. And this is precisely the reason why a lot of people actually, never fully comprehend this. But a lot of leftists in the Western world do understand that intersectionality. And regardless of like the perceived queer phobia from Palestinians and Palestinian governance, they still, of course, offer solidarity. I said this earlier, and I think it's a take bear repeating. I'm in favor of Medicare for all and universal social safety nets in the United States of America unconditionally. I do not believe in refusing to offer, for example, any sort of health care to a person because they're a Nazi even, right? That's an extreme case. I think that they deserve health care.
I agree with you, and I would even go farther than that. I think that if somebody's an illegal immigrant, I don't think that we should ever tell. I think it's disgusting to tell.
Okay. This is getting a little bit virtue signaling and kind of away from the debate. Um, I think the important thing here is that it doesn't matter that Asmongold believes any of this stuff. It might help when Hassan does try to bring up how you need to improve material conditions, but he's doing the slow roll at this point. And the problem is that if this doesn't work, then you've just wasted a whole bunch of time on nothing, like a nothing burger. And you always kind of have to be thinking your next step ahead. Like, okay, if this doesn't work, what am I going to say next? And if that's the case, then you certainly can't be like looping back on the last thing that didn't work. You have to assess that it didn't work. Okay, I couldn't get through to this person using this direct way. And you have to move on. And at this point, Hassan is kind of sounding like a one track, like he has a one track mind. And he needs to just drive in his last point, which is that Asmongold ought to, don't even ask him at this point, he ought to support improving the material conditions if he wants Palestine to essentially like become pro LGBTQ. So it's just super important to focus on like what is your end goal? What is your what if he doesn't concede to anything, what are you going to assert that still stands regardless of what he said?
Tell a doctor or tell a healthcare provider to let somebody die or to let them bleed out or
Okay.
something like that just because of that. I completely agree with you. I had to pay my taxes recently. I'm sure you're probably about in the same place. It was 7 figures. And so I have no problem
Well,
with
I live in
that.
California. It's pretty
You got to
significant.
bet. Yeah, it's
But I don't
not
care.
good.
I don't
And
mind
so
that.
I don't either. I used to be paying for people used to pay for my food stamps. Now I'm paying for somebody else's. And if
Yeah.
they raised my taxes to pay for Medicare for all, I would be happy and I would vote for that.
So if you
I would be
understand
very
that,
much in
right?
support of that. For sure.
So you recognize that. You would you say that like a religious enclave
Yeah.
in Alabama, for example, deserves to be wiped out for their understanding of like gay people, like a white religious enclave
Oh,
in
oh,
Alabama?
absolutely not. I
Okay.
don't think that they deserve to be wiped out, but I would not advocate for them. I would not look at that group and say, this is a group of people that I support.
I think that that's interesting because that like what Hassan can do with this is make an argument about complacency with genocide, not advocating for genocide, but complacency with it and why we should be against that complacency. Um, he still hasn't gone the route that I was hoping he would, where just you drive in the point like, hey man, you got to improve the material conditions in Gaza and the West Bank and pretty much all over Palestine. If you want to even argue against them that they ought to be better. Um, and, and and Hassan's general point is that it's okay for me to advocate for them despite that, because we can't expect them to be any better, unlike America. So I'm interested to see where he's going to go with this. Hopefully, he doesn't try to justify his hypothetical and just moves on, because again, this is one of those things where when it doesn't work, you just got to move on. Okay, just move on.
So you can
I would
understand where the
not
confusion
support
comes
people like that.
from when
and
you
and I can
said that
see
about
that.
Palestinians,
That's why I
right?
wanted to. Yeah, sure, right, sure, and that's why I wanted to talk to you about it, right? Because I think that you and we had a conversation about this before, and I can very much easily empathize with Palestinians. Of course I can, but I don't think that it's entirely true that Palestine, like, I mean, didn't Palestine support Hitler? Pretty
No,
sure they did. The
no.
mayor of Palestine supported Hitler.
What you're talking about is the British colonial British colonial occupation put forward a leader, oftentimes in
I actually forget what the specific details about this are, but I'm pretty sure it was like prior to the Holocaust and stuff like that too. Um, and they weren't involved in anything like the Nazis actually did. Um, I could be mistaken though. I'm really not good with history, so don't quote me on that.
in colonies when you engage in like colonial actions, like and British Mandate Palestine was obviously a colony of the English. They will appoint a person into a position of power that is more acceptable to British needs and desires in the region to dominate the people. This is, I mean, history is riddled with examples such as this one. The Palestinian Grand Mufti was a singular person who went and linked up with Adolf Hitler and
did.
and you know, thought that he could coordinate with Adolf Hitler in terms of like ridding Palestine of the Jews. Having said that, however,
Which
11,000.
and that sounds pretty bad.
It does. But
yeah.
when you realize that, one, there were also Jewish militias, early Zionist militias, that also sought out Adolf Hitler's help and tried to coordinate with Adolf Hitler, you understand that this has no bearing on an entire people.
I can verify that. By the way, I've read about that, and that is something that especially Arab scholars like to talk about, but also Israeli scholars even, who don't necessarily support what's being done to Palestine, because those types of people exist and they actually write amazing books. I can't. I'm bad with names and nothing comes to mind. But they're like, I have a bookmark of, I think it's 12 different papers that are part of a collection by different scholars, and it paints a clear picture that Zionism is so much worse than Palestinian culture could ever be. Zionism is a hard thing to argue because it is a very diverse belief set, and the Zionism that we see creating the Palestinian genocide today is a very specific kind of Zionism. So you have to really know about Zionism to have that discussion. So it'd be nice to see Hassan be able to navigate that discussion and actually bring things there, but I also wouldn't blame him because it can be very difficult.
And what their actual attitudes were. Not only that, but also 11,000 Palestinians actually fought alongside the Allied forces against Adolf Hitler. So Palestinians, by far greater numbers, actually fought against Adolf Hitler than the one British occupation guy that actually linked up with Adolf Hitler. It's actually a common historic Holocaust revisionist talking point that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu once famously utilized as well, where he falsely claimed that Adolf Hitler did not want to kill the Jews until he talked to the Palestinian Grand Mufti, who gave him the idea of killing the Jews and doing the final solution. This was such a gross historical revisionist talking point that obviously the entirety of Israeli society actually criticized Benjamin Netanyahu for saying such a ridiculous...
But he did want to get rid of the Jews, though, right?
Yeah, but it's a singular person that has no bearing on real Palestinian existence, especially when much larger numbers of Palestinians fought alongside the Allied forces, right?
I think that it definitely does matter if a figurehead of a country is supporting Hitler.
It's not a figurehead of a country, though. It's the
Then Asmongold should be mad at Britain for planting and installing that leader. How does that... See, this is what happens when you're just trying to debate yourself out of whatever the other person's trying to say. And that's definitely the position I see Asmongold in right now. I see him basically struggling as Hassan gives him a very clear version of history, and all he can do is kind of straw person what Hassan just said and said, well, that's why I'm against figureheads who are like that, and we should be. Well, if you're against that, then you should definitely be against Britain's colonialism and how they absolutely mess things up in the Levant with these kind of actions. So Asmongold is just being really fucking dense right now, if anything.
Figurehead, it's an appointed person
and
that
that's
has
the
no
thing.
bearing.
And
for example,
don't you feel like it's a bit unfair for you to attribute every instance of bigotry and bad behavior to being the West's fault?
No, because when you actually examine the history of the Middle East, these things go hand in fucking hand. There's no separation of the West meddling in the Middle East affairs and these exact outcomes. Damn, now I'm really wishing Hassan had just driven home, like, if you want Palestine to be pro-LGBTQ, then you have to improve their material conditions. It's as simple as that.
No, I
At
think I
what
have a
point
very
are
realistic and materialist analysis of these sorts of things, where I think that people don't have time to fight for gay liberation when, like I said, they're too busy trying to literally rebuild their homes after it's bombed.
God, oh God, he's actually ending his statement there. Hassan, you have to bring this home and say that that is a result of British and U.S. imperialism. You have to bring it home because it just sounds like you just moved the goalposts again.
Especially by a force that, you know, doesn't have like automatic heat-seeking missiles that avoid gay people. You know what I mean? They're killing gay people and trans people in Gaza every fucking day. Like, there is no, like, gay liberation is not a real conversation here. It's just a mere talking point that a lot of people who defend Israel, not saying you do, but a lot of people who defend Israel try to repackage Israel's violence and contextualize it and make it seem more appropriate to an American audience that is sometimes pro-gay and pro-queer. It rarely ever works. A
Yeah.
lot of queer people still don't give a shit. They're like, I don't care. Just stop killing these people. Is their attitude. So
Oh yeah.
that's it. That's the reality of the matter. Is that once Palestine is liberated, then they can have this conversation internally. But right now, Western forces are allowing
what
the death and destruction of this people to continue.
what do you think the odds are that after this stops happening, that the Palestinians are going to get together and say that it's okay to be gay?
I don't know, because I can't even imagine a world where this death and destruction isn't constant. But I would say that just like in the United States of America, you know, there people inevitably evolved, inevitably fought.
Okay, so this is he's answering the question directly, which is good, but you can also answer the question indirectly here in a way that's even better, which is to say it's certainly not going to get better until they have the freedom to do that. And I think like that would be a much stronger take in this position because it eliminates just like the doubt that people could have. And especially like just like the American exceptionalism of believing it can only happen here. Like, no, people fight for human rights wherever there are humans. And sure, there might be different things that get in the way of that, different histories, different cultures, religious zealots who oppose it just in general. But that doesn't mean that it's impossible for any given place to just accept, for example, trans people. It's really not that difficult. And so you're acting like it's asking too much of them or something. Or Asmongold is, I should say.
Back and
what do you think? I've actually got a really good question.
An environment for queer liberation, even though to this day there are still a shit ton of problems that especially trans people experience on a regular basis.
Oh, I mean, it to me, I'm sure you're on Twitter probably more than I am.
I'm not.
And so, really?
Yeah, I deleted it off my phone. I rarely go on it unless I'm live.
Nick did the same thing. I that's crazy. Wow. Okay. Well, okay. I'm on Twitter a lot. How much more racist do you think that it's gotten and like homophobic do you think it's gotten in the last like 2 years? I think it's like 500x, right?
Yes.
Like it's insane. It's crazy. And I think that it's just it just keeps getting worse too. And I'm curious, like, kind of what your viewpoint is, because we're talking about like kind of how like these different cultures are accepting people, and like now, what do you think about like Saudi Arabia and like the way that they're like, I guess, effectively sports washing things? I think that's the term that's being used a lot.
The kingdom of Saudi Arabia operates like a dictatorship. There may be some government organizations in between, but at the end of the day, the directives of the royal families, I'm pretty sure it's families, plural, determine what laws actually get passed. So if you want to talk about like, why is America suddenly okay with that? Or especially why is Asmongold not calling for, let me think about like debate review. like what Hassan should ask Asmongold here is, well, let's say the U.S. overthrew their government. Would that make you okay with it? Because the answer should be no. The answer should be, well, that will lead to further destabilization, allowing extremist groups to come in and take power, which will only lead to people like ISIS running the country, which will definitely make it more homophobic. But he hasn't brought Asmongold to that conclusion yet. That even if you can justify looking the other way, it doesn't make sense to, because at the end of the day, it's imperialism and destabilization in the region that causes this, not people, not inferior cultures or evil people.
A lot, right? With like esports, etc. Like, what's your take on that?
Okay, I'm gonna go back a bit because
I think that
I missed how we got here.
Like these different cultures are accepting people, and like now, what do you think about like Saudi Arabia and like the way that they're, like, I guess effectively sports washing things? I think that's the term that's being used a lot, right? With like esports, etc. Like, what's your take on that?
I think that Saudi Arabia is also a religious theocracy that is simply trying to moderate their viewpoint in an effort to become more accepted by Western culture and bring in Western capital into the country.
For sure.
Ultimately, if they did become a queer safe haven, for example, overnight, there's still plenty of issues in Saudi society in terms of utilizing slave labor, in terms of death and destruction that befalls like indigenous populations in areas where they want to do building projects, and beyond that, there is the whole genocide in Yemen. A lot of these things can be solved inevitably, and there were some initiative from China that brought Iran and Saudi Arabia to the table to stop the destruction of Yemen, for example. That was relatively successful pre-October 7. But like, there are a shit ton of problems in Saudi Arabia still. Having said that,
Recently they just let women drive.
Yes,
Very recently. Yeah,
yes.
no,
a lot of the things that people who use this kind of sentiment against Palestinians oftentimes will overlook Saudi Arabia or other Gulf states that have the exact same rules and restrictions. But once again, this is more so about allowing right-wing sentiment to fester and dominate a society. There are plenty of members in the Israeli Knesset, for example, that also don't want women to learn how to fucking read and write.
It's so bad. Like, absolutely, you're completely right.
And there are plenty of people in America who feel similar ways as well.
I've been hearing a lot of bad things about women being able to vote.
Yes, some of those people gain more prominence in society as society becomes. Some of these people end up gaining more prominence in society, and slowly but surely they try to reorient society to their own desires. That's the reason why a lot of people fight back against this sort of thing. Okay? That's the reason why a lot of people fight back.
I think Hassan should be using more proper nouns in this statement. I got sidetracked. I have these cute little shrimp in front of me. In fact, I'll even go back just so I make sure I know what he's talking about. I have these cute little shrimp, and when I found them in the wild, sorry this is such a tangent, but you'll understand why like I got distracted for a second. When I found them in the wild, they were very motionless. Like, they would just stand, and I guess they would filter feed and collect food from the current, because this was like a drainage kind of system that was really like, it got water even when things were super dry because it was just so low beneath the ground. Really interesting system, actually. And now I have them in a tank with like pretty much still water, and I'm noticing two different behaviors that are changing. First of all, they are running around, and secondly, they are doing ambush predation, which is interesting because I don't think I've read anything about them being ambush predators yet. And the fact that they have the capacity to do that behavior in still water is a very interesting adaptation. So that the only reason I got distracted is like, wow, maybe I can write a paper about this. Not a very good one, of course, and not likely to be published, but it would be fun to at least try to write a paper after reading probably hundreds of them throughout my life. So yeah, just sorry if that distracted me there, and now I'm just like, Hassan, what the fuck are you talking about? Because that is just in general why you want to use proper nouns when you're making these arguments, because your audience might get very lost. And Hassan really wants to make sure that his audience, and even Asmon's audience, is kind of following him.
Gay people, queer people, people who are aligned with them, those people, plenty of people in America who feel similar ways as well.
I've been hearing a lot of bad things about women being able to vote.
Yes, some of those people gain more prominence in society as society becomes. Some of these people end up gaining more prominence in society, and slowly but surely they try to reorient society to their own desires. That's the reason why a lot of people fight back against this sort of thing. Okay? That's the reason why a lot of people fight back. Gay people, queer people, people who are aligned with them fight back against this sort of sentiment in an effort to make sure that it never turns into a society that does this kind of thing to gay people, queer people in general. So
does it again? Well, we used to do it for a long time. I mean, gay marriage being legal is very, very recent.
Yes. And it's already...
I totally support that.
Yeah. So my point is...
Yeah.
We've never given the opportunity to many of these countries in the MENA region to be able to have the freedom to continue developing and have their own civil liberties and have their own fight for civil liberties. And we will never be able to see what it would look like if they were given the opportunity without our intervention. We can only look to the past where that...
Okay, we took way too long to get here, Hassan. I noted the opportunity to say this much earlier, and I don't think he's being an offensive enough debater. And I don't mean like to be offensive. I mean offensively versus defensively. He's giving Asmongold a lot of chance to control the discussion. Now, I kind of understand where Hassan's coming from. He doesn't want a blood sports debate, obviously. He wants more of a discussion. But at the end of the day, like, when you give people more room to like go all over the place like this, you also give them more room to assume that they won the debate. When you're assertive, when you're quick on your feet, and you're ready to like bring back, or what should I say, hone in your point, then it's much harder for them to be like to weasel out of it or kind of go all over the place and be like, well, that discussion wasn't really that productive. Because the only way they can say that afterwards is if they didn't listen.
Intervention wasn't as severe, and point to a time when they were relatively open-minded, especially in comparison to their European counterparts. But the way that we see what they do, okay, is never translated to the way that we operate here in the United States of America.
How do you think that
dynamic? I think that dynamic stems from dehumanization of Arab people in general that is unfortunately all too commonplace in Western media and in Western society.
I think it happens a lot. I mean, like, and obviously, like after 9/11, I mean, I've have a number of Arab friends, and they've told me it was a very, very bad time. So I think that you're absolutely right about that, and it is problematic. I don't really think that it's fair to say that, like, of course, like all people that are Arabs, and also like really it's not about being an Arab. It's about having a religious theocracy that enables you to dehumanize other people.
Yeah,
because you want to talk
Palestinians
about
don't have a theocracy,
dehumanization.
by the way, just so you understand. Like they don't have anything. They don't have any sort of like real valid form of governance at all. They have never been allowed to have a real valid form of governance or any sort of autonomy or any sort of sovereignty, at least, especially since 1948.
Sure, but like in all of the other places in the same area, pretty much all of them that are doing their own governance come to the same conclusion about gay people.
Yeah,
They pretty much,
So-
yeah, they do.
so you okay, so this is really interesting that you're saying this because
Yeah.
you recognize that like a lot of those other Gulf states are in alignment with the United States of America and are allowed to operate in whichever ways they see fit, including but not limited to helping Israel, right? They get F-16s and fleets of American planes, and they get security contracts for their consistent maintenance of American interests in the region.
So what Hassan is trying to identify. Ooh, I have a chatter. Hello, Samir. Yep, Free Palestine. There's a lot of flags in there. I wish I knew what they all were, to be honest. But yes, we need to liberate the Middle East from U.S. hegemony. It's getting pretty bad out there. What Hassan is trying to get at right now is that the U.S. incentivizes support for Israel despite them doing a genocide. This is again why I really wish he would have brought home earlier that you can't have human rights in Palestine, you can't have LGBTQ plus rights in Palestine until they're no longer fighting a war against Israel. You need him to concede that he won't get what he wants, which is for those rights to exist, until the material conditions of Palestine is improved, and that it's ridiculous for him to assume that they wouldn't do that if they weren't already limited by Israel. So this whole thing, I almost feel like we could have ended the debate sooner, and then this would have been more of an ancillary discussion had he like really driven that in when he had the chance, because now it's not as fresh. Now he's going to sound like he's looping, and it would have been more efficient to do it before.
Do you think I support that?
I don't. I'm
don't.
not even. I'm not
I
even
don't.
saying if you support it or not. I'm simply
here's the
stating that
thing.
like
go ahead.
monopolizing an entire region of people and assuming that they all are operating on the same boundaries is incorrect. It would be akin
of course,
to
there's always going to be people that are like that. But I also think that they do the same thing to gay people. In the same way that like you're looking at everybody and they actually will do it. It doesn't matter whether a gay person is a good person or not. If they're gay in that culture, they can lose their life, they can go to jail, they'll have their
Okay.
life completely ruined.
This is why Hassan was making the material conditions argument before, and why now I'm even realizing like you can't just say that. You have to be like, you have to get him to concede it's not, at least not just the culture, because if it's the culture and these material conditions, then you can at least make an argument that we don't know how much the culture actually affects this, so long as the material conditions are abhorrent. So I think it's important to like really try to dismantle your opponent's first initial points before you let them move on, because otherwise like the value of these points that Hassan's making isn't coming through as much, especially to people who probably aren't already aligned with a lot of his positions.
okay. You understand that there's a difference between a sovereign nation state that has been a monarchy that America has like funded and allowed to foster with whatever kind of autonomy, sometimes impunity, as a matter of fact, versus like the Palestinian population, though, right?
I think that definitely there's a big difference. But what I'm saying is that I don't think
Okay.
that difference has been manifested. Like the difference is that when you have a culture that is derivative off of a religion that I think is oppressive and it hasn't been modernized, you have people that are using it as a tool to oppress other people. I do genuinely think that cultures that are built off of religions like that are inferior. And I
Okay.
think that we've worked really hard to get away from that. And that work isn't done yet. I think it's still going on to this day.
Okay.
And it's disappointing for me because I've seen things go backwards a lot. I think in the
Mhm.
last 2 years, they've gone backwards in a tremendous way. You see it on social media. I saw like there was some bullshit thing about how 21% of Gen Z think Hitler had some good ideas. That's very concerning for me. It's extremely
Mhm.
concerning.
Yeah, I mean it's a lack of education in
It is,
America.
among
It's
other
really
things.
bad. But once
Yeah.
again, like what you're
Just Hassan keeps missing golden opportunity, because right here he would have been like Do you think that would happen in a superior culture? And that's not like the best faith argument, but like you need to make him reconsider his culture argument instead of arguing just from leftist talking points. Your leftist talking points are great. They're very valid and they do make a good overall point. But you haven't convinced Asmon yet that culture is the issue.
What you're doing is something that I see a lot, which is
Okay.
a conflation of conservatism and
Mhm.
reactionary ideals with members of an entire religion. So in the United States of America, right, you have really, really freakish religious guys, right? You have people who want basically the same governance that the Taliban has over Afghanistan, but in the United States of America. Like there are
I
people
think
like
that
that.
I think they've got a lot in common.
Yeah.
They do.
So
I think it's
so
9 out of
but
10.
then in the United States of America, I'm sure you know plenty of religious people who are very tolerant, even if not literally pro-gay and pro-trans even. There are non-denominational Christian
We've
churches, for example, that
we've
are
seen a lot of that. And I would apply, I want to make sure that, like, because I think a lot of times in conversations like this, there becomes like this othering of like Arabs or like Islam.
Particularly Asmongold when he says that their culture is inferior. Um, I think at this point, Asmongold sees himself as winning because Hassan hasn't debunked the culture thing directly, and he still thinks that he can argue that culture is what matters more here. And so he's about to say, I'm going to let him say it, but I have a feeling he's about to be like, well, you know, the culture itself is what limits the amount of people who can be like that over there. Completely sidestepping Hassan's materialism argument.
I don't really see that as an othering. I think that there's a lot of overlap between Christianity and Islam, right?
okay.
Especially in terms of like, laws, et cetera, and things to believe. And I think that I would view a Christian, like one of these like super, like religious zealot Christian people, I would view them trying to push that on other people as the same type of uh, basically inferior culture. I think that it is inferior. That's why
Y-
we fought for years and years and years to get rid of it.
Okay, so yeah, obviously, chattel slavery was justified by Christianity, and chattel slavery was abolished with liberation theology, which is also Christianity. So Christianity, religion, played a formative role in both sides of chattel slavery, both in the justification and maintenance of it, but also played a formative role in the end, in the abolition of it. Right.
That's true,
So
but I want to make
so
sure that we're drawing a distinction real quick between following a religion and then having a government that is a religious theocracy
yeah.
that bases its laws off of that religion. I think that most people that are of any religion just want to be able to get along. I
Okay.
think that's very much true.
So
But the problem is that if you have a government that is based off of that religion, I can't think of a single government that's based off of a religion that isn't bad.
well, I mean, Americans are the American Republican Party is desperately trying to bring that back as best as they can, but I
They're
think
trying to
you
make them, they've made it legal to teach it's mandatory now to teach the Bible in Oklahoma.
yes. So
You saw
so
that. Yeah.
yeah, I did. So you understand that those are people, some of which are genuine like religious zealots, and others who are simply utilizing religion as a galvanizing factor to be like, see, I'm a religious person, right? Like
Oh, I think
people
that
have
we know
different
somebody like that.
aspirations. People have different motivations for
Yeah.
why they advocate for certain things. Okay. So that very
I think
same
that that's
principle,
very common that
yeah,
people use religion as a tool to like kind of enable that type of behavior.
great. So
Sometimes I get a little frustrated with how good Hassan is at not talking over people because this would have been a great time to be like, I'm just going to finish my point, okay? Don't even be like rude about it like I sometimes am. But just like, if you like, you got to start getting a little bit worried that he's not listening and just like checking like that he's actually responding to what you're saying instead of trying to constantly loop it back. that only works so many times, and there's a time span that you can do it in, and then you should really move on to the next step of the discussion, the next phase, where you've already told him, hey, culture has nothing to do with it at this point, okay? So now let's look at who's disaffecting the material conditions. It's the West. So if at the end of the day you want things to change, I keep saying at the end of the day, if you want things to change, then you have to really try to, either stop this imperialism, stop the support of Israel, or at least acknowledge that the genocide that Israel is doing isn't fundamentally wrong. Like, you can't just look away at it while you also criticize them for being anti-LGBTQ plus.
Well,
Sure.
So herein lies the problem.
Mhm.
That very same principle exists in the Muslim world, which is endlessly diverse, and there are, it's the fastest growing religion. It is.
It is.
I think it might have actually overtaken Christianity in terms of numbers. And
I think it's a 1.6 billion now. That's
and
the
yes,
number I last heard.
and
Yeah.
religious governance differs from country to country. I'm Turkish. I come from a country that is nowhere near as fundamentalist. It's supposed to be secular.
Mhm.
Obviously, Recep Tayyip Erdogan is very similar to Donald Trump in terms of in terms of how he utilized Islam to make himself, to give himself a more prominent role in Turkish society, was able to both bastardize religion and also simultaneously use it for social repression, social oppression, and cultural repression in general. So I personally understand I've withstood the direct consequences of that, of a society being redesigned. And perhaps that is the reason why I know that there's a difference between simply monolithizing an entire religion versus people who are championing religion, Islam in this case,
Mhm.
to meet their own authoritarian governance demands. And that's simply what it is. A lot of people don't like the way that their government operates. There are gay Muslims, there are queer Muslims, there are queer trans people. They have unfortunately not had any breathing room to be able to advocate for civil rights in many parts of this region because they have been consistently pushed back against, and also don't have any fucking time or space to be
This
able to
is
do
so
such a thing
tedious.
when they're under direct occupation. That's the
So,
issue.
but
And
but
if
would
the-
you come to the same conclusion that basing decisions off of that religion and making laws based off of that religion is a bad thing?
Yeah, of course. I don't. What do you mean?
Okay.
I don't.
So,
I don't
okay,
agree in
so-
theocracy at all.
Awesome. And
I-
so, but wouldn't that mean that it would be inferior? Or
No, I wouldn't
I
say. I wouldn't say that any
Okay.
culture is inferior to one another. I would,
No
however, say
way.
that.
Come on, man.
Especially as
That's incredible. Like, that's actually incredible to me. Like, he's never considered that, like, maybe as, like, cultures get more advanced, they also, some of the things that make them not so good could also be bad at the same time. He's just instantly like, oh, that's ridiculous, man. All cultures have, like, their pros and cons, and it's impossible to put them in, like, better or worse buckets, because at the end of the day, like, there's different people that make up these cultures and different histories and stuff like that, and it's really the material conditions that define the way that these countries operate. Like, the being incredulous about something isn't an argument. It's not. And I'm sure he's going to make something of an argument out of this, but, like, emoting in a debate is just so immature, in my opinion. There's obviously times for it, especially when you think your audience is going to do that. Maybe he expects his audience to do it, but you can't just keep emoting to things that you can't just emote to things that you don't like, and then say it's ridiculous. I'm sure he's about to bring whataboutisms up, and that just opens up the door for Hassan to do whataboutisms and neutralize that every single time. And this is how we wind up with these sort of non-productive conversations where nobody's being actually assertive. Hassan needs to lay down that culture is irrelevant. culture is irrelevant to this. Material conditions are what matters. If he ends up doing this back and forth over can cultures be inferior or not, that's just a distraction that works in Asmon's favor.
As it pertains to Palestinians, the reason why I
Yeah,
don't think
sure.
it's inferior over the one another is that inferiority is a very dangerous and treacherous language to utilize, especially when there are hundreds of thousands of dead and wounded people that are in the crosshairs of
I
Israeli violence.
I think
that
that like
it
so if
works.
this is a semantics issue, and if like me saying inferior, if you think that that's dehumanizing or problematic, then I don't necessarily completely agree, but I can see where you're coming from.
Well, the
I would
reason
say worse, or you could replace that with any other word that is just like not as good as.
yeah.
But of course, that doesn't represent.
Welcome
even
to
then,
the
it doesn't
weeds,
matter because
folks.
then there's something that's better, right? The
We
problem
are
is American
officially
culture or
in
like
the
American
weeds.
actions are not necessarily better. That's my point.
They
On
are.
the basis of like, on the basis
It's not
of
even a question. Like
what?
if you have a country and a culture that allows somebody to get killed for their sexual orientation, that is a worse culture than a culture that doesn't.
I think that there is
there's literally there's no other way to look at it.
there's something. So here's the thing. There's something that we
There's no other way to look at it. So what you just said there is an absolute statement. There is no other way. This is the only way. That is an affirmation, not just an assertion. And Hassan can easily tear that apart. My advice is try to avoid absolute statements like that, unless you're trying to be kind of bold and rash about things. There's times and places for that. Hassan's trying to be slow and methodical, so I don't think he's going to attack it, but it's also like that makes it a pretty useless argument.
do in the United States of America or in the Western world especially that creates this veneer, this aesthetic that we are somehow morally more progressive and more superior than other countries. I'll give you an example of
Sure. Yeah.
I can talk about like gay rights in general, but beyond gay rights, one thing that I could talk about especially is for example slavery, right?
Sure.
We often talk about gulags and slave labor being done in the USSR, in the Orient, like all the way over
Well,
there,
you
and
brought
how
it up
damaging that
earlier.
is. Whereas, like
Being used
slavery,
now in Saudi Arabia.
yeah, exactly.
sure.
Whereas slavery is literally codified in the American Constitution under the 13th Amendment. It's just that slavery is appropriate as a mechanism of punishment for those who have done crimes. Another great example of this is bribery, right? We often look at like the barbaric nature of like
Beginning is
Pakistani
lobbying.
society or Indian society where bribery
Yeah,
thrives.
sure.
There's so much corruption. It's bribery. We have codified bribery under
Was it lobbying?
under legal terms. Exactly.
Right.
Lobbying.
Okay. So,
So-
I see your point of view, but I don't agree with you about the slavery point. They used to take black people's teeth out of their mouths so they would give them to white people.
So this is why it would have been better to argue simply that you can't say an absolution, that there is no other way to see things as a good or bad culture. Because I would have come in there personally and said there's history behind things, there's material conditions, and there's external factors that you can't always just associate to culture. Yet, if you're going to kind of look at a country, especially as a layman, and say, well, I deem this as inferior relative to myself, then you're not factoring in all the other things, especially the benefits that America has of isolating itself from external factors, of having hegemonic empires abroad, so that other empires like China or even just countries that aren't pro-Israel can have their say in geopolitics. This is a one-sided thing where American exceptionalism seems powerful because it actually makes other nations' cultures worse. And if you want to say that there's only one way to look at things, and that is through the lens of good or bad culture, then you can't also say that American culture is good if it makes other cultures bad by as a way of being good. Just like I can't make myself healthier by making someone else sicker. I'm just a terrible person at that point, right? So Hassan missed another golden opportunity here, which was to take Asmongold's foolish absolutism of there's no other way to view this, but it's a bad culture, and turn it into, well, actually, there's 100 ways to look at it if you want it to be, but saying that there's only one way is the easiest way to be wrong about it.
We don't do that even to prisoners. I don't agree with you about the slavery point. They used to take black people's teeth out of their mouths so they would give them to white people. We don't do that even to prisoners.
No, I know, but it's
Okay, wow. Just because the slavery has improved doesn't make it not slavery. It just makes it less barbaric. And there's plenty of countries that have become less barbaric over time. Barbarism, it's kind of like it's a privileged ideal. If I'm not surviving and stuff like that, then I can start to worry like, am I barbaric or am I this or that? Should trans people have rights? And that's why, like, if you want to look at which countries are still quote unquote barbaric, you also have to ask yourself, well, how much room do the individuals in these countries have to be free? Because I guarantee you that in the most barbaric countries, they have very little room to be free. They have very little room to fight for their rights. People have very little room to exist as anything but what they're told to exist as, or just not exist, or to even exist at all in certain cases. And so, it's one of those things where, like, even you could say Chinese culture is wonderful, especially you probably would if you were Chinese. However, they can be pretty barbaric when we look at like the one child policy or the treatment of Uyghurs. It's the culture itself doesn't determine outcomes like this that are affected by so many different things. And Hassan, I'm rambling at this point, I'll admit that much, but Hassan really needs to stop having this kind of whataboutism argument where Asmongold can constantly just say like, oh, that doesn't qualify for me. Nah. Like, no, make an assertion that he can't just weasel out of, please, for the love of God.
still, but slavery is still an inhumane practice, right? Like, you understand that, you agree with that.
I do, but I'm saying that the level and the severity of like the American like transatlantic slave trade is like several measures of worse than the way that prisoners are treated here.
Of course. No, chattel slavery is a unique evil, and every single historian will agree with you on that front, that many cultures have practiced slavery throughout time, none of which as uniquely evil as chattel slavery, because there is obviously a like scientific racial aspect to it, in terms of like indentured servitude. Indentured servitude, for example, did not mean that like your next of kin was also enslaved in a similar fashion, whereas chattel slavery is different, because if you're black, that means you are inhumane. It means you're inferior. And the point I was going to make is that, ironically enough, whether you recognize it or not, the exact same arguments and sentiments were expressed towards black people during chattel slavery in an effort to justify their continued enslavement, that they were inferior.
Can you elaborate on that? I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Black people were perceived in an effort to continue in American culture, in American society, in the Western world, in an effort to continue the dominance of black people, in an effort to continue their subjugation. The Americans, or at least like people in positions of power, were like, we need a way to make this appropriate, to make this justifiable, to make this permissible. Because otherwise, if people start recognizing that these are human beings and not simply fucking capital, not simply animals or something even worse than animal, then they're gonna start feeling bad, and people
Well,
are
this
going to
isn't.
fuck up
It
the
isn't
bag.
new, right? It's not new. It wasn't the succession of.
I really thought Hassan was about to bring it back there when he said, and this was the point I was trying to make, but I think he might have even forgot where he was going with that. That's kind of what it sounds like. The point he should be making is that culture is irrelevant. Culture is irrelevant. And you want to magnify and focus on that irrelevance instead of giving him more ways to make it plausibly deniable that it's irrelevant, or just plausible that it's relevant, I should say. So keep it focused on refuting what he's actually saying, and focus less on needing to say your point as well, because you've already done that, Hassan. You've done that 5 times. We really need to focus more on why Asmon is wrong and dismantling what he's talking about here.
Kings back in the day. It was the divine succession of kings.
No,
I
yes,
totally-
yes and no,
I-
yes and no. So the reason why I'm saying this, because we both
Well, you're
recognize
saying
the
that there's
uniqueness
a
of chattel
religious-
slavery.
You're saying that there is a religious justification that was created so it could be justified that you could do this.
No, I'm not even talking about the religious justification. No, I'm talking about
Just like
scientific,
a moral one.
scientific justification.
Like eugenics.
Yes, eugenics,
Oh,
which
sure,
is now
yeah.
which is now seen as a
Pseudoscience.
false science, a pseudoscience that was specifically created and designed in an effort to look at this racialized form of violence and justify it. And in that process at the time, or rather, the reason why they went to that justification was because, you know, if they were to do this on religious boundaries or on ethnic boundaries, as they had done previously in previous societies, whether it be like the Romans or the Greeks or any other form of like indentured servitude that was practiced in other cultures and other civilizations, you could not engage in the continued dominance of black people that way, because what if they become Christian, right? Or when you bring black people here, they learn the culture, they can they can integrate into society inevitably. So in order to create this like continued dominance, they sought out the scientific, in air quotes, the pseudoscientific understanding of black inferiority, African inferiority. Their culture is barbaric.
I think, are you trying to draw a parallel between like the eugenics argument for like subjugating black people and my argument for saying that like the like a religious theocracy is inferior? Is that kind of like where you're going?
Where I'm going is that in order for Western cultures, in order for Western nations to continue their...
Okay, so I found an even better way to dismantle Asmongold's argument right after he said that, because he is trying to conflate a political system, or arguably a lack thereof, with a culture. And culture can influence politics, politics can influence culture, but they're not the same thing. Different things define them and stuff like that, and there's way more difference than overlap in these issues. So it's important to for Hassan to notice these kind of contradictions, and I don't think he is. I think he's kind of letting these things slide. And it's why Asmongold can kind of bring things into these weeds of like slavery and stuff like that, which isn't even an issue relevant to Israel or Palestine. That's how you know you're in the weeds, when you're talking about something that doesn't actually pertain to the subject, to the debate topic at all.
Dominance over other nation states. There is a direct through line of creating an cultures.
The like a religious theocracy is inferior. Is that kind of like where you're going?
Where I'm going is that in order for Western cultures, in order for Western nations to continue their dominance over other nation states, there is a direct through line of creating an air of inferiority while simultaneously destabilizing these places in an effort to maintain their underdeveloped status, which oftentimes will result in people behaving in more violent manners.
If you fuck with people, they're not going to like it.
Yes.
I agree with you. I think that's
Okay.
very true. Absolutely. I don't really think that there's really much of a disagreement there. I think that like absolutely that's what's happened. But if I'm looking at it from like my point of view, I do think that like the culture that we have is a better culture. I don't think that you can compare it to eugenics. I don't think you can say like, for example, like with eugenics where they're like comparing like shapes of somebody's skull or something like that versus like whether somebody is allowed to be gay or not without being prosecuted or killed. I don't really think that these two things are equivalent.
And that's why you don't want to be in the weeds. It's such a bad idea to be in the weeds because then someone can just say these things are irrelevant. When Hassan, that was your duty. You should have been ahead of this. And you let him get things so far in the weeds that he can make the argument that at this point, I'm pretty sure nose applies to him as well, but he's just avoiding that. Because there's no way that he's able to spot these things this quickly and come up with these things on the fly without at least being able to recognize it. And if he's lacking, I just don't believe that he lacks that much self-awareness personally.
I think
Okay.
that one of them is absolutely a lot worse.
No,
And it's much more definitive.
I'm simply mentioning the rhetoric that is utilized in this process. Like one of the
I have no
examples
problem.
one of the examples
So,
is like the
go ahead.
indigenous population, right? Which is
Like Native Americans?
yes, which is ironic
Sure.
that we're having this conversation today. A
Columbus
lot
Day.
of the early justifications of settler colonial violence was met with, well, the natives are barbaric. The indigenous population is killing one another. They're practicing bloodletting. They're cannibals and whatnot. Some of which was not
Yeah.
true at all, and others that might have been true. Now,
Well, there's a lot of it that was true. I mean, they
Now-
did some crazy shit down there.
so ultimately, it still does not justify the inhumane and horrific practice of full-scale genocide, which is infinitely more barbaric than anything that you could basically say about the indigenous population, right?
I would say to an extent, yeah. Like if you want to talk about like how the Spanish treated them, yeah, it was really bad.
Okay, so it's
Sure.
a far greater evil, right? Like
Right.
instead of fostering a non-hostile relationship with the indigenous population and collaborating with them, instead of doing that, full-scale domination and ethnic cleansing was the far worse evil in that process, right? Because human beings are still human beings at the end of the day. You can like reason with them, you can talk to them. There is no greater evil in terms of like evil Olympics. Like genocide is up there. It's the worst thing you can do to a entire group of people.
You're totally right.
Yeah.
I completely agree with you because like yeah, you can't talk to them or anything like that. But what I'm saying is that I think that those people were killing others of them all the time. Like they were doing that too. This is I mean we're doing an evil tier list, right?
Yeah.
And so like you're saying that this one is kind of a little bit worse than the others.
No,
And I
not a
think that
little bit. No. I think far worse.
Okay.
Far more
I mean,
damaging.
that's
far more
fine.
damaging historically.
So this might be a good time for Hassan to. Oh, I just realized I'm dropping the quality on this for no reason. Much better, much better. And then I'll just quickly fix that. Okay, so Asmon already said that he thinks that slavery. He didn't. There was something about slavery that was convincing to him, and it's that he didn't agree that slavery was as big of a problem now as it was then, because chattel slavery was so much worse. And this would be a good point for Hassan to say, like, hey, if you were already convinced by the idea that lesser forms of slavery are better, then you can't push back on me saying that a worse form of barbarism is more, or evil is more barbaric, because that you've already qualified that sort of relative comparison is valid, and now you're no longer it's no longer qualifying. So either you have a double standard, aka hypocrisy, or and we've fallen way off from talking about hypocrisy here, but or you're just being defiant. You're not letting Hassan have any points that would make sense at this point, where we're at. And so, there's plenty of opportunities that I think Hassan is missing. But I'm a debate bro, so I'm just gonna keep reminding people throughout this stream that I think Hassan's trying to have a more yes and kind of conversation rather than a no but debate.
And throughout time, like, I guess my argument is like, I don't care if, like, for example, Jewish people in the Holocaust, like, if they were homophobic, for example, like, I don't think that would justify the Holocaust.
No.
You agree with that, right? Okay.
Yeah,
then what your statements about Palestinian culture and the reason why a lot of people on Twitter are mad at you now is a similar sentiment being expressed, whether it was inadvertent or not, that their inferior culture is being wiped out, and you don't care if an inferior culture is being wiped out. Like, that's the...
I'm not going to support a culture that demonizes and kills people for their identity. I'm never going to support a culture that does that. It doesn't matter whether it's Christian, Islamic, or anything, atheist. Any time that a culture is killing people for their identity, that culture is evil.
God damn it, Hassan. Stop letting him virtue signal. For fuck's sakes. He's being a hypocrite. You have to drive that in.
Okay.
And they are committing an act of evil. It's completely indefensible.
Well, I think there are some issues with that sentiment, especially when you compare, for example, what the American government did in World War II. We support the Allied forces. We root for easy company, as my friend Felix Biederman always says, regardless of how America was segregated at the time, an incredibly unfair and inhumane practice, right? Americans were not exactly woke on gay people at the time. Americans were not exactly woke on black people at the time. There were horrifying things that we did to black soldiers in the aftermath of World War II, as a matter of fact.
And we've gotten a lot better since
But
then.
but hold on. But ultimately, right, we still celebrate the Allied forces and their accomplishments in World War II, right? In defeating Adolf Hitler and liberating these concentration camps. The problem is, in terms of like the analysis, in terms of people resisting against like Israeli occupation, a similar dynamic exists. These are guys who I don't agree with in terms of their own domestic affairs, in terms of the way that they govern themselves. But the problem is, they don't have, like, there is no opportunity for normal Palestinian civilians to go out and take it to the streets and like fight back against their own governments to be able to get to that point in terms of civil liberties for queer people. They've never had that opportunity. So I see it in the same exact way. Like, I ride for easy company, and I think that I am not going to sit here and criticize people resisting against the Israeli apartheid for that same exact reason, because it's a far greater evil than anything that people could potentially do. Genocide is the thing. It's the worst possible thing you can do to an entire population.
But they would be doing the genocide to people based off of their identity.
No, you can't imagine that, is what I'm saying. You can't, like, and you can't point to Saudi Arabia as a reason for why you think they would, especially when historically they haven't. And beyond that, there's never been an opportunity for them to be liberated so they could even fight back against, so that normal Palestinians could fight back against, like, whatever kind of religious oppression that might come afterwards.
So your perspective is that you think that if Israel wasn't doing this, that Palestine would, like, basically progress through these social issues in the same way that we have.
I think all people, when they no longer are subjects of colonial oppression, will inevitably come to that recognition, just like Americans did, where there is more breathing room, where there's more of an opportunity for people to fight back in that, like, work their way through those hierarchical needs. And yes, queer liberation is a part of that. Feminism is a part of that. Feminist movements are a part of that, and that's how societies are allowed to evolve and you know, become a different version of what they once were. The problem is there's never been an opportunity for them. Now, having said that, just like I talked about, you know, Easy Company and the Allied forces during World War II, like, you root for them against Adolf Hitler, right? Because Adolf Hitler was doing a genocide. And that's the same principle here for the Palestinian liberation, is that regardless of what their attitude is, regardless of what their cultural attitude might be, the governance specifically, because Hamas in and of itself is an Islamist fundamentalist organization that has evolved throughout the years. But having said that, it is still, you know, they're definitely guys who maybe I don't see the world in the same ways with, and don't agree with their form of, like, internal governance. But I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that because their primary what?
Yeah, it's pretty bad though.
Yeah,
I mean, the way
and the reason why I don't spend a lot of time and emphasis on that is because their primary role for existence in general, as Palestinian statehood has evolved, or the Palestinian emancipation movement has evolved over the course of 76 years, they have become the only party that is ready to resist against the Israeli settler colonial occupation. So that's my analysis there. It's that it's not going to stop Palestinian.
Hassan really needs to practice, like when Asmongold says something, just have one line in your head, and you don't have to necessarily start with it, but definitely finish with that line. Because the key thing is, like, when you say, like, that's my analysis and stuff like that, then it sounds like you're setting it up for Asmon to say, well, I reject that analysis. If you just say it like an assertion, then Asmon has to more directly combat the assertion as if it's not just your opinion. Geez, why does my tongue look weird like this? Okay, who cares?
People are going to continue to be mercilessly and ruthlessly dominated by the Israeli apartheid, as they have historically, and I'm not going to fault and find ways in which, like, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the disagreements that I have with either their tactics or even the way that they would potentially govern themselves, because I think it bears no basis in the grander scheme of things.
I do criticize the tactics, especially, like, I mean, that was the October 7th thing. I mean, a lot of random civilians and people that weren't involved were getting killed. It's evil when they do it, and it's evil when Israel does it.
Yeah. But again,
I think that was a terrible
okay, you made a great statement. I have also condemned the death and destruction of civilians. Now, but listen. Going back to the Nat Turner Rebellion, or the Haitian Revolution, or the Algerian Revolution, or the struggle against the apartheid in South Africa, history is riddled with violent actions that move the needle in terms of liberation. But when all is said and done, you don't think about the practice of putting a fucking tire around collaborators in apartheid South Africa and lighting them on fire. You think about how gross and inhumane the practice of the maintenance of the apartheid was. Because if you spent a whole lot of time on what the tactics of the liberation were, it would almost come across as a justification, right? And that's my point.
Okay. So you think, like, and I could see where somebody would think that. Sure, I could see where somebody would come from that perspective. I don't really think that it's justified at all. I don't think that we should be fucking with them. I don't think we should be funding Israel. I think it's disgusting.
Ow.
It's a waste of everybody's money. Like you were talking about universal health care earlier.
Jesus Christ.
I think it'd be a lot easier for us to do that if we weren't shipping a bunch of bombs and resources overseas to kill random people. I totally agree with you. But I think that I very much think that it's wishful thinking that the moment that Israel stops attacking Palestine, or Palestine has some degree of independence, queer liberation is going to begin. I think that will only happen in the situation where a religious theocracy
God, okay.
no longer exists
so
in any
rude. He just
capacity.
doesn't-
Well, for
can't just say,
again,
"Excuse
religious
me."
theocracy has never existed in Palestine. Regardless, they've never had a form of governance, let alone a religious theocracy. Especially because,
But do
like,
you think they're not making decisions based off of religion over there?
yeah, there is no religious theocracy at all. They're not like following the rule of Islam or anything like that, or whatever your understanding of a religious theocracy is. No, there are religious fundamentalists within the governance structure, but once again, it bears no. It's not a part of the decision-making structure.
And point out that that's not culture. The whole thing was that he said the cultures are inferior. This is your chance. This to be like, which by the way has nothing to do with culture.
But where do
At
you think
all.
they
It is
got
not
the
a
idea?
significant aspect of their. It's not a significant aspect of their day-to-day existence because
Where do you
they're
think
being.
they got the idea to kill gay people then, or to put them in jail? Where did that idea come from? If it wasn't
What do
from religion.
What do you mean?
Well,
I
like
mean,
so. Yeah,
It's-
like where would it have come from?
It is ultimately irrelevant in the grand scheme of things because they are still under a permanent occupation. That's my
But it
point.
did come from. My point is that it came from a religion.
Okay, religious theocracy is a religious. Okay, it's conservatism that you're criticizing, not specifically religious theocracy would be the final stage of conservatism in general. But what you're not recognizing in this process is that Palestinian civil governance, in terms of like, their mistreatment of gay people or anything like that, is totally and utterly irrelevant, especially when the only thing that we are doing in terms of our intervention there is to literally galvanize people with some more fundamentalist, some more reactionary perspectives by killing every single person.
True.
So if
I
your
completely agree
goal,
with you.
if your goal is to allow, if your goal is to I guess abolish homophobia, destroy queerphobia in general, you can't keep bombing these places. You need to allow these societies to redevelop, and then.
Okay, it's been a very tedious path to get here, but I think Asmongold's finally getting it.
Civil liberation will come. Just like in the United States of America, some form of that has existed, some form of that occurred because a lot of gay people and their allies fought long and hard, and inevitably in 2013 we allowed gay marriage to happen legally,
right?
even though there's always going to be a constant push and pull. There are still plenty of people who are trying to take that back as well. But my solution for that is never to bomb and kill and massacre people who have these opinions.
I don't think that that's the right option either, but I'm not going to support a culture of people where that is the default. And I don't think that it's as simple as saying that.
This isn't really a debate review point, but like all cultures are like that when you get rid of the progressive culture by default. So you picking and choosing which cultures you select based on like which ones have been destabilized now isn't an argument against Hassan's point. And Hassan, like, this is up to Hassan here to really make that case. Like, you might think that like Palestine is like this because it's Palestine, but the reality is if we destabilized America, there would be extremist groups running rampant trying to kill LGBTQ people. So it's not like American exceptionalism is all he's using, and Hassan needs to call out that American exceptionalism.
Because we're bombing them and because this Maslow's hierarchy of needs is happening, that this is the outcome. I don't think that it's as simple as saying that because we're bombing them and because this Maslow's hierarchy of needs is happening, that this is the outcome. They like, I don't really see how it's congruent. That
You can see how it's inconsistent though, right? Because like you're saying that you don't want to bomb like a religious enclave, a white religious enclave in Alabama,
Well, I don't
but
want
you
to
won't
bomb
support
Israel.
them. But if they were
no,
if they
I'm
were
not
being
supporting.
bombed, if they were being bombed, I don't think you would sit idly by. You say this is fucking completely inappropriate. You wouldn't be like, well, they're inferior in terms of their culture, so they kind of, you can make up your mind on whether they deserve it or not. But I don't remember the exact quote you said, but like I'm pretty sure it was something along the lines of like, they're gonna get wiped out, and because they're inferior, that's fine. So if you view your fellow American citizens
Sorry,
as
guys. I
human
was trying to
beings,
get it to not
you
capture
know,
my cursor on screen, and OBS is just really freaking weird. Let's go back, just because I want to make sure I heard what he said.
but like I'm pretty sure it was something along the lines of like, they're gonna get wiped out, and because they're inferior, that's fine. So if you view your fellow American citizens as human beings, the Palestinians are no different in that regard.
I think it's definitely different if you're talking about people that are from your country or not. Absolutely, it's different.
Wait, why?
Well, because they're part of your country, they're part of your culture. You're accountable to them in a completely different way. Like, of course, I'm going to feel more accountability and I'm going to care more about somebody who lives in my country than somebody that's across the world. Of course, I would think that. It's not even a
Wait,
question.
no, they're not. Wait, but the underlying fundamentals here is that they're human beings with dreams.
Sure.
And different opinions, or maybe even the same opinions, and same exhibiting the same stages of life that you're exhibiting, and therefore all life must be cherished, and their lives should be no different in your analysis. If we're looking at like right and wrong, their lives are no different, even if they disagree fundamentally with you culturally. They don't deserve to be bombed.
Oh my God, you're giving that talking point too much credit, Hassan. That should have been refuted by now.
No. I don't want to have them bombed. Like, that's why I don't want to support Israel. I don't want to have anything to do with it. I don't want to support this.
Okay,
I don't
but
want to have
Israel is
anything to
still
do with it.
bombing them, and
Sure.
and when you say one culture is inferior in the process of them being wiped out, saying that you're okay with them being wiped out and not saying that you support them makes it feel like you're fine with the way that things are unfolding.
I don't want to involve. I don't want to involve and entangle the country in another issue like.
The U.S. is already entangled. Okay, I'm gonna let Hassan make this point because he's obviously going to, but like that's Hassan. This is where you don't let your opponent go any further, because he's just gonna say a bunch of things, and heaven forbid you wind up responding to something else when this is the nugget. This is what you need to take apart and find the hidden gold in.
That I don't want to be involved with it one way or another. And no, I don't think that if they stopped getting bombed, they would just start being accepting of these other people with these different identities.
You don't know, because we've never
we do
experienced
know,
that.
because there's other countries that are part of that same region that have the same laws, like Saudi Arabia or Qatar.
They're not the same people. You do understand that, right? Like even culturally speaking,
they're coming from the same culture, and they're coming from the same religion.
Oof. Oh man, I hope Hassan gets into that racism, because that is, man. Like, I understand why it's easy to think like Middle Easterners all have like effectively the same culture. If you're listening to this and you think that, just don't.
No, that Asmongold.
Do you really think?
I don't know how to describe this to you. Well, one, because you're talking to someone who is from that culture and from that region, who is like of a Muslim background, comes from a 98% Muslim country. So, and you know what my fucking opinion is in general. You know what my worldview is. So I think you understand there's a genuine diversity of thought there. Monopolizing an entire region of people is literally just.
You're allowed that diversity of thought because you're not there.
No, that's not true. There are plenty of Turkish people who fight back against the Turkish government currently, and Turkey was significantly more secular many years ago before the Erdogan regime came through and utilized religion as a bastardized version of religion as a way to invoke social repression. Turkey is still far more modernized and far more tolerant than some of these counterparts that you're talking about. But ultimately, there is no like singular attitude that every single person from this region has. Just like there is no singular attitude in the United States of America. That's why I gave you the example of like.
And this is a good time. Excuse me. And this is a good time to call out his hypocrisy here, where he wants like instead of us viewing American exceptionalism as a monolith with like white supremacy and all that stuff, he wants us to understand like no, Asmongold, he doesn't support Israel, so we have to give him this benefit of the doubt, right? Yet he will not give the benefit of the doubt when he realizes that, okay, well, on the other side of the world, not everyone is a monolith either. Not everyone who tries to, I guess, excuse Israel's genocide here in the West is the same. So not everyone who tries to, especially not every country or culture that may support one thing or another is the same. And here's another good way for Hassan to dismantle this argument, right? Just basic logic. Okay, well, if they're all the same culture, how come some countries are actually very pro-Islam and stuff like that? I think he may be getting that through like the Turkey thing, but instead of gesturing at it, you have to be specific. How does it work both ways unless there's something else at play?
Christian fundamentalists living in a white enclave in Alabama versus fundamentalists that exist in the region. They are not like there is no unified monolithic understanding within the Muslim world. That is not the case at all. And there have been plenty of initiatives to fight against social repression in these countries. It's just that it is virtually impossible to successfully implement these sorts of strategies when you're too busy worrying about like if America is going to bomb you or not. That's the point. Or if America
do you think
props
Dubai
up.
is worried about America bombing them?
Who? Dubai?
Yeah.
No.
There's even a better argument that Hassan can make here. Sorry, I'm gonna go back and make sure I got it super right. I think I got it. Oh, and that's someone else's smoke alarm. If you can hear that, I don't know. But one of the main things is that you actually see a huge difference here in whether or not these countries have the capacity to accept these things, the capacity to change, like Saudi Arabia changed, based on whether or not they are being bombed by whether it's US-backed countries or UK-backed countries or even bombed by other Middle Eastern countries. It's not until we have ceasefires and peace in the region that this even starts to make sense. So this is clearly a much bigger factor than culture. It's not rocket science.
Oh, that Dubai is the other side of Dubai is the other side of the equation. That's the point. It's either you're worried about America bombing you, so you can't even engage in any sort of like initiative to fight back against your own government, or the American government is offering you so much security in terms of like the military that a violent repression is all but inevitable if you try to push back. The point, however, is that do you think that there are no homosexual people living in Dubai? Of course there are. It's more so that they are repressed and are unable to fight back because America has propped up these monarchs and given them a shit ton of weapons to be able to continue dominating their own citizens.
I think that you blame too much of all of this on America. I think that America does play a role in this.
Forget America. It doesn't matter. America is a catch-all term here. Like
Sure.
It's whoever is like offering religious fundamentalists an opportunity to continue dominating their own population. If it wasn't America, it'd be a different country if they were doing the same thing. It just happens to be that it is America right now because it is the global hegemonic superpower.
Sure. Yeah. No, I see what you're saying. I think that the big problem is that if you have a religion and you are basing your culture off of that religion, and that religion is used to oppress people, that type of culture is inferior. And whether that changes in the future, whether anything happens in the past, is irrelevant. At this current point, the way that they handle things is awful. It is
There is no,
absolutely
but
awful.
also again, we have to both recognize that like Palestinians are not handling anything but just a genocide right now. So there
You're
is no,
completely right.
okay. So when you recognize that, and you talk about um the barbaric nature or the immoral nature of like Palestinian existence without analyzing it within the framework of
Oh,
76 years of,
I never said that it was barbaric or their existence. I said that their behavior and the way that they treat people is bad. It's
yeah,
extremely bad and it's
it's
inferior
not
to ours.
it's not a
It's
real
not
thing at
bad.
all. No, because it's not. You said they were inferior
I
when
did.
it is completely outside of the scope of Palestinians when they do not have any sort of sovereignty. I think you did use the term barbaric if I'm not mistaken. But once again,
Well, the
if you
behavior
consider,
is
if
barbaric.
you
The people are not, obviously, right? I mean, like, of course, every person that lives in a country does not have the same viewpoints, but the country as an entity, or any sort of group of people as an entity, does have this viewpoint.
okay,
And the
um,
U.S. used to have this viewpoint too.
yeah. And in
Yeah.
that time frame, if the United States was being mercilessly and ruthlessly bombed by, I guess, an alien force that is, because like the power dynamic, the disproportionality of the power that like a nuclear armed militant state in the region that is backed by the hegemonic superpower America is incomprehensible from the perspective of Americans. So I have to use like an alien force with
Sure.
superior
Yeah.
technology in this situation. If we were getting fucking ruthlessly slaughtered by an alien force, I wouldn't give a fuck if someone was homophobic or not. I'd be like, thank you for fighting against the alien force. That seems awesome that you're doing that. I would actually arm up side by side with my fellow homophobic Republican.
Let's not get into these weeds because I don't think we're gonna stay on track. But no, but seriously, like this only makes sense to delve into this if your opponent brings it up. Um, I sure hope they don't start arguing about aliens. I don't think they will, but that would be like too much. It would be too much for me if they did.
Rabid Christian fundamentalist sociopaths to try and protect by an alien force. I like an alien force with
Sure.
superior
Yeah.
in the region that is backed by the hegemonic superpower America is incomprehensible from the perspective of Americans. So I have to use like an alien force with
Sure.
superior
Yeah.
technology in this situation. If we were getting fucking ruthlessly slaughtered by an alien force, I wouldn't give a fuck if someone was homophobic or not. I'd be like, thank you for fighting against the alien force. That seems awesome that you're doing that. I would actually arm up side by side with my fellow homophobic Republican, rabid Christian fundamentalist sociopaths to try and protect my home. And that's the point.
I think that that's probably true to an extent, but there's not really an alien invasion. I mean, that's not even what's
No, I
happening.
know. The only
Like
reason
you're
why I'm
talking,
using that as a
what
hypothetical is because
I
there is no world power.
This is why weeds are bad. This is why you avoid going into weeds because people can just give these slimiest responses in return and not even take what you said seriously. Obviously, the point that he's making is that he's willing to defend people's rights to exist, regardless if there's like maybe some homophobes within that group of people who are trying to exist. And he's trying to make an emotional appeal to Asmongold here. It's like, oh yeah, I as Asmongold can relate to that because I don't want to be invaded by aliens and I want to fight back against them. Um, Asmongold's whole thing, though, is that he's trying to say that we are the hypocrites, and we're very far removed from Hassan like refuting that hypocrisy and pointing out that Asmongold is the actual hypocrite here, which I think at this point we've been through pretty much everything we can be. Uh, it, it's been pretty much demonstrated that the only way to get through to him is to make him out to be the hypocrite, and then for him to be like, well, I don't want to be a hypocrite, so maybe I should change my mind. And even like if you can't get him past that, oh well, life goes on.
That
Yeah.
represents that
What's the wrong way?
disproportionality that America and Israel present over rabid Christian fundamentalist sociopaths
It scared me
who
for a
try
second.
and protect my home. And that's the point.
I think that that's probably true to an extent, but there's not really an alien invasion. I mean, that's not even what's
No,
happening.
I know. The only
Like
reason
you're
why I'm
talking-
using that as a hypothetical is because there is
I-
no world power that
Yeah.
represents that disproportionality that America and Israel present over an occupied territory of Palestinians that literally cannot even engage in regular foreign trade, and Israel dominates their life to such a degree that like they literally used to deny cookies from entering the Gaza Strip or pasta from entering the Gaza Strip, a practice that the Israeli Kojat authorities considered putting the Palestinians on a diet. That level of ruthless domination over the course of 76 years is probably going to harden you against the group that is dominating you, is probably going to make you hate the
That's-
group that is dominating you.
Sure,
And it's
but you're not
righteous
being
and
dominated
correct
by gay
to hate
people.
them.
You're
What's
not
up?
being dominated by gay people. You're not being dominated by transsexual people.
What?
Like, I totally agree that, yes, of course, like,
It's
it
not.
makes
I
sense
really
and
need you
trans
to
people
stay out of
are-
these
Gay people
weeds.
and trans people are not a part of what I'm saying. I'm saying that the gay people and the trans people that are living under those conditions in Gaza, right, see Israel as a far larger problem in their existence than they do like Islamic fundamentalism in terms of governance, which hasn't even been like a real way that Palestinians be able to govern themselves because they've never had sovereignty. That's the point. And I talk to gay people in the region
Yeah,
all
sure.
the time. I talk to gay people in Lebanon. They have a similar opinion. It's not like Hezbollah is a fan of gay people in Lebanon.
I've heard about
Eh,
that. Yes.
Yeah, and yet they also view Israel as a far larger, far more violent, far more consequential force of evil than they do Hezbollah. Now, there are naysayers. You will find some people who are like, oh, I'm so glad that Israel is bombing Lebanon as a Lebanese person, certainly. But that is the reality that unfolds time and time again. And there are a million historical examples and a million contemporary examples I can point to when a much larger sovereign nation comes in and blows up your house. All of a sudden, you're not thinking about sucking dick, okay? You're just not. You're not thinking about getting gender confirmation surgery or being able to fucking get your...
If you're in a debate and you're debating someone and you find yourself repeating these kind of talking points over and over again, you should really step back and think like, what else has this person said that might be worth addressing? Because I haven't heard him mention hypocrisy other than like in the first 5 minutes. And it seems like he forgot that that's kind of what he's addressing, is that Asmongold is calling us hypocrites. Because that's his weakest argument. Hassan's letting Asmongold frolic in his stronger, more kind of aloof arguments that don't really get to the core of why do you think we're hypocrites, and aren't you actually the hypocrites for wanting bombing to be going on, or I guess being okay with the bombing that's going on in that place, even though that clearly makes it harder for LGBTQ plus rights to exist.
Get your HRT on time. You're thinking, oh my God, my house exploded. What the fuck do I do? You're thinking, I have to run. And you're feeling grateful for people who are fighting back. That's just it. And that's the existence for Palestinian people. It's not necessarily that they're like monolithically barbaric or immoral or inferior to Western culture. It's just that they're busy being like, I want cookies sometimes. And that would be nice if I could get it. And that's on a good day, by the way. On a bad day,
I'm
like
sure.
yesterday, they're thinking, oh my God, my family members burned in a tent hospital in Al-Aqsa because Israel lit it on fire.
Well, who says Israel's good? Israel, like, I don't think anybody
No,
thinks
I
Israel
know,
is good.
but
I'm just saying that, like, that culture, and like, again,
it's
if you
not
go back to
that
it,
culture
I,
is my point.
I'm
You
not,
can't
I'm not,
monolithize an
but
entire group of people,
well, of
Asmund. That's the
course you,
point.
no, you can't. But what you can say is that the people that are controlling it, like you said with Hezbollah, these people are not fans of this. And I'm not going to try to be guilt tripped into picking the lesser of two evils. And I don't think that after this conflict is over, if it ever ends, I don't think that they're going to magically get together and just let gay people do what they want. I
Okay,
don't
but
think that's what's going to
you're
happen.
imagining a world without any sort of.
So, by the way, this is someone who doesn't understand how these rights come to exist. They come to exist through civil actions and protests and stuff like that against the current regime. Hassan's point, and he's kind of letting Asmongold slip away from this, is that you can't have it both ways. You can't want those rights to exist while also demanding or while also accepting that there's a genocide going on and being like, well, I guess that's just the way it is. Like, that is like, if you are so bothered by the fact that LGBTQ rights don't exist there, then you should at least be equally bothered that Israel is getting in the way of them ever possibly existing. It's not that we know that they will exist, and that is definitely a straw person on Asmongold's part. It's that we want there to be a chance, and so Hassan really needs to. He has been good at bringing that up, that we want there to be a chance. But after like the third time of Asmongold not recognizing that, you have to just start calling him a hypocrite, dude.
Of evidence by pointing to other countries in the region that are literally
Yes.
directly at odds with these two groups of individuals that are directly funding and facilitating and allowing Israel to continue doing this kind of thing, by pointing to them and saying, well, this is just the nature of this people, and that is not the case, and that is my point.
Oh, it's not
And
the nature of the people. It's a culture. It's an ideology.
it would be like saying, sorry, America is an inferior culture circa 2013, or America is still an inferior culture when Trump inevitably wins in 2024 and implements some of the things that they wanted to implement, in terms of, like, the Supreme Court has openly stated that they want to fucking even revoke the Obergefell decision. Like, when that happens, I don't think you will say America is an inferior culture. I think you will say that there are a lot of religious fundamentalists that have overtaken this government and is now moving America in the wrong direction.
So this is getting really drawn out and really tedious because we've already discussed America. We've already found out that Asmongold isn't going to accept that as an argument. And I don't think that at this point it makes a lot of sense to keep going with that. What Asmongold needs to do, what Hassan needs to do, is step up his rhetoric, escalate it, make it harder for Asmongold to weasel out, either by focusing in really hard on some facts about something and being like, how can you avoid this fact? Or, as I've been saying, turning his rhetoric back around on him. Because at this point, that's probably the most effective thing in getting his audience to reconsider, like, whoa, what if I am the hypocrite here? I don't want to be a hypocrite. I think it's bad that other people are hypocrites. And that's why I agreed with Asmon. But now Asmon might be the hypocrite, so at least maybe I need to, like, second guess myself. If there's anything I can get across to people about debate, it's that you're not really changing people's minds. You're first planting seeds of doubt, and then through that you can try to proselytize to them. But it's not until they start to doubt their own dogma that you can plant your own seeds. I'm going to keep saying this every time I do a debate review. It's easier to plant seeds of doubt than plant trees of dogma. And it really is that simple.
And if you can understand that for your fellow citizens.
I would say that. I would say that it would become inferior. Absolutely.
Okay.
And I think that if you compare our culture that we have now to 20 years ago, we are superior than we were 20 years ago. And I think that if you look at 40 years ago, it's even more the case. And I think it continues to become more.
So you understand that. That's great. Okay. So my point, however, is that now add on to that equation a military force that is so much more powerful that, like, there is no global current existing counter. Like, I can't say this about China. Like the difference in military might between China and America is that America is still far greater in terms of military superpower than China is. There is no comparison between the disproportionality of the violence that Palestinian people face from Israel and America that like suits the bill of like Americans potentially being dominated and destroyed. If Donald Trump was, which is the reason why I use the hypothetical example of an alien force with like mega nukes or something that can just like wipe out entire cities overnight, just to help you understand the proportionality of this violence that Palestinians are subjected to. If Donald Trump tomorrow came into power and moved America in that direction, and then aliens invaded America, I think yourself and myself, alongside everyone else, would try our very best to fight back against the aliens rather than turn around and be like, well, hold up now. You know, we gotta really figure out gay marriage again. We gotta bring back gay marriage right now. We can't do that. And that's precisely what
we're back to the aliens. It's not a good strategy.
has happened to the Palestinian population.
What's going to happen. I don't think that's what's going to happen. And I understand, like, I feel like you are very optimistic about this. I don't share that optimism.
I'm not. I'm realistic because it bears no basis. Like the cultural hangups at this moment are utterly irrelevant. Just like African tribes and their practices of like maybe homophobia or whatever the fuck people said at the time, some of which was true and some of which was not, did not justify chattel slavery, or the Nat Turner Rebellion did not justify the reaction to continue the dominance and the practice of chattel slavery.
I think that there's nobody. I don't think there's anybody that's like justifying any genocide, right? I'm not justifying. I don't think anybody would justify.
I know, but I think that when you say that they're an inferior culture, and I won't defend them, understandably, people think, oh, okay, so you don't have an issue with the way things are unfolding currently.
Hassan is being super nice at this point. Like, if this were me, at this point, I'd be like, you realize that that's basically the same logic that Nazis used, right? Like, low key, like, what's preventing you from being like a Nazi at the end of the day, if that's the way you think about things?
I mean, I think that people are going to interpret things however they want to in order to make it seem like it's something that fits their worldview that they've already decided on.
Fair,
I think
would you say it's fair that people make that would make that assumption about your statements when there's an ongoing genocide that you consider to be inappropriate and unjustifiable?
I think that it's bad. For sure. Of course it's bad.
Okay.
People are going to look at that. They're going to look at what I say, and they're going to make their decision off of that for whatever reason, right? I have no idea. One thing that I've learned on the internet is that it doesn't matter what you say. Most people have already decided if you're right or wrong before they watch the clip. That's really the truth. So I'm not really that concerned about that. Of course, I don't support killing random fucking people, right? Nobody supports killing random fucking people. But if you're talking about supporting a country and supporting a government or like a group that is in power, I would absolutely not support one that uses that power to oppress people based off of their identity. I think that
that's fine, but like I said, there has not been a single moment where the Palestinians have had any breathing room outside of like Israeli occupation where they have engaged in this sort of self-governance that you speak of. So it doesn't.
That's a real. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere. Not sure how far in we are, but like it took us long enough.
It doesn't necessarily matter in the grand scheme of things where there's an active genocide going on.
Here's the thing. I really hope that we can end the genocide. The Palestinians will be able to make their own decisions, and we'll see which one of us is right about this.
Okay.
I do. That's my perspective.
Okay.
Because I don't think I can.
And that's where okay, Hassan, I'm worried that you're not going to call out his hypocrisy here, where he wants to have it both ways. And he ultimately says that we're the hypocrites for wanting the genocide to stop and criticizing Israel. This is where you ask him, how do you think we are hypocrites then if you actually can see that being a benefit?
I don't think I can convince you, and I don't think you can really convince me about this. But I think that we do agree.
No. I'm saying
that
it doesn't
doing this
matter.
is-
To me, it doesn't matter
Okay, go
because
ahead.
it's not because I don't care about
Yeah.
queer liberation. Of course I do. But I understand, as do you, by the way, that genocide is the far greater evil, that it bears no basis in my analysis on whether genocide is right or wrong, as do you also admit. So I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, Palestinians are, barbaric, especially because like they're not. And I understand that Palestinians are people just like Americans are, right? And that some have these kinds of opinions and others don't. And ultimately, it doesn't matter. Like the way you just said earlier in this conversation,
Sure.
that of course you're going to have a different way of analyzing your fellow Americans, right? In
course.
comparison to the
Yeah.
way you analyze and interpret this entire region of people. That is like, whether, I don't know if you recognize this or not, but that is like at the heart of right-wing sentiment or bigoted sentiment, which then opens up the floodgates to a lot of other justifications that befall the Palestinian population. Whether you're doing that inadvertently or not doesn't change that dynamic, because
are we really trying to say that people are going to have the same values? They're going to care about a group of people across the world just as much as the people in their own town? Like, I think that that's just so
I hope.
Well, here's the wonderful thing. People who are actually close to, like, so there are Palestinian families who have gay family members, who have trans family members, and they're not necessarily exclusive of them. And there are friends of those people too. And there are Palestinians who generally just don't worry about trans or gay people existing. And it's only because Israel constantly ruins elections, constantly keeps Palestinians living on the edge, that that extremist groups can even act the way that they do. So what Hassan needs to do is stop talking about this part. We're past it at this point. In fact, I think you've even made Asmon concede as much as you can on this. You have to remember what you're refuting. Asmongold said we are hypocrites for thinking that we should stop for supporting Palestine, essentially, because they may not support LGBTQ rights. Trying to defend their culture, trying to defend Palestinians as a people is, of course, a righteous cause, but it's getting nowhere anymore. It's time to address the hypocrisy and who the real hypocrite in the room is. In my personal opinion, it's Asmongold, because he wants to have it both ways. He wants to not support the people who are victims of genocide while also criticizing them. And he wants to say that genocide doesn't really matter to him because his criticism of hypocrisy matters more. And that is pretty despicable when you think about it.
No, I do. I genuinely do believe that. And I personally have that opinion. So yes, I am telling you right now 100%, and it's not because I'm from Turkey or grew up in a Muslim country that I have this opinion. It is an opinion that I have, and that's precisely the way that's precisely the reason why I say to you right now that there are people that are directly at odds with the way I view the world. There are people who want to kill me, and I still wish the best upon them. I mean this genuinely. I want them to get healthcare. I want them to have educational opportunities, and I want them to have a ladder of upward social mobility, because I truly believe that if they had these material freedoms, that it would be less likely for them to become right-wing charlatans or people who want to fucking kill me in general. Like, that's my point. And that is exactly how I view all world conflicts, that these are people, there's a diversity of opinion amongst any group of people, and there is nothing different about them, regardless of where they were born, regardless of what they believe, that if given the same exact opportunities, if a Palestinian that was born in Gaza was instead born in the United States of America, they would be just like every other American. There is no difference between the way they see the world. There is no value that is like genetically brought upon them. They are all responding to stimuli in the same way that you are. They're responding to their material conditions in the same exact way that you are. The only difference is they were born under a colonial rule, an occupation that is very brutal and very humiliating, that dominates every aspect of their lives, whereas you and I, myself included, were born in the United States of America, and therefore we have a tremendous amount more freedom in terms of like in terms of what we believe, what kind of opportunities we want to pursue, and
Because
and
we don't live in a religious theocracy, because that would be worse.
no, it's not. There is no intractable quality of people born under a religious theocracy. Like no one, if you were to talk to regular,
I think Hassan might be getting a little worn down, especially with the way he went like no, where I think like normally he would agree with that, right? And he could have actually done yes, and you know, when it comes to places that shouldn't be a religious theocracy, Palestine is one of them. They tried to have democratic elections in 2008. Israel blocked that. So there's so many points that he's missing and letting Asmongold get away with that it really like he shouldn't be allowed to be this slippery. And Asmongold right now is trying to almost keep things in this well of talking about well human rights and American exceptionalism and all these things that help him avoid the fact that he's simply wrong for calling us hypocrites for supporting Palestine.
The
Saudi,
individuals,
regular Saudi citizens or regular citizens from Qatar or regular citizens from Dubai, there are plenty of people who don't like that form of governance, who want something to change, who want to change their governments so that they can live free lives in the same way that like Americans to a certain degree in comparison to those other countries can live freely and express themselves sexually, even though there is plenty of setbacks here in modern America as well towards trans people, for example. And the only difference is where they were born. And I don't think that that is a sentence of that automatically means that they're immoral people. I do not make my assumptions about an entire region of the planet just by the nature of where they were born. I talk to people as they're human beings.
If
as
you took
individuals.
everybody that was in China and you put them in a random place, what do you think the laws would be like? Do you think they'd be like Chinese laws?
What do you mean? Like where? Like if everyone in China was born in the United States of America, I think that the American governance would be exactly the same. It's entirely dependent on the material conditions, and it dependent on geology, dependent on your natural resources.
I can't believe we're only halfway through. This is so tedious. It's so freaking tedious to be addressing all of these points over and over again. And the only advice I can offer to debaters who find themselves in that position is find a more meta argument. Try to figure out like what will put your opponent back on the defensive, because right now Asmongold is controlling the discussion. He's keeping it in all of these whataboutisms where Hassan's trying to respond in kind, and without Asmongold being on the defensive, Hassan's not really putting any like new points forward. And if you're not putting new points forward, the discussion isn't moving forward. It's too easy to get caught in this trap. I can speak from firsthand experience that when I watch my own debates afterwards, I'm like, I should not have gone this long into defending X point or Y, and I should have just moved on, and I should have focused on something on like their broader point. In this case, it's the idea that if someone supports Palestine, they're hypocrites because Palestine as a culture is inferior, that inherently is against LGBTQ plus rights. The best way to turn that against him in this case is to say, Asmongold, you're the hypocrite. It matters so much to you whether or not they support these rights, but not whether or not they're being genocided. You can't have it both ways.
Like, I don't know how much more they would differ, but if a shit ton of Chinese people immigrated into the United States of America, for example, as they have, yes, they would become Americanized, as is the case with undocumented migrants, for example. There are
Well,
plenty of studies
I mean,
conducted on this as well. We can talk about that too if you want.
I think that so that's a good point, but I also think that whenever you've had large contingencies of people from other cultures that come into, like, let's say the UK, they have tried to push for other laws. They have tried to change the laws there.
What
They
do you mean?
absolutely have.
What do you mean?
About like people pushing for new laws
Like in terms of what?
in
Like,
terms of how people can express themselves, in terms of how people can act in public. Yes.
you need to elaborate a little bit. I'm a little confused
Sure.
about what you're saying.
What I'm saying is that there have been a lot of instances where people that have come from another country that come into a new country make the new country like their old country. I think that's what would make sense.
Is there an example of this in modern history or in any time in American history at all?
Yeah. An example is that, so I live in Austin, Texas, and I can drive over to other parts of Austin, Texas that are a lot closer to Mexico than they are like America. They have Spanish names, and there's a bunch of people there because a lot of those people came from another culture. Absolutely.
Wait,
I think that's the same everywhere.
Texas is probably the worst example for this because
Because of the war.
Well, no, because
Like the
Texas,
border and
the
everything?
border across them is
Yeah,
what
yeah,
the
yeah,
common
sure.
sentiment is in general. But in terms of like Texas culture, I don't. I mean, Texas. Here, I'll give you actual data on this. Right, studies are
Sure.
conducted on this stuff all the time. There's always a new group of migrants that are coming from a specific part of the world, whether it's because they're like
Holy hell, I hope he keeps it on point and that we don't just get into some more weeds.
economic refugees, economic migrants, or if they're like escaping war or some kind
Yeah.
of like political struggle in their on the home front, right? And whenever there's always dare I say violent resistance to that, and the qualities of that violent resistance, like that immediate reaction, doesn't necessarily change until they become a part of the in group. A great example I can give you is the Irish, for example, or the Italian migration
Yeah.
that has occurred in the United States of America. Similar attitudes were demonstrated towards Italian people or Irish people. Oh, they're changing the culture.
Bro, like there are so many redneck, like Hispanic people here. The super Republican, yes. And they are the ones that are always about build the wall. Yes,
Yeah.
no, you're completely right.
Okay, so they
course that
become
happens.
Americanized, and there's data for this as well. So the data shows that
Well, it
by
happens
the
and it
second
doesn't
generation, the data shows that by the second generation, regardless of where people are coming from, whether it's Guatemala, whether it's Mexico, whether it's a Latin American country or Norway, by the second generation or China, Americans assimilate almost completely. And by the third generation, they have completely assimilated. And there are examples of this around you that you can probably point to, people that are maybe 2 generations removed from being fresh off the boat, or 1 generation removed from being fresh off the boat, that are impossible to associate with anything but American culture. The people that you
we had in
meet
my
on
high school, we had a lot of Eric Hernandez's.
yeah. So
I totally understand what you're saying.
that is what I mean when I say, like, most people that come from other cultures that are deemed inferior or declared different ultimately do end up assimilating to the culture of the country that they immigrated to.
Well, two generations later, isn't the
generation by
same
generation,
people.
that changes rapidly.
Well, I mean, you're talking about, like, you know, the way that one person is, like, 2 generations later. Of course, I'm not going to be like my grandfather. I'm sure you're not either.
Yeah.
Of course, people change over.
Hassan made a huge mistake here by not telling Asmongold particularly how does this apply to Palestinians. I think I know where he's going with this, and so it's not as cryptic as it may sound, but this is what I call wrapping up your statement. You wrap up your statement by bringing it back to the original point. If you don't wrap up your statement, then you start debating the weeds and missing the trees for the forest.
Time, But
Yeah,
I'm
so that
saying that if you take people from a culture, those are going to be their values. That is their values. Now, will that change over time based off of where they're at? Absolutely it will. Of course it will. But
okay.
it's not like a switch. It's not some like switch like somebody just comes over somewhere and they're just completely different.
Yeah,
And so
but ultimately, second generation, it changes. So like their next of kin that is born on U.S.
yeah.
soil with the same rights and same responsibilities, like ultimately exhibit the exact same outcomes, regardless. Once they are firmly a part of the in group. So ultimately, I guess that like kind of it kind of goes against the argument that you were presenting earlier that you
Mhm.
also recognize, right? Like that these people, they come in and they are not monolithic. Okay, they are not monolithic in their understanding of the world at all. And while there might be some cultural differences, ultimately nothing like inferior or superior to one another.
Oh,
I don't
no, I don't
personally
know
engage
about
in that.
that. I don't know about that. I think that there are differences that are inferior and superior. It's not
Hassan, for the love of fucking God, you let him bring it back to an ancillary discussion, one that we should be having after you get him to admit that he's being a bit of a hypocrite here. You only have to get him to admit that it's a bit hypocritical too. Not even that he is the hypocrite, just that wouldn't it be hypocritical to say that you care a lot about LGBTQ plus rights, which is kind of like virtue signaling, when you're actually okay with them being genocided, or you're just not upset about people being genocided? How are you so upset about your virtue signaling, but not about something with real world consequences that also just reinforces the thing you're upset about at the end of the day? Asmon couldn't be a bigger hypocrite here if he tried.
even a question.
I don't think that
Wh-
people are impossible to change. That is not
but
something that I
but
believe.
having to change them implies that they should change.
I
And
don't think
that's what
people.
I'm saying.
Yes,
I think that some things
I
should
think that in
change.
terms of inferiority, I wouldn't necessarily say cultural inferiority. I'd
I
say conservatism. That's the way I view the world. Like from my perspective, I
Okay, that was beautiful. That was good. Because that's basically saying, like, you know, what you call cultural inferiority, I call conservatism. Wonderful. That's probably my favorite talking point of this entire debate so far.
I don't know about that. I think that there are differences that are inferior and superior. It's not even a question.
I don't think that people are. I don't think that people are impossible to change. That is not
But
something that I believe.
having to change them implies that they should change.
I
And
don't think
that's what
people.
I'm saying.
Yes,
I think that some things
I
should
think that in
change.
terms of inferiority, I wouldn't necessarily say cultural inferiority. I'd
I
say conservatism. That's the way I view the world. Like from my perspective, I think that a lot of the things that people point to, a lot of the issues that people point to, actually is just simply conservatism being repackaged as like an intractable quality of a different culture.
Okay, let me
It's
ask
not
you this
necessarily because
question.
like because I
Do you think
once
that
again.
we'd be having this conversation if I said conservatism instead? Because like obviously like a lot of
No,
people
of
are
course
upset
not,
about it.
because it's an entirely different
Right.
thing. Because conservatism can change. People can change their
Mhm.
minds. People can change their attitudes, but people cannot
Uh-huh.
change their like the way that they're analyzed by the in group that is the dominant group in power. If they're being analyzed as like an intractable, inalienable group of like a force almost that is like completely monolithic. Yes, if you were to say that
Hassan, for
the
fuck's sakes.
conservatism demonstrated by certain groups is inferior to I don't know, like broader. It's not even that their conservatism is different. It's
I
just
just I
conservatism
feel like
adjusted
this
to their
is
material conditions as well.
I feel like you kind of have the same viewpoint on this that I do.
The better way to put that would just be to say that you can't have progressive values in a society that's being bombed. And so, what Asmongold is really pointing at is a social conservatism. But I don't think he really hammered that in point effectively here.
Though like it's just that like your vocabulary is different.
No,
I
because
think that really okay.
no, of course not. Because for me, it's not like the cultural differences. It's I like to say that there's a universality to hogs. I call conservatives hogs all the time. I do hog watch, whatever,
Okay.
right?
I've seen it.
And the reason why I don't have an issue saying that, even though many people get very upset at me when I
Of
say
course.
things like that, is because conservatism or liberalism, okay, is just simply a way of understanding the world. Reactionary approaches to understanding the world is simply a way that you look at the regular stimuli that you experience on a daily basis, and your analysis can change. Your analysis can very easily change, and you can be an entirely different person. There's a shit ton of people that are in my community that used to be right wing on one issue or many other issues that have over time understood and demonstrated empathy and have changed their minds on these issues and no longer consider themselves to be conservative. Whereas,
Oh,
And this is why we need Hassan to be able to stream to Palestinians. No, I'm just kidding. That would be funny though, like to wrap your point up with that statement. So if I could just stream to these Palestinians, if they had enough stability for me to stream to them, I could change their mind. I could change them. Now, obviously, he doesn't believe that, so I'm just being silly. But um, it'd be funny if like Asman almost like took that away from it and ran with it.
when you
oh
when you
yeah.
engage in like cultural inferiority in conversations like that, there is an intractable quality that is associated with this like entire group of individuals, and instead of or entire group of people, instead of individualizing them as like people that might have a different perspective than you that can change over time, you end up treating them as the other. And that is what I try to fight against on a regular basis here as well. Like there are groupings that are appropriate, like for
Mhm.
example, Nazis, people who believe in Nazi ideology or fascist ideology. You can group them just as well as you can group like socialists or any other form of ideology, and you can associate certain aspects of their understanding of the world as like you can ascribe certain aspects of the way that they analyze the world as good or bad. But when you start talking about like inferior cultures, that sets up the opportunity for historically at least dehumanization, and also it justifies a lot of the atrocities that those people end up experiencing.
But you do agree that those viewpoints though are worse, right?
So Asmongold is just not responding to what Hassan actually said there anymore. This is almost like a whataboutism, but it's also kind of just like you're missing the point when Hassan is trying to say that you're justifying this by saying they have an inferior culture. That's a very strong point because that actually leads into the who is the real hypocrite here. The people who support Palestine, or people like Asmongold, who are basically self fulfilling prophecies, who want to bomb away progressive values in Palestine, but also want to, rail against them for not having LGBTQ rights. Hypocrisy and a lot of hypocrites try to have it both ways, right? They want to have their cake and eat it too. And I really hope Hassan is just taking the long path to making that argument, because if he's not, then a lot of these talking points just won't matter at the end of the day.
What do you mean?
Well, like for
Saying
but you do agree that those viewpoints though are worse, right?
what do you mean?
Well, like for example, being against it's against the law to be gay. Like this is a worse
Yeah,
viewpoint.
I think it's
Okay.
I
Yeah.
think that bigotry of that sort is of course abhorrent. I do not
Right.
agree with
Okay.
that at all. But I
So
also
how would you define that?
but I
Like I mean,
also
would you
would
say
not.
so
I
would you
have.
say conservatism is inferior to liberalism?
I think conservatism is wrong. That's the way I see it. I do personally consider it to be inferior, but I also have the understanding that like the conservatives here in the United States of America are conservative within the boundaries that are permissible to American society. They respond to American material conditions. If
Yeah.
the conservative mindset, which can change, okay, because no one is born a reactionary, no one is born a conservative. But let's say someone was someone that is conservative here, if they automatically teleported and adjusted to the material conditions of like conservatism in Iran, they would be no different than the mullahs. That's my opinion. Like, and that's precisely the reason why plenty of Americans.
Yes, I totally agree with you about that. I think that if you got together a lot of preachers in like, these southern racist churches, you group them up with people from the Taliban, I think that they'd have a lot in common.
Yes.
I totally
even
agree
the
with you.
likes of
And
even
I
the likes
think-
of Ben Shapiro,
yes.
it's adjusted to American society. It doesn't have to be a
Absolutely.
one-to-one comparison. It's adjusted to American
Yes.
society because ultimately, what do our conservatives do? Like an example I use regularly is you have the what's that fucking church that always goes to like even
Westboro Baptist Church.
yeah, Westboro Baptist Church. Like those guys are fucking insane, right?
They are.
But what do? Instead of going and rising up in arms and like fucking murking gay people, they go and protest outside of like, I don't know, non-denominational churches, or they go protest like at a gay funeral. And then what do? They go back home and eat $5 jalapeno poppers at Applebee's, because that is the material reality of living in the United States of America. A lot of your needs are fulfilled. A lot of your needs are met. If the dynamic was that America resembled, I don't know, the Korengal Valley, or America resembled fucking the material conditions of like a Gaza, you bet your fucking ass that those guys would absolutely, or Iran is a better example in this circumstance, they would be doing the same shit. They would be doing not even the shit that the mullahs are doing. They'd be doing ISIS shit. They'd be fucking.
I gotta admit, Hassan's doing a better job wrapping this up at this point than I thought he would. We've been through a lot of weeds, but he may have actually mowed some down to get us here. And I'm glad he's that patient, because I would have thought at several points that Asmongold wanted to be in these weeds. Even I just wouldn't let him stay in there. But if this can end up being fruitful, then maybe this is a rare example of where being in the weeds can actually be a good thing.
Fucking throwing gay people off the roofs. You know what I mean? And
Thank God that we have American culture.
No, but it's not. But
that
you
in
see,
check.
no, but that's not American culture. You see, that is American material reality.
It is our material reality that we've created through our culture.
No, no, culture is not what
disagree.
created this material reality. I absolutely disagree with that. Yes, it is American domination that that there is an invisibility to, that has allowed us to live in the heart of luxury. It is.
I think this is one of the rare examples where they're actually debating, where Asmongold just made an assertion, and then Hassan's like, nope, I'm not accepting that. Because they really are kind of like yes and streamers who want to like kind of buttress off the last person's point, making it seem like they have a conversation. But this is where it feels like they've hit an actual disagreement that it's worth talking about.
There is no cultural underpinning that made Americans like exist in the way that they do. It's more so just military dominance.
You think a culture has no impact on the success of a country?
No, I don't think so. I think that culture is created.
It may even be useful to get Asmon to define what he thinks culture is at this point. Because when you think about it, culture is often like food, music, a lot of things that aren't really political fundamentally, right? A lot of what he's referring to are social issues, and that's why Hassan keeps bringing up social conservatism. Culture is almost like a red herring in this instance.
Yeah. After the material realities. Yeah, no, I don't think that there's like anything unique. See, that's what I mean. Do you think that there is some uniqueness to like someone being American? And if you think that there's a uniqueness to someone being American, then what happened before America even existed, right? Or if there's a uniqueness to someone being American, do you think that they like any person living somewhere else would directly be at odds if they were to come into the United States of America, and they would not be able to Americanize?
I think some people aren't. And I'm sure there's a spectrum for that. There's some people that come into America and they Americanize right away. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, myself.
And, well, yeah, there you go. And so, because like you came over here, you 12.
I came
right?
here when I was 18.
Oh shit. Okay. Wow. Okay. Way
Yeah.
later. Yeah. So yeah, you just fit right in. It's no big deal. Other
Well-
people, it's totally different. I think a big reason for that is language too.
Certainly,
Like you
that
speak
is
English.
that is a part of it. But my point is, I don't think that like American culture is like is superior. There's plenty of
I do.
issues that you have also.
Yes.
There's plenty of issues that you've also mentioned in American culture that makes it, you know, there's plenty of issues with American governance right now that I don't think it like America is a superior culture at all. I don't think that
you
there is
know what?
any reason to have
I
these
completely
kinds of
agree with you with
conversations.
that.
What?
I totally agree with you about that. And I think that the evidence that it's a superior and great culture is the fact that we can talk about those things openly without any fear of negative repercussions.
Well,
I think it is. I do. And think about how many countries do not enjoy the privilege that we have right now.
yeah,
and
it's
that
because
is why I think that our
they're
culture is
they're
great.
constantly. If we're talking about like countries in the global south, that is directly a consequence of being under constant domination. That's the whole point.
Oh, I mean, come on. We both know that there's
No,
plenty
that
of
is
countries that are
100%.
not under. Oh, what about China? What about Russia? Right?
No,
I mean,
that's a great that. Okay, you just brought up a great
ahead.
example. You
Yeah.
brought up a great example. Okay, America, and you will see this. We're starting to experience this right now, but you will probably start seeing this a little bit more. Has not had the bountiful and fully liberated attitude towards our First Amendment throughout even American history. And that is going to come back right now. The only reason why America gets to be the way it is because it was the domineering force on the planet.
I think maybe a better route for Hassan to take is to be like, well, okay, maybe they don't have what you consider free speech there, but there are still people who have these discussions, and there are still people who fight for these rights in these countries, maybe more so Russia than China. But this is where you have to look at politics instead of culture. And Hassan keeps letting him make this a cultural issue when he's Asmongold needs to be criticized here for not being able to make the distinction between culture and politics.
For a very long time, without any sort of real threat. During the Cold War era, we had the McCarthy trials. Being a communist is still technically illegal in the books, but no one really applies it.
Is that true? I've never heard that.
Yeah. The
I'll take your
Espionage
word for
Act
it.
was
That sounds insane.
The Espionage Act was directly designed during World War II in an effort to stop people from speaking out against the war effort.
There is a really interesting show that's really old too, but it's so well done. It's like something David Lynch would make, and it's directly about this. It's British, but it's basically about this, and I can't recommend that show highly enough. It's kind of hard to get into, and it has a weird ending, but it is one of probably the best cultural gems of media around that time, because nobody was doing what that show was doing around that time. Maybe Doctor Who was like alluding to it a bit. Maybe there was some other like spy stuff that had like their moments that were like it, but The Prisoner just like hit it out of the park. It is, I would even call it psychedelic, but in like the worst possible ways.
It's like, so
Sure.
even throughout American history during the Cold War, and even before that during World War II and even World War I, there were plenty of instances where naysayers were actually jailed. Something that seems insane to contend with now in current American existence, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Horrible.
And yet, historically speaking, revolutionary figures have not only been imprisoned, but also been assassinated by the American state. Specifically, black revolutionary figures in our history. And that was
Or
because
attempted to assassinate, like with Martin Luther King.
yeah. So well,
Yeah.
he was assassinated.
Was
but
it? Well, yeah, but like, was that? But like, what I'm saying is, like, it was not really determined that it was from the U.S.,
yeah.
but the U.S. had it a bit. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
The
It's
point is
ambiguous.
you do that when you are afraid, when you don't have like weak governments and
Right.
governments that are worried about complete control, engage in these like authoritarian acts. And yes, America, I suspect, especially with like China growing in power on the global stage, engaging in a lot of soft power initiatives, especially, is causing
Oh, yeah.
American society and American governance to become once again as restrictive as it once was during the Cold War. And I think that we will see a very different understanding of the First Amendment. And I can give you a current understanding of the direct violation of the First Amendment and free speech as we know it and understand it.
I just wish I knew where Hassan was going with this as well as he does. Even I'm starting to be like a bit like, what? Like, okay, let's wrap this up. Let's bring this home.
An example.
BDS laws, boycott, divestment, and sanctions against the state of Israel. BDS laws, or BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions, was a movement that was created against apartheid South Africa. It was to apply social pressure by taking advantage of this wonderful First Amendment that we have here to directly demand that the American government and American corporations boycott the state of South Africa. Now, Israel was a big ally to South Africa at the time, and they learned from the lessons of South Africa as the BDS movement was very successful in creating a shit ton of pressure and making South Africa as an apartheid state into a pariah state. And what happened at the end of the day, South Africans also recognized that they were becoming a pariah state and could not continue their normal existence with like their Western collaborators and whatnot. And inevitably, the apartheid ended. Israel learned that lesson and decided to lobby the American government and lobby American Congress and write direct laws that are in contravention with the First Amendment. In 32 states right now in the United States of America, including the state that you're currently in, if you want to be a public school teacher, you have to sign
Where are you going with this,
paper,
Hassan?
at least now.
Wrap it
I
up.
don't know if you have any family members that are school teachers. You have to sign a piece of paper that says you will never participate in boycotting or demanding sanctions or demanding divestment from the state of Israel.
Holy fuck! Are you kidding me?
Yes.
Oh my god! What a joke! I
Yeah,
never
so
heard of that.
So
That's so fucking stupid.
so that paired up with
That's
the new
I mean, like, no. Here's the thing, right? That's fucking terrible. You're totally right.
yeah.
That's all. Like, I mean, because yeah, this is bad.
Okay.
I don't know how this happens.
I mean, that happened over many, many years of people being like, well, the Palestinians kind of deserve it because Israel's our great ally and it's the only moral democracy in the fucking region. And it's the only democracy in the region. It happened with a shit ton of efforts to propagandize Israel's position as what it was.
Ice Baby, I'm not sure what you're getting at, but could you elaborate on like why them wanting white farmers back would even matter? That's still not asking for apartheid back, right? So I think you should probably separate those things or try to find a way to make them out to be the same thing. Because so far, I don't know what you're getting at.
Was not, which was directly at odds of. And most people are completely and utterly unfamiliar. And any kind of person that was criticizing it, like a person like myself, was immediately branded an anti-Semite for calling into question.
Yeah, I am in a grinder
this
call
foreign
with Hassan.
Nation.
But that's just facts.
And their direct lobbying efforts to undermine American First Amendment
laws. You got labeled as the anti-Semite of the day, didn't you?
Of the week from SolveAntisemitism.org. Yes.
Yeah. So like, and I do want to make sure that like it's very much established that like in the same way that criticizing any sort of like Zionism or Israel or whatever is not anti-Semitism. It absolutely is not. I don't think criticizing the outcomes of certain cultures is any form of racism. I don't think so either.
No, but I don't criticize, but I'm not talking about like Jewish culture. Do you see what I'm saying? When I talk about Israel, I'm talking about the direct actions of the Israeli state as it stands.
Right.
It's direct actions that are the maintenance of an apartheid state. I'm talking about settler colonialism. I'm not talking about like an intractable quality of like Jewish people that makes them immoral or inferior to anybody else. I don't believe
I
that.
think that of course. I think it really like you can't if you look at people through like I guess like I don't know like really what the word is for it like basically just like a statistic. I think that looking at people through statistics is fundamentally dehumanizing. I think that you're right. Of course it is.
Okay.
It's by definition
Like
dehumanizing. But
so
I
for
think that you can look at the actions of the people that are in charge of those countries and say that those actions are not actions that you support
yeah,
in the same
I
way that you
agree.
do.
But
And that was
I also
that
rate
was
on a
my point
curve.
of view.
I also rate on a curve in terms of like what is immediately in front of me.
Mhm.
You know.
I understand. I don't like the tier list idea. I see your point of view.
But it's not.
I mean, Ice Baby, I still don't know if you're saying like the apartheid is good or bad. So my argument would be that them asking for white farmers to come back means that they've overcome apartheid. And we no longer need racial segregation to prevent white settler colonialism in South Africa because it is so established. I hope we're on the same page there, that it's better to not have apartheid, and that doesn't. I just don't see why what we can glean from them asking for white farmers to come back.
Not
I
a tier
see.
list. It's just like there is.
Well,
Well, in terms of not being a tier list, there are certain things that are there are certain things that go beyond, and I think everyone kind of intrinsically understands this. Like there are certain things that go beyond the tier list, right? Like there is no like I don't like I consider the Holocaust and the genocide that the Nazi government engaged
yeah,
in to be morally repugnant, like one of the worst things that has ever happened
it was not good.
historically. And
Yeah,
I consider chattel slavery in that same vein and the
no,
maintenance
also
of it.
not good.
Yeah. And so I don't think or care about like the way that uh, German Jews operated or their understanding of like homosexuality at the time. That bears no basis. Just like I don't care about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising like being violent. I think that it was the moral and righteous thing to do. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was the correct thing to do at the time, and that's because I look at the far greater evil and the far greater violence in that circumstance, and I consider it to be unproductive to think about like what people did in resisting towards that violence, because as long as it never meets the standard of the dominating force, like ultimately it doesn't matter. I'm not going to hypothesize like what German Jews would have done if they had the same military power that Germany did. Would they have done?
Ice Baby, hasn't South Africa gone up on like the economic index? And that actually comes from a right wing, I think it's the Frontier Society or whatever it's called. But like all signs point to them not having instability, becoming more stable since apartheid ended. So if you have any counter examples, like that's just my understanding of South Africa. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, no, you don't have to like engage with me or anything. I I just think like his comparison to South Africa was that they were in apartheid, and now Palestine is in apartheid, and that these are things that increase instability, as far as us leftists are concerned.
Dominated like the Volkish German society in the same way that like Nazi Germany dominated the Jews? No, I don't think so, and I don't. There is no evidence that they would do such a thing, and that's my perspective on the matter.
Well, I think
And the
that the
same
reason
thing,
for that
and
is
that's how
because
I feel
that
about the
group.
Palestinians.
I understand that. Well, I mean, I feel like a lot of Palestinians. I mean, I've seen videos of Palestinians celebrating 9/11, right? I mean, I mean, it,
Palestinians.
yeah. I mean, I'm not sure really whether this is entirely true with all of them, and also like,
But
so
like I don't
you're
even.
looking.
Do you fault them for celebrating like they? I mean, there were
Do,
Palestinians that were
do
celebrating
I?
like Iran attacking Israel, for example. Iran
Of
did a
course.
retaliation strike against Israel, and they said that they were going to hit two bases, two air bases, and they were going to hit the Mossad headquarters directly
Do
inside of Tel
I?
Aviv.
Do I fault Do I fault somebody, not Palestinians? Let's just say anybody, for celebrating the deaths of a lot of people that are innocent? Yes, I think it's bad.
Do you think
It is
that?
bad.
Do you think that if Jews in concentration camps were celebrating the bombing of Dresden, would you fault them in a similar vein?
I would say that it was bad. Yeah, it would.
Jews
Obviously,
in
it's bad.
concentration camps, if they were to see like bombs falling over Dresden and they were like, wow, this is sick, like we're gonna get liberated, I think like things are changing, I would not fault them. I think that they have
I
every
think that
right to do so.
So I think that a lot of things you can.
I almost wonder if that was a trap for Asmongold that Asmon just like walked right into, because it should be pretty clear that it's not appropriate to say that like it's wrong for them to cheer on their own liberation. Um, I don't see how this is productive in getting to the point that, you know, it's not hypocritical to support Palestine and LGBTQ plus rights at the same time. Um, but you know, we are where we're at. I think Hassan is kind of just stuck in the weeds at this point.
Can understand why somebody is doing something.
And but for the record,
And
I also think like Dresden was
It
like
was
the bombing of
disgusting.
Dresden, for example, was considered to not be appropriate in terms of like all the civilian infrastructure and civilian targets that were destroyed, which is why we applied new rules of war after World War II. But even then, in that very moment, I would never in a million years turn around and be like, man, these Jews like these Jews in Dachau are sure getting a little too excited about the bombing of Dresden. Like I would not say that. I don't think you would either.
I don't think that it's really something that like you would focus on a lot, but I think that it's easy to acknowledge killing innocent people isn't a good thing. And of course it can be understandable and things can have an explanation, but the explanation isn't necessarily a justification, if that makes sense. So like I see your point of view and about how like there's a certain degree of this where it's like understandable. And I agree with you that it is understandable. But I think that understandable bad behavior in a lot of cases is still in fact bad behavior. And I don't really think that like it's impossible to know what somebody else would do in a circumstance that they're not part of. But what I do know is that when I see a group of people that are celebrating a bunch of innocent people getting killed, then I think that that group of people is doing something that's wrong.
Okay, I think we're starting to bring it back where Asman is talking about October 7th here. And so Hassan can say, look, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you think about how they reacted to October 7th. Israel reacts to the killing of innocent people in the same way, more because they get more chances to celebrate it. And then you've not only just neutralized his statement, you've pointed out that there's a disparity that Asman can't avoid anymore, at least not without kind of retconning that information. So if Asman is trying to fill, I don't know if he's actively trying to, but he is ultimately trying to filibuster away from the hypocrisy discussion, this would actually be giving Hassan more room than he wants to do to bring it back to, okay, well, aren't you a bit of a hypocrite then because Israel does it worse? And now who is the real hypocrite? This is kind of why it's not good to just be a rhetorician in debate, of course, but this is why rhetoric matters.
And I think that it's universally wrong. And I understand that from their point of view, and I can easily put myself in their shoes, and I can see the reason why they think that.
So
Absolutely,
you'd be the one teenager in Gaza being like, hold on, guys. Let's not celebrate the Iranian retaliation against this country that is like literally eviscerated my family. Like,
you know what
you'd be
I'd
like,
be
no,
doing?
this is sick.
I would be cheering it on. I would say yes. Fuck
Okay,
yes.
I'm glad that you agree.
But
Okay.
I wouldn't be sitting on a soapbox saying that I'm the good guy. I would be like,
No,
yeah, fuck
I still
you.
think
You get
they're
what you
not.
fucking deserve. That's
They're
what I
not
would
the
say.
good guys in this situation. They're the victims, and that's the point. Like, I'm not going to fault the victims of genocide for experiencing a little bit of joy in that moment. And
I get
then,
that, but sometimes victims can create more victims.
well, historically, so that's a good That's a good point that you made. This is something that every single like world changing event. This is a genuine fear that a lot of people have exhibited in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery in the Reconstruction era. Okay, there was a lot of fear from the whites in the South that newly freed slaves, freed slaves were going to come and like dominate them and enslave them. That of course didn't happen, but they very quickly sought to restore the racial pecking order, and they were able to do so. And the violence actually in even in the aftermath of like liberation of a people that were dominated, the violence usually still comes from people that don't want that sort of change. So it's not necessarily that it wasn't that like black people were like dominating white people and like enslaving them or anything or like killing them. It was more so white people that were fearful that they would do such a thing, that or at least use that unjustifiable fear as a way to continue dominating black people. That's how we came up with Jim Crow laws and segregation and the like. And that's where the Klan was invented.
Creative with racism.
What?
Oh, I know. We've been very creative with racism.
Yeah. So
the 3/5 compromise.
But
Jim
you have to
Crow
remember.
law.
But you have to remember once again, it was never. But black people did not actually end up dominating white people. Is my point. And not because they weren't given the opportunity. There was no interest or need. The idea that the idea that like colonial victims will do the very same if given the opportunity is false. It has never happened throughout history, and that's my point.
This is just another opportunity too to be like, if it's worth being afraid of Palestine doing that to Israel, then shouldn't we be more afraid of this already happening to Palestine? Because anywhere that we can identify a double standard, we can get back to that original point of hypocrisy. And I really hope Hassan is trying to drive to that right now and isn't going to let Asmon or even let himself get us into the weeds.
Usually is the domineering principle from those who are at least like watching from the sidelines, or those who are directly a part of the dominating group, like the colonial entity. But that's usually not how it goes. That's never how it goes.
Right? So if Palestine had the ability to, do you think Israel would exist?
That's a great question. One that people ask me all the time. If Palestine, if historic Palestine existed, right, in the same way as like a nuclear militant force, Israel as an apartheid regime would not exist. Israel would have never been able to dominate and occupy Palestinian villages and wipe out Palestinians, and that there is no the dynamic would be so different that
where would they
go? Dynamic would be so different that like the notion that Palestinians would wipe out Israel is silly. Like it's not. There would be no need for the Palestinians to wipe out Israeli citizens, because that need is born out of being removed from their homes, their ancestral homelands, and being destroyed. If, for example, in the 20s, when the settler colonial initiative started after the Balfour Declaration, if this was not done as a dominating force in British Empire at the time, was not purposely and willingly shipping Jewish people into the region and giving them areas that they had declared that was basically created in the same way that like America was created, giving them areas of land specifically. And instead, if Jewish people were like voluntarily migrating into the region, then it would resemble American society. It would be a diverse society of Jews and Muslims and Christians living side by side. But that is a complete alternative history in this situation, so I don't even know how that would work.
Massively. Yeah, it's total alternative. Well, I don't know whether that would happen.
I could point to like Ottoman rule in the region, because Jews did live in the region under.
This is what I mean by not letting Asmon have more room than he actually deserves. Because we just almost got to the fact that he has a double standard. That double standard being he's so afraid of Palestinians doing to Israel what Israel's done to Palestine, but he's a little bit less concerned about the ongoing thing that Israel is currently doing, the genocide. And so his justification is incredibly weak, if not hypocritical. And the reason I keep on bringing up hypocritical is because Asmongold is the one accusing the left of being hypocritical for supporting Palestine as well as LGBTQ plus rights.
Ottoman occupation, and they were cohabitating the space without much struggle or fight at all, as a matter of fact.
I think that you're right about that. I do. If I think about it myself, and I feel like back then, definitely a better cultural viewpoint on that. I think so. I don't know what would happen if Israel wasn't able to defend itself. Would they continue to exist? Right? It's very hard to say.
No, but
because it's
but,
like
but
we're making predictions.
in
It's
terms of the
very-
resistance, right? In terms of resistance, everyone
Yeah.
always says like, "Oh, Palestinians are inherently anti-Semitic." Joe Biden himself
Oh
said.
no, that's
Joe Biden himself said
yeah.
Palestinians demonstrate an ancient form of anti-Semitism, and that's why they are resisting against Israel. This is not the case.
Right.
Many of Palestinian resistance leaders throughout history, including ones that are religious fundamentalists, including ones that are secular, including ones that are very including ones that are Christian, including ones that are Marxist, socialist, they've always said that this has nothing to do with Judaism or Jews in general. If Israel was a Christian state, or if Israel was a Muslim state, and they said that they were doing, then they would hate. Then they would hate Israel as a Muslim state. It has nothing to do. It bears no basis. And Palestinian resistance throughout time.
You're right about that.
And Palestinian resistance throughout time has hardened and has become more violent as Israel has become more violent towards Palestinians, because the standard is always set by the occupying power. And it goes in the opposite direction as well. If Palestinians were allowed to coexist amongst Israelis in a singular nation state, then there would be no conflict. There would be no Hamas, because these groups would be dealt with under civil governance. If there were groups that, for example, like the Klan, for example, like there's the Jewish Power Party, which is the Klan, but for Judaism. It's built
Is
around
that like over in Israel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's originally
sure
it's
it's
American. It's an American Jewish guy whose name is Meir Kahan. There's an entire movement of Jewish superiority, Jewish dominance.
Right.
It's basically, in the simplest terms, it resembles the Klan. But imagine if, like, instead of Christianity, the Klan was like Jewish, I guess. So
It's racial superiority. I mean,
racial superiority, ethnic superiority, and religious superiority.
Sure.
So, like, those groups historically inside of Israel, before they became a part of the current Israeli government as they are now, those groups used to be treated as like criminals, terrorists. Now, of course, Israeli society, because those groups were usually only terrorizing Muslims and Palestinians and Christian Palestinians, Muslim Palestinians alike, were oftentimes let go with a slap on the wrist, including but not limited to Itamar Ben-Gvir, who is the current, I guess, like in charge of the national police. I forget what his like actual responsibility is. He very famously, in Israel, back in the day, pointed to the hubcap of the former Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin weeks before his assassination and said, "We have his hubcap of his car, or we have like the emblem of his car. We can get to his car. Tomorrow we will get to him." And then he was assassinated, right, by a fucking rabid right-wing psychopath. Why was he assassinated? Because he was kickstarting the negotiations process amongst Palestinians and Israelis.
So how do you see this being resolved? Because like I don't really see it being resolved unless one group wipes the other group out.
No,
and I don't want to sound like great. What do you think?
I mean, the greatest example of this is Europe.
Yeah,
the Europe.
I mean, I think so. I said before, I think Asman was kind of filibustering and avoiding like serious questions. This was actually a pretty good question by Asmongold, especially since he kind of laid out what he believed, which is abhorrent in my mind. You should never want that, even if you think that it's a resolution to something. But they're like Hassan's going to give a pretty straightforward answer, I think, here, because leftist and pro-Palestinian people do see a way through that isn't just, of course, eradicating the other side.
European Union.
You think it's going to be like that?
Well, look at the European Union. These guys were fucking each other's cousins and killing each other for hundreds of years. Like England and France. Okay, they had the 100-Year War. Nazi Germany did the Holocaust, and
that was bad.
And yeah, so much death and destruction. And yet now there's free travel between Eastern Europe and all parts of Europe that you cannot even imagine a world where these guys would be fighting one another. They are constantly collaborating with one another, constantly trading with one another. They have literally the Schengen visa, where you have free travel even before the last iteration of the European Union. So, like, we take for granted peace where we see it without recognizing that these guys literally fucking slaughtered one another in the most barbaric terms for far longer than Israel has been dominating the Palestinian population. So I personally
can't imagine that.
I personally look to history. I personally look to history and recognize that people would much rather collaborate with one another despite their disagreements instead of constantly being at war with one another. And I think we take there. It's not like it's not something that is far-fetched or imaginary. It's something that we're experiencing right now. That's why I use the European Union example. And the same goes for coexistence amongst Israelis and Palestinians. It's just that the dominating force, Israel, has to be brought to heel. And whether that looks like what happened to Nazi Germany, or whether that looks like what happened with the Algerian freedom movement, the FLN, or whether it looks like what happened with apartheid South Africa, is entirely in the hands of the party that has all of the power, Israel.
So that's a really good point, right? Like, kind of like expecting both sides to have a solution is obviously not a good thing. It really is up to whoever has the most party. Another thing that might be pointed out is that a ceasefire can go a long way in this scenario. It would both limit Israel's power, but also give Palestinians time to rebuild, and maybe even decide if they want LGBTQ plus rights. But that ceasefire admittedly won't mean very much so long as Israel is still stealing effectively Palestinian land. So I kind of get why Hassan might not have gone there, because if you've gone there in the past, you know that the ceasefire argument alone is not the best.
Israel continues its death and destruction campaign, well, it will probably bring America down with it, most likely because of our undying loyalty and allegiance to Israel's violent endeavors.
Why do you think that America is so fiercely loyal to Israel?
I mean, there's so many. The easiest way to describe it is that Israel is a nation state that we basically designed and developed, or at least took over from British colonial rule. And it is an unsinkable aircraft carrier with its own espionage facilities that dishes out our violence that we want to do in the region and test it out at the behest of American imperialism. That gets to be our attack dog. It's an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region that, in a moment's notice, could overtake our more finicky allies, such as Egypt, if there is an issue with, like, the Suez Canal, for example. That's what Israel's goal is. It secures a trade route, and it also secures, by destabilizing the entire region, it also is an American weapon that you can wield against America's enemies in this resource-rich region.
Yeah.
At a moment's notice.
I think that you're right. Yeah, true. Well, like, I'm curious because obviously, I feel like, do you think that either candidate for president is going to do anything to
No.
like improve the okay, right. Yeah, of course.
No, I think
Yeah.
that it's bad to worse. Like,
Yeah.
with the way that like our relationship with Israel is unfolded.
Yeah.
Donald Trump did a lot of stuff, and if you ask liberals, they hate Donald Trump. They're so mad at Donald Trump. Donald Trump did a lot of shit in the region, whether it was assassinating Qasem Soleimani.
A really quick way to answer this without bringing up Trump is just to say no, they're both beholden to IAPAC, the super PAC that Israel uses to make candidates basically be pro-Israel, or they just don't make it like into the primaries.
Soleimani, a high-ranking general of the Iranian forces, whether it be ripping apart the Iran denuclearization agreement, which
Was that the one
something
that died like a dog?
No, that was, I think it was,
Oh,
was
that
it
was another one.
Baghdadi? But
Yes,
anyway,
Baghdad. There you go.
yeah.
Sure. No, there's a lot of that.
Yeah, so what that does is destabilizing the region at the behest of Israel's foreign policy goals. The Iran denuclearization agreement being ripped apart was done at the behest of the Israeli government. Okay, I'm going to continue talking to you about this, but I have to pee really bad. I'm going to run this video.
I do too. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, we're doing a pee break.
Yeah, okay.
4 people
Are
in
you
the
back,
territory
Asman?
bounded
Yeah,
by
yeah, what's
Israel's
up?
military.
Okay,
good?
sorry. Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah,
back.
no. Same.
That was the longest piss of my life. Okay.
It's been like 3 hours probably or something like that.
Yeah. What were we talking about?
Fuck. Like, well, basically, like, so I look at it from the perspective that, like, how would you want to see the U.S. like move forward? Because I think.
By the way, if you're doing a debate and you take a pee break, don't come back and be like, what were we talking about? Think about what you're going to say. Because, like, if I were Hassan, I'd definitely be coming back in there and being like, okay, let's talk about what you said about hypocrisy here. Because that's got to be, like, the thing that this conversation ends on. Otherwise, it's the reason it's unfruitful is because Hassan never held Asman accountable for the error of his actual statement, which is that we're hypocrites.
I think that, like, you could, like, we can disagree, like, Palestine, like, I don't know what's going to happen if Palestine, this conflict finally ends. I don't move forward because I think that, like, you could, like, we can disagree, like, Palestine, like, I don't know what's going to happen if Palestine, this conflict finally ends. My expectation is that I don't think that they're going to, like, become a lot more liberal. Maybe I'm wrong, right? But I hope that I can find out. What do you think would be the way that would happen? How would you like to see the U.S. like approach it?
Oh,
Like,
I mean,
how we
it's
treat
pretty
Israel.
simple. In terms of, like, right now, the most significant aspect is, like, reining Israel in and stopping its death and destruction campaign that is seemingly endless. And the easiest way to do that is what American presidents have done in the past, which is one phone call. It is that simple. It's kind of crazy that it is that simple, and yet so much death and destruction is still occurring because we are still the not the junior party in this coalition. We are the people that are allowing Israel to operate in the ways that it wants to.
We are the
if
reason
anything,
why
we're
there's not
goading
a
Israel
ceasefire.
into operating in a certain direction, in a certain way. Like in Lebanon, you have members of the Biden cabinet that told Israel that, like, the time to invade Lebanon was now, that opportunity was ripe. And this is something that, like, obviously
The recent
there was a lot of
and everything.
What's up
With the recent bombings you're talking about?
with Lebanon, the invasion of Lebanon. And that's precisely the reason why Joe Biden will turn around and say things like, "Oh, I'm really working tirelessly for a ceasefire," but, like, seemingly no
How much longer
ceasefire
is
exists.
left?
Like,
Oh, okay, an hour and 10 minutes. Like, I've sat through 220 already. I can do this. I'm going in for the long haul, chat.
Like, it doesn't happen, and then they send another $20 billion of weapons into Israel. Obviously, they're not being honest about their genuine intention here, because in the past, Joe Biden has made one phone call in 2021, for example, and told Israel to cut it out, and they did the next day, because without steady flow of weapons into Israel, Israel would not be able to conduct these violent campaigns because they keep running out of ammunition. That's how much they fucking are bombing. That they don't have the runway
Running out of bombs.
Yes.
Yeah.
They do not have the runway without American intervention. So
If America stopped supporting them, we would have a ceasefire within a week.
Yeah, if America said
think
you're
so.
done, cut it out in one phone
Yeah.
call, or no more weapons are coming your way, yes, Israel would have stopped this months ago. Israel would have
Yeah.
stopped this yesterday. Israel will stop it tomorrow. So we're not doing that, and I think that a lot of people think about why that is the case. And I guess like the smartest analysis that I've encountered, that I've thought about quite a bit, is that
Yeah.
we're gearing up for war with China, like a Cold War with China, which is going to be a far harder one to fight, especially given like our current position in the global economy, China's current position in the global economy, and the trade relationships that we have and the rest of the planet has with China that did not exist with the USSR last time that Cold War happened. And I think America is trying to basically dominate the region as best as they possibly can, and sick Israel on all of the other regional actors, so that they can, I guess, redefine the maps and reshape the maps in the way that they see fit, so
Have
they
like
can
an
move on,
imposing power. Yeah, sure.
and
of
so
course.
that they can move on to the far graver threat that threatens American hegemonic superpower status, which is China. And
I think
that's the
so.
reason why they're trying to do like this last ditch, before this last hurrah. It's weird to talk about it on these terms, but I think
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
precisely what is going on. It's Israel doing, I'll use a German term here, its own Endsieg before they're done. And they're going to do as much territorial acquisition.
This is a cool part of the discussion. Like, I guess we don't need to wrap it back around, but where is this going, Hassan? How are you hoping to convince Asmongold that it's worth supporting Palestine based on this? I can kind of see where he's going with this. Well, you're an American, and you should be against this kind of action, but that could just lead to anti-American sentiment, or just saying like, yeah, I oppose that, but I don't support Palestine. The fundamental point is that supporting Palestine is what we leftists do, because they are victims, and so we're kind of a long ways away from that.
As they possibly can before, before they are restrained by the American government, whether that is
Oh yeah.
the Trump administration or the Kamala Harris administration, who knows? But it will. I think that's what's happening, and they're trying to fucking make sure that they can set up a permanent occupation in at least like the northern Gaza Strip, and potentially the entirety of the Gaza Strip, as they will redesign it in the same way that they have in the West Bank, inevitably. But they're just trying to do that to the best of their ability, and obviously that means ethnic cleansing of the entire population, 2.5 million people that live there, ethnic displacement as well. Yeah.
I think that it's really problematic because I've seen that the behavior of Israel, I think, has really like just multiplied the amount of actual anti-Semitism. Like
Yes.
Adolf has been making a comeback in a big way. It's
Yes.
crazy to see it. Absolutely fucking insane. I see tweets like this every single day. People that are just like openly anti-Semitic, or just calling somebody a Jew as like, let's not listen to them at all.
Yeah,
So
but
I think it's
that
just- it's really
underlying
just made it worse.
anti-Semitism has always existed in America. The reason why it's now getting more prominence is one, because like Twitter is a right-wing shithole, and Elon Musk doesn't give a fuck or likes that. I mean, he follows like literal Nazi accounts that talk
True.
about how like, we must protect like doing the 14
The
words,
14
like
letter, yeah.
Yes. So I think that that's part of the reason. And the other part of the reason is because like Israel, not dissimilar to ISIS, claims that they're doing this for Judaism, and that they claim falsely that they represent the interests of all Jews around the planet. They say that every Jew is of one mind, that they are monolithic in their understanding of Israel. Everyone is a Zionist. Everyone wants Israel to exist. And everyone wants Israel to exist in the violent ways in which it has to exist as a demographic majority Jewish country. Now, in order to maintain a demographic majority like this, you have to literally sometimes eliminate people that are maybe growing in population size. And Israel can only do this as it maintains a violent apartheid regime in the West Bank, and is now rebuild or redesigning Gaza in its own interest in doing full blown ethnic displacement in Gaza. The problem is they claim that they're doing this for Judaism, and that's just wrong. They're not doing this for Judaism.
Well, they're just using it as a tool. That's really what it is.
There is no part of there is no part of Jewish culture or Jewish theology that or a theological understanding that says that like Israel has to exist in this way that it does. As a matter of fact, there is actually a theological understanding under Judaism that Jews cannot have a nation state until the Messiah comes back. So that's the reason why you see so many of these like ultra Orthodox Jews in pro-Palestinian demonstrations that are side by side with the Palestinians criticizing the state of Israel.
It's like blasphemy.
Yeah, there are a shit ton. There are a shit ton of anti-Zionist Jews that are prominent members of the resistance against Israel. I have Jewish fans in Israel who are anti-Zionist living in Israel, and I analyze that in the same way that I analyze my own existence in America. I do not agree with American imperialism. I think it's awful, and I work every day to try to get others to recognize that reality. And having said that, the most prominent displays of Israel and the most prominent defenses of Israel are always in mainstream media, are always associated with Judaism. That's why you hear the likes of Jake Tapper and many other anchors, for example, say criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic. I can't believe that you're an anti-Zionist. You're anti-Semitic. You want Israel to be destroyed. You want all the Jews that live in Israel to die. This is false, and it's a smear, and it no longer works. But because Israel is constantly portraying itself as a Jewish state, and because Israel constantly claims that they're doing all this,
I think that there's that. That's also a very big component. There is the moral authority, like we're killing you for your own good.
Yeah. So because they're doing this, and because they're using religion as a justification, I mean, people. What are people to assume, especially if you've never been around a Jewish person and you've maybe heard that like, oh, Jews control the media, like someone just said that, right, in your vicinity, and you internalize that, or you heard that, and then you see Jake Tapper being like, Israel's doing this for Judaism, and if you look at this carnage and don't think that it's unacceptable, then you yourself are anti-Semitic. Yeah, if you're a guy living in fucking Arkansas, you're gonna be like, wait a minute, maybe Jews do control the media. And that's how anti-Semitism grows in the Western, in Western society. There's already...
I mean, I want to add a caveat here, which is that you also rely on some sort of alternative media, usually it's through the internet that these people access, that first plants that idea. Because people, like, it's not normal to just think that alone from that one point. But then, like, if you already kind of half believe it or you're suspicious of it, then you see that, then yeah, for sure. And I hope I just didn't miss him saying that, but I'm pretty sure he didn't point that out specifically.
Already an underlying, always endless amount of anti-Semitism that people think about on a day-to-day basis, but this gives them justification. And a lot of charlatans take advantage of the situation to promote anti-Semitic conspiracies, because they care more about, like, shitting on Jewish people than actually criticizing the state of Israel.
Oh, I see that a lot. A lot of people that are against Israel in quotes, but every person that's a Jew is Israeli in some way. Yeah, no, I think
but
it's very
it's the same argument on both sides, and that's what's really interesting about it, because the difference between Jake Tapper saying all Jews are Zionist and therefore criticizing Israel as anti-Semitic is no different than a Nazi saying all Jews are Zionist and therefore, Israel is the Jewish state and they want to fucking destroy Israel. There is no difference in the fundamentals of that argument. Both sides, whether they are woke or not woke on the issue, still think that all Jews are Zionist.
Man, isn't that something?
Yeah.
I don't know what, like, I think that it's so fucking annoying and weird that it plays that big of a role in conversations because we have people that can't afford healthcare. I think it's ridiculous.
Yes.
I'm very disappointed about it, but you know, like I don't. What do you do, right?
Yes, but also
Go ahead.
something to remember, something
Yeah.
to consider is that regardless of what people say, I mean, this is why I don't consider criticism of Saudi Arabia to be inherently Islamophobic. There's a difference, however. Like criticizing Saudi Arabia for doing a genocide in Yemen or criticizing Saudi Arabia for, again,
I don't know what Hassan's trying to do here. I mean, Asman already admitted that it's not anti-Semitic to criticize Zionism. We got here through talking about how there has been an increase of people who are pro-Hitler or even just championing Hitler outright because they think that this proves something. But now it's kind of futile to keep making this point.
being a sovereign nation state that is at the heel of the United States of America, that is a willing participant of American empire, therefore is not politically constrained in similar ways that like other forces that are dominated by American empire, still maintaining, some aspects of religious theocracy in their own governance, is an appropriate criticism of Saudi Arabia. You can do that without saying Muslims are, exhibiting an inferior culture. You could say that about the UAE. You could say that about many of these other countries, whether it's Qatar or UAE or Saudi Arabia, Oman, and the like. That's the difference between, monolithizing the entirety of the region versus individually dissecting the many ways in which
Hassan,
some
just
of
say
our allies in the
essentializing. God
region
damn it.
are engaging in religious fundamentalism in their internal governance.
It's awful, man. Like it's shocking to me that so many people buy into it and so many people still do it. Like I am amazed. Like here in the U.S., it feels like people are becoming more religious. I think that people over
No.
there, you
No.
don't think so.
No, absolutely not.
I don't. I think religion's been coming back a lot recently.
No, I don't think so. I look
Okay.
at overall trends. I look at overall trends. Like it's more in your face with like people being like, "Oh, I love religion" or whatever. But no,
Yeah.
overall trends show that religious support is hemorrhaging in all of our religious institutions in this country. It's something that like people are genuinely fearful of. At least those in power, those who stand to gain. But no, American religiosity has gone down tremendously. And that trend is the same everywhere around the world, as a matter of fact. The only places where it's not the same, the only places where like there are more religious people or more fundamentalist people are oftentimes areas of conflict, like areas that are in direct conflict, areas that are being dominated. In those places,
Well,
like
people
even
use
if there
religion
is,
as a cultural rallying point. I think that's what happens. And then
yes,
they use the
it's a,
religion to have a, like this is like how you're establishing the values. Because I mean, the truth is, right? Like you are going to have your, like a culture is going to be like, we are more influenced by like, let's say Christianity than China is or than Saudi Arabia is, right? Where like
which
they're
China's not
more
religious
influenced.
at all.
Exactly, right? And so like that's what I'm saying. And so like of course there's going to be like a relation there. And so that it makes sense why people would use that, but there's a lot of misuse of it. I don't think that religion's like bad like entirely, but I feel like a lot of people use it as a weapon. And
Absolutely, no, that's the way I
that's
see
what
it.
really and that's what really scares me the most. And it scares me a lot with like I mean, we went through like 20 years of this with like George Bush and like Obama with the this like the Middle Eastern adventures, right? Of like, George Bush saying that God told him that like he was supposed to go over there. It's fucking insane. Absolutely batshit crazy.
So you're
And
more scared
so
of Israel,
I
right,
just-
Asman?
I am very, very like afraid of that. I'm very worrisome of that. And that's where I think a lot of my distrust comes from with like any sort of culture that prioritizes religion as like a cultural like rallying point, is that I just feel like a lot of the ideas that they have are really bad.
Yeah. So I don't disagree with religious fundamentalism on principle. I agree that it.
Just another golden opportunity missed by Hassan to be like, hey, Asman, don't you think that it's a little hypocritical to be more scared of Palestine doing that than the entire state of Israel with its massive arsenal of weapons and Zionist leaders versus the oppressed nation that couldn't do anything even if it wanted to? Shouldn't you be more scared of the immediate threat?
It is a bad thing. And there is never a moment where I've said that like religious fundamentalism is appropriate. I just simply recognize that it is nowhere near the most devastating aspect of like any kind of society if they are currently in the process of being wiped out. That's just my analysis on it. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll give you this. I think Israel's worse than Palestine. How about that? Is that good?
I mean, yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
Okay.
I mean, far
Thank
far
God.
worse
Yeah.
in terms of what kind of power it has, because
Sure.
I think we understand, right, that if you are like, if I'm 6'4", 225 pounds on a good day, okay.
Yep.
If I were to go and beat the shit out of kindergartners, like, I would be held responsible. If a kindergartner in the
Yeah.
process punched me back and I said, ow, you hit me, now I'm going to go beat the shit out of your family members with my, and maybe even use my guns on them, you'd be like,
Oh my
this man
God,
is a
this
monster,
this
put him in
analogy
jail
is
immediately.
wild.
Right?
Sure.
Yeah, but when Israel does it, and you turn around and you go, what about the vibes of those kindergartners, though? Did they deserve it? Maybe they do deserve it. Maybe they had some bad opinions. Maybe they called him Baldy or something.
Uh-huh.
Then obviously it would be seen as like even if I was interested or not interested, even if I could recognize right from wrong, it would come across to onlookers that I was like justifying some of the some of the things that the much larger party in this circumstance, me, did to the kindergartners.
I really hope that Palestine can be free. I don't think that I don't think it's going to go the way you think it will. I don't.
What do you mean?
I think that continuing to control people with like religious fundamentalism. I think that's going to continue. I don't think that the moment that like they get out from under Israel, they're going to just like be okay with all of these other types of like identities. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
So if that's what Asmon wants, then he should really be in favor of freeing Palestine so that it can happen. So that way they at least have a chance versus having zero chance of that happening.
But
that's never happened, is what I'm trying to tell you. Like that's never even been able to be implemented in terms of like Palestinian history. So much so that there's never been a moment in Palestinian history where there's like any sort of sovereignty. So we can't make that we can't make that assumption, because that has never even throughout Palestinian history ever existed.
I agree with you. And I think that I have an assumption. I think you also probably have an assumption. But I think that we both agree that it would be good to find out who's right.
I mean, sure, but
Yeah.
but once again, regardless of there's two different things that I want to make very clear
Sure.
here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Regardless of whether Palestinian people will, let's say tomorrow, Palestine is emancipated and they have full-blown sovereignty, and they decide to be religiously like very right-wing, very fundamentalist. I still think that is infinitely better than the current genocide that is going on. Would you agree with that?
Is it better? Well, I mean, like, if they're going in there and they're killing other people instead, I could see arguments for being.
No. I'm saying like they are being very restrictive towards gay Palestinians. Let's say tomorrow Palestine is a sovereign state, and as a sovereign state tomorrow, they're no longer being genocided. And in the when they are rebuilding, Palestine is a sovereign nation state. They are very homophobic, they're very transphobic. They're like really harming gay people and trans people in Palestine. They're like arresting them. I still think that while still inappropriate, would be a far greater outcome than being completely wiped out and being completely
This is where it'd be really helpful for Hassan to both know and point out that they've tried to have democratic elections in the past. That Israel, I think they successfully had one, and then Israel just shut all the future ones down. And so, one of the first things that's probably going to change is that they're going to start having more democratic elections, whether it's in the West Bank or Hamas. Like, we can't be sure, but the Palestinians do want democracy. And so the quickest way to shut Asman down is to point that out, because after that he can't be like, well, it's kind of wishy-washy. It's like, well, I guess I like democracy and I do want them to have the democracy that they seem to want, so maybe it's probably a better idea to at least have the democracy, even if it's not going to be perfect right out of the box.
Genocided. I don't think that is going to be the outcome, but regardless, I want to make it very clear. I think that yes, no genocide is better than any kind
You're not
of genocide.
making a genocide tier list. I get that. I understand. My point is that I agree with you. I just don't think that I don't like their culture either, right? I find it to be problematic as well. And that's why I
By the way,
struggle
the people that we were talking about in terms of Palestinians are like, they are some of the most educated per capita population in spite of everything else, just for the record. Like, I don't know if you knew this or not, but Palestinians are in it, like, per capita.
I hope. This is why we really need to have the discussion about who the hypocrite is, because despite all else, this is what Asmongold is. This is what enough for is. This is what's enough for Asmongold to essentially just give up on Palestine. First of all, he probably doesn't really understand their culture, so the likelihood that he's wrong is incredibly high. But second, and so it might not be as helpful to explain it to him than just to point that out. But secondly, that's just a non sequitur. We just pointed out how culture is almost certainly kind of like informed by these things. Well, maybe, okay. Hassan did more about politics, but at the end of the day, that's what the case is, and that's what Hassan needs to be driving kind of home, is that if you want the culture to improve the material conditions. I have a feeling that, like, this debate's been going on for so long, his brain's a bit fried, and he's just not going to make that connection here.
I hope so. I mean,
I hope so. I mean, there's like,
okay, sorry,
Palestinian educational attainment is in spite of being genocided by Israel, in spite of like living under Israeli occupation, is incredibly high. They have a tremendous amount of obviously a tremendous amount of struggles and tremendous amount of hurdles to go through, but the status of education in Palestine is that 96.3% of the population is literate. It's higher than like the high human development category average, as in Palestinian society as a whole is like has a higher literacy rating than developed nations.
That's really good. That's great.
Yeah. So like, I don't think that these are the religious fundamentalist people that you think that they are, is what I'm trying to explain.
I don't think that I think there were a lot of people that were religious and also very well educated that can do very bad things. I don't think that, like,
for sure,
the more educated you are, like, I see what you're saying, and I think that you definitely do have an argument with it.
Do you understand why like cultural inferiority arguments end up like leading you astray in this subject matter? Because now that I've told you the literacy rate being higher in Palestine, in the Palestinian population, now you're saying, well, they can be literate and still fundamentalist, but like,
well, yeah,
there isn't evidence of this reality of like broad sweeping fundamentalism in Palestinian existence at all. If you are pointing to Hamas, which is a Islamist fundamentalist organization that started off as a charity that became this like violent resistance group, in terms of their governance, if that's what you're pointing to, once again, the situation is very different for the broader Palestinian society, because that is the only group that has successfully been able to thwart Israeli incursions, further Israeli incursions. That is the reason why they are the domineering group. Israel killed all the fucking secular leadership so consistently, or turned it into, like the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, turned it into its own security apparatus, but with a Palestinian face. So from the calculation of the Palestinians, they're like, okay, these guys are fucking, these guys are religious, but they're also the only people defending us.
It's the devil, you know. I understand the
It's
argument.
not even the devil. They see it as like, these are the only people that are fighting back against the country that is, bombing my house.
I understand that. And I can see their point of view. I just think that they're still bad. I do. I think it's bad to prosecute people and to kill them based off of their identity.
Okay, there's no disagreement. There's no disagreement with what you're saying.
Of course.
The difference, however, is that again,
go ahead.
Palestinian internal governance has always existed within the confines of being a colonial entity. They've never had full-blown sovereignty, so their internal affairs have to always be analyzed. Well, one, Palestinians are not of one mind, right? So that's number one. And number two is that we are talking about, especially if we're talking about the Gaza Strip, we're talking about people that are majority underage. Majority. The majority of the Gaza Strip is under the age of 18. So, like, we're talking about killing teenagers for the most part. We're talking about killing kids, because that's what's going on. So, like, their internal governance or what has happened in Palestinian society, it bears no basis in the outcome. Israel's killing them whether they are gay. Israel's killing them whether they're straight or whether they're fundamentalists or not. Palestinians could be the wokest, okay? Palestinians could be making fucking video games with like only trans representation, and Israel would still be killing them, okay? That's the reason why it doesn't matter in this conversation whether they would engage in any sort of like internal governance post-demand.
Did he just say only trans? Only trans? Like OnlyFans, but for trans people? No, I don't think that's what he meant. Kind of got excited there, though.
Participation that is like homophobic or not.
I think that it really, I think that they should be able to make that decision themselves, right? Like, if they want to do that, that's fine. Like, I mean, they're a sovereign nation, or they should be a sovereign nation. They should be able to do that. I just don't like the cultural equivalency. I do actually think that these cultures are, in a lot of cases, worse. And I think that there are a lot of points of difference there, whether it's about how you can speak up against the government, how you can resist different types of...
This is where Hassan needs to point out that culture isn't the biggest factor in this at all. And so by judging Palestine based on its culture, especially when that culture has been severely affected by things like apartheid, then you can't, then it gives them less room to keep making this about culture, because it's just inept. It really is. Like, culture is something that the Palestinians want to preserve, and its current state is more of a result of not being able to preserve that. There are plenty of Palestinians who support gay rights. Hassan even mentioned that. There are plenty of Palestinians who support trans rights. Hassan even mentioned that. But because Israel has so much power to delegate who gets to, effectively represent the West Bank and Gaza, they choose the worst of any option, because that helps them justify their cause of genociding Palestinians. Without recognizing this fact that it's just a non sequitur to bring up culture at this point, we're constantly going to be in these weeds. Hassan needs to get us out.
Control,
but there is no government. Like, you're again. Remember what I told you about, like, the Espionage Act during World War II and like during Cold War, all of these like laws that were created to dominate American people for having a difference in opinion.
Sure, but all those are bad. Like,
that's
I
understand,
point, though,
but
right?
it's because it was born out of necessity in the minds of those who were responsible for the government. You yourself are in at odds with that, but ultimately you still said, maybe because you didn't know this, you still said that like America is the, you know, a far superior culture. The point is, it has nothing to do with like. The point is, it has nothing to do with like a culture at all, and everything to do with the material conditions that you're subjected to. That's my argument, and that at least throughout history, societies that have been allowed to foster, allowed to prosper, have inevitably had these struggles that are born out of a genuine need for people that want equality. And that's it. That's the reason why. And there's always going to be resistance from others inside of said societies every step of the way. But in order for you to analyze this, you have to look at Palestinians in the same exact way that you look at your fellow Americans, because there is no difference. Ultimately, they're still, at the end of the day, they're still human beings, and some of them are gay, some of them are trans, and they all want equality. They all want a fucking job. They all want shelter, and they all, you know, want to play WoW Classic over retail.
Right. I of course, I agree with you about all of those things, except for I don't know if all of them want equality. I do think that some of those people.
Yeah, well, neither do all Americans. So, as a Canadian, I'm feeling kind of genocidal. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, compared to Canada, American culture is definitely inferior. We're just even healthier than you guys. So, yeah, so when can we start genociding you? Because you won't care, right? Like, it's just not a big deal.
Do actually hold very regressive views, the same as the way that we have people.
That's what I mean.
Right?
But you have to, you have to analyze broader Palestinian society in the exact same way. With that, the moment that you are equipped with the understanding that they are no different than Americans, okay? Some are going to be restrictive. Some are going to believe fucking insane shit. Some are going to believe insane shit in the other direction. Like some are going to want to make Concord again, okay? Some Palestinians are going to be like, I want to make Concord, but more gay.
Yeah.
Okay? And that is just the reality. That
might be happening.
There are people with a diversity of opinion. They're no different than you and I in terms of their needs, in terms of like the way, in terms of what they want for themselves. And that friction is always going to exist in every society. And when you are no longer shackled by the restrictions of existing under a colonial occupation, you will be able to move society forward by fighting. There's going to be struggles. There's always going to be struggles every step of the way. But you have to understand that America was able to get to this point after years and years of you know, a lot of revolutionary figures fighting for it. And Palestinians have never had that opportunity because they've always been dominated by a far, far greater military force. And that force has surveilled every aspect of their lives. That force has dominated every aspect of their lives. I'll give you one example, like in terms of queer phobia, right?
Sure.
Israel literally will blackmail gay Palestinians. They will try to create.
Shit, I almost forgot about that. Yeah, wow. It's amazing how many things will just like hit your brain with the news and make you forget. Like it'll knock out these other things. And then someone says it and you're just like, "Whoa, oh my god." That's scary shit too. Like that happens in a lot of places, and it's absolutely devastating.
Literally will blackmail gay Palestinians. They will try to create sexual material, okay, of gay Palestinians in an effort to turn them into confidential informants for the state of Israel. Like that's not exactly very pro-gay, is it? It's not.
Oh,
In,
Israel's awful. Yeah, for sure.
no, but
Like, yeah,
that's
no,
my point.
definitely.
Ultimately, just like Israeli bombs do not make a distinction between gay Palestinians and straight Palestinians who are homophobic or whatever. Like
No.
at the end of the day, these guys have never been able to get to a point where they have any sort of civil governance whatsoever, so they can rebel against it internally. But remember, it's always the people that are still Palestinians that will be rebelling against whatever form of governance they inevitably create if they are ever to be free.
It's hard to say. I mean, like, my expectations of things changing massively are very low. Um, I think that what you're saying could be true, and I hope that we can find out. But I just I don't know, man. I mean, I don't see how it just changes in like that big way. I don't see it happening.
What are you talking about? Like the full scale
Yeah.
genocide and ethnic cleansing
Oh, no, no.
of the Palestinians, or are you talking about Palestinians becoming
Well,
like
I was
pro
referring to
queer?
Palestinians, like, yeah, becoming more like, more like liberal, I guess you would say, right? And not having these like cultural like expectations, because I feel like, kind of like by what you were saying, right, is like blackmailing gay Palestinians. Well, why is it a blackmail, right? Well, because they can be punished and hurt for having those viewpoints, and so that's at least like my opinion on it. I don't know. And I also I don't like that culture. I, I do think that to a certain degree, every individual person is going to be different. But if you're looking at what a government does in the same way that people criticize like America and they're really criticizing the government, I think you can criticize Palestine or Saudi Arabia or any other country. And,
I'm letting you know once again, there's no aspect of Palestinian quote unquote culture that revolves around like dominating gay Palestinians or anything like
well,
that.
Yeah, again, that's not culture. That's social attitudes.
do you think that like at a certain point, where do you, if it doesn't come from there, where did it come from?
What do you mean, homophobia in
Yeah.
general?
Yeah, where did it come
I think that yes, I think that religious social conditioning plays a role in uplifting bigoted attitudes
That's my
towards
point.
people that are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it's no different. The problem here is it is that aspect of it is reactionary conservatism. It's no different in Palestine as it is in the United States of America. The only reason why it manifests, or the only reason why it takes it can be dealt with by those in terms of like the civil governance or anything like
Mhm.
that is specifically a direct consequence of being a victim of colonial domination, and those guys are the ones that happen to be fighting back against Israel tooth and nail. But once again, it doesn't matter. Just like just like I celebrate the American
Mhm.
accomplishments in World War II, it doesn't change that dynamic that America was incredibly homophobic back then. You know what I
They
mean?
were. True.
It was they were murking,
Uh,
and they, by the way,
yeah.
America still has gay panic laws and things of that nature that allows people to be able to potentially kill their partners. I mean, I actually let's see what the latest is on the gay panic, trans panic defense bans now.
Oh, I'm
Um,
sure there's all kinds of like stupid stuff like
yeah,
that for sure.
under no
And
circumstance,
it's worse.
would I ever advocate or say like,
Absolutely.
well, America
Right.
is an inferior culture, and that's why like.
Well, I think that aspect of our culture is inferior. I do. I think it is inferior. I think it's worse. And I think that I think we should hold ourselves to a higher standard.
I was really muted there. Sorry about that. So the reason that this debate is still here 2 hours and 53 minutes in is because they're not making the distinction between social culture, politics, or sorry, social attitudes, politics, and culture. And the reason you need to make that distinction is because once we realize how many of these things are actually politics or social culture, then improving the social or the politics and social attitudes of Palestinians is a function of their material conditions. People here in America have worse social attitudes when they experience worse social conditions. So if you want to stop something like bigotry, you have to fundamentally improve their conditions. But culture is something that, like, if anything, Asmongold is really talking about heritage and this, like, immutable thing that just always exists. But I'm pretty sure Palestinians have been removed from their heritage. And that's why, culturally speaking, they're kind of a mess. So none of his arguments really apply to Palestine. It applies to some fictitious world where you can be bombed and absolutely have everything destroyed in your country and still, like, have a chance at, being defenders of human rights and stuff like that. You can't have it both ways, dude.
We should hold everybody to a higher standard. I don't really see how, like, being a developing country, I don't see the correlation between, if a country is like being occupied or something like that, that's going to make them more homophobic. I don't really see how.
Wait,
that's,
how do you
like,
not see that? Well, it's entirely it's not even being occupied. You understand, right? Like it's
well, whatever
it's
word you
what
want to use.
it's what
right?
material
Like,
conditions
genocide.
look like when you are occupied.
Mhm.
That's why I gave the example of the Westboro Baptist Church. Those guys are not doing ISIS style executions of gay people because they live in America. If they were born and living in another part of the world, and if they were living in America, I guess like post-nuclear Holocaust or something, they would absolutely be doing that. It's entirely about what your immediate surroundings look like. That's my point. That's
those
it.
immediate
They're
surroundings are the
exhibiting the
government.
same kind of religious fundamentalism. The only difference is there is no like greater outside force that is like destroyed the United States of America in its entirety, and therefore they can just like fucking fulfill their violent desires whichever way they see fit. That's the only difference here.
It's very hard to know like what somebody would do if they were born into another another country, right? It's like would people in Palestine?
That's why I said they would be teleported like with the same.
He's right on an individual level, but on a collective level, we can look at what happens when you change the material conditions of somewhere in which social attitudes become prevalent. They're definitely not the progressive ones because you fundamentally regress back into like a survival mode where, being conservative in the face of an actual threat starts to really make sense, as opposed to American conservatism where they have to literally make up threats. So if you see a nation that's been absolutely oppressed by another nation and they have bad social attitudes and are a bit conservative, don't be surprised. That's usually how it goes.
Same.
Yeah.
And with the same exact mentality. There is no way. And of course,
would people in Palestine?
That's why I said they would be teleported like with the same.
Yeah.
And with the same exact mentality. There is no way. There is, of course. And that, my friend, is you recognizing that we are a product of our material conditions.
Well,
what you just said right there.
Extent. Yeah, sure.
I mean, that's it. That's my point. Like, that is precisely what I'm saying.
I can see what you're saying. And I think that definitely that does play a part. But I think that also a culture is created by a government. And you can look at the way the government applies any sort of rules. And I think that it is very easy to say that some rules are unfair and they are inferior to others. I do not think this is a problematic thing to say. And I don't like.
It's a different argument than saying culture. That's a much different argument, Asman. You're being a bit slippery. What Hassan needs to do here is point out that Palestine can't really govern itself, right? Because then it doesn't make sense to blame them for what Asman thinks the culture is.
the idea of the cultural relativity. I don't think that that really exists in a lot of cases. And I feel like, yes, of course, you're going to have people that will take advantage of, oh, well, this asshole warlord guy is coming in and he's going to, save us, but he's also a bad person. Yes, of course that's going to happen, right? But at the same time, I don't think that's the only point of it. I think that if you do have a law, and then also while that warlord is in charge, that culture, that warlord or that group of people that is bad, um, while that's around, is inferior. Now, I feel like a lot of this is about like the inferiority thing. To me, the word isn't really that important. It's mainly just like there are ideas that I think are just objectively worse. Like, for example, like not letting people.
The word does a lot of heavy lifting for you, Asmon. So I think maybe you should start being more specific with what you mean if you want to avoid conflicts like this.
Express their identity for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just an objectively worse viewpoint, and anybody who is trying to champion that viewpoint is a bad person. It's just you're doing a bad thing, and there's like no justification for it. There's no like I can see people that like don't actively fight against it because like for whatever reason, right? There could be 50 different reasons, but I do think it's always bad. It's bad every single time, and
Yes, I think suppression of people's suppression of people's like expression is not a good thing. Yes, it is a bad thing. But again, there is a difference between doing it in a developed nation that does not have like any sort of outside forces dominating it versus a country that has never even been allowed to be a country.
Well, here's the way I see it.
Would you say that there is not a distinction there? Like, would you say that?
I don't see a correlation between. I don't understand the correlation between suppressing gay people and being able to be like another country that's like involving you. Like I don't or like attacking you.
I will describe this once again.
Okay.
And the wheel keeps on spinning. Asmon should really understand this by now because he hasn't refuted any of Hassan's points directly. But I think that's part of the problem is that he's just thinking of ways to get out of this and not really listening to what Hassan's saying. And since Hassan isn't being assertive enough, he's not actually pinning Asmon down on anything. And so Asmon doesn't have to decide one way or another, do I actually think that this is the way it works or not? Because I guarantee you if he was pinned down, he wouldn't be able to say, no, it definitely never works that way. It's always going to work that way some way a bit, especially when that is the condition, that there is a more powerful person or nation who can oppress that a group of people. So it's very important for Hassan here to try to pin him down instead of just constantly catering to his concerns and stuff, Asmon's concerns and stuff like that. Because so long as he keeps doing that, we're going to keep on arriving at this point.
African tribal existence, okay, and their internal affairs played no basis in chattel slavery, although it was used as a justification for it, that these were barbaric people, that these were not even human. Do you want this? Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, but it was bad, right? I mean, like what they were doing there was like, still bad. It doesn't justify the bad behavior. Okay, no, I don't think it's justified. No.
But ultimately, there is still a far greater evil here, which is robbing people of their homes and stripping them away, mass rapes, mass subjugation, humiliation, chattel slavery. Mm-hmm. So when historians look to this, when historians look at chattel slavery, they don't analyze the conditions of African tribes unless they are a different kind of historian that may or may not be trying to justify chattel slavery. And the same goes for any kind of colonial domination. Some of these opinions are more permissible in polite society than others. Mm-hmm. The reason why I'm using chattel slavery is because everybody recognizes right from wrong.
Yeah, sure.
Like South Africa, apartheid South.
It also is actually a really good example of something that wasn't affected by the culture of those people and stuff like that. As, as I said, I think they're both kind of getting fried in the brain a bit, and so Hassan kind of lost track of what his point actually was. That's why he said that's why I brought up chattel slavery, even though it's the real reason you brought it up was to create an example that isn't affected by the culture or what the other thing that Asmon was talking about.
South Africa, the idea that black people were inferior in apartheid South Africa, I'm sure people probably made similar. I know for a fact that they made similar arguments in apartheid South Africa, where they were like, "Well, black people are, violent and barbaric, and why do you care about this one little country of South Africa just because it's being controlled by white people?" Like, but when black people came into power, okay, when apartheid South Africa, when the apartheid was lifted and they came into power, obviously there was still an economic apartheid, but the notion that they were going to be barbaric did not occur at all. The idea that they were going to be dominating and barbaric and inferior in their governance, that did not happen.
I don't see why, like, why is it so hard to just acknowledge that certain things that people do are bad? Like, it's really not. It's not complicated.
I'm acknowledging
Yeah.
that religious fundamentalism is bad. I'm also telling
Sure.
you that it plays no role in the far greater evil.
See, we're still stuck in the weeds. What Asmon just said there was kind of bad faith, because he doesn't just think that he's just calling out bad things. He's saying that leftists are hypocritical, and not just leftists, but mainly leftists are hypocritical for supporting LGBTQ plus rights while also supporting Palestine because there's some Palestinians who don't like gay people. That's not just pointing out something bad, and that's being dishonest about what your original framing that got us here was. Obviously, Hassan doesn't think that's bad, and Hassan should really be bringing this back to the hypocrisy statement, because that's where the crux of, or that's where Asmon is definitely the most incorrect.
Because the difference between killing 10 gay people and killing 100,000 gay people is killing 100,000 gay people is worse, right?
Well, yeah, of course.
Okay. Well, then that's the
Right.
point. That's the point I'm making, which is that Israel is killing not only 100,000 gay people, but just every fucking straight person as well. They don't care who they're killing. And that is the reason why I don't spend a lot of time being like, well, the Palestinians have never actually shown me that they deserve emancipation because they're not like super woke about gay people.
Yeah.
It bears
no,
no
I-
basis in this. Like, I don't care.
I don't want to see
when I analyze the
Palestine-
situation in World War II, I don't look at like, the way that like how German Jews thought about, like, what German Jews thought about like gay people. I don't really care.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. To me, I think that it's very easy to just acknowledge that certain things are bad. Like, for example, like if they're treating people this way, it is a bad thing. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that they should be killed for it, right? Of course not.
Yeah,
No.
and they're not being killed for it
Obviously not.
anyway. That's just like, that is only the
Right.
justification that Israel tries to use whenever people are countering this kind of argument with like, hey man, genocide is wrong, and they'll be like, oh well, Israel would kill you if you, Palestine would kill you if you were gay
Mhm.
in Gaza. Which, by the way, I don't know if you've ever seen this, but there's a very famous video of a trans activist that went to Gaza and literally engaged in humanitarian aid in Gaza, and obviously they were not like, oh, you're trans, we're gonna kill you. They were like, oh, thank you for your fucking humanitarian aid. They don't give a shit. Like, it's the same as any other kind of person. I talked to a teenager from Yemen, okay, who everyone called, myself included, called Timothy Charlemagne or Chalamet.
Is
he
that
was,
the One Piece one?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Now this kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life he has withstood genocide, right? Like, he's
Sure.
is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time. That's all he's known is death and destruction of his home, right? With
Yeah,
American
but
bombs.
he's not getting killed by gay people, right? He's not getting killed. Like if
No,
he's if
hold
he's
on.
talking about like hating
We're not even
Israel
talking
or
about gay
hating
people.
America.
I'm going to bring up something important here. First of all, he wasn't Houthi. I asked him. He was like, I'm not. Which many people said, oh, he's hiding it. He's PR trained, which is really funny to say
sure.
about like some random fucking dude who can't even speak English. Like he doesn't give a fuck if people call him anti-Semitic. And I asked him like, what do you think about Jewish people? What if I were to tell you that like Jewish people are leading the anti-Zionist movement in America? And he was like, that's great. I love them. That's awesome. Anyone who's against Israel is my friend. Now, that might have been one of the first instances where this person ever even heard that Jewish people were against the state of Israel. Okay? But his
Well, I don't know about that.
immediate
Maybe they have the
reaction
internet,
was
right?
his immediate
Yeah.
reaction was, that's great. Love that. I'm a big fan of that. Something along those lines. And the reason for that is because there is a far greater problem that people care about. And that is Israel's complete domination over the region, America's complete domination by way of utilizing Israel over the region. That's all they care about. If that was removed from the equation, okay, these people, some of them would absolutely be right wing. Some of them would absolutely be like, oh, no, I still don't fucking, I don't fuck with gay people. Fuck those guys. I want to kill them. And other people would say, I'm gay. I fought alongside you. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's just how human beings are. That's just how that's how society ends up evolving to a point that we take for granted. That becomes more understanding. It's not
I think
easy.
that's what happens over time.
Yeah.
It is, but I think it's easy to say that where it is right now isn't good. It's not good.
Yeah.
And of course,
only
I
if
don't.
only if you recognize like where this hostility stems from or why it's left unexamined. Rather, the hostility that we assume these people have, because like the reason why I asked him about the like Jewish anti-Zionists was because even my assumption is that like the Houthis, for example, literally have a banner that says "Curse the Jews," right?
Yeah.
Like, so I was very curious as to see like how this person would react to something that he might not have even ever considered. And that's the and that's the point, which is that like people have the capacity to change once they learn new information. They're not ever going to be firmly planted and be of one mind. Most people have a tendency to be empathetic to other people. They want to collaborate with other people. We're a social animal. It's in our nature to be as collaborative with others as possible. And that's why I don't believe that anyone is like intrinsically homophobic or intrinsically queerphobic. Not that it matters.
And I guess like he did bring it back finally. So I keep worrying we're going to get lost, but it's not as bad as I think it is. But he's still been like, he's been way too loose with kind of like risking this and stuff like that. And I don't see Asmongold reconsidering the point that it's hypocritical to be that to think what he does at this point.
In this circumstance, because the far larger problem is still always going to be genocide.
Yeah, no, I could see the genocide being worse. Yeah, sure. I could definitely see that. I just I don't like the I don't like the idea that that culture is equivalent to ours. I think it is very problematic. I think it's very bad. I don't think it should be judged the same way. It doesn't mean I'm not sympathetic to them. Of course, right? Of course it's bad this happens. But whenever there is a state that's upholding something that is killing groups of people based off of their identity, or a group of people that's doing that, whether it's a government or some sort of like regime or anything like that, I think it's very easy to say that that's bad.
He's just magically okay with Israel doing it, though. That fact has slipped his mind that Israel's also doing that.
I don't think that saying that, like different types of persecution is for one reason or another, like okay because they're being like occupied in some way or another, right? I don't really see how these two things are related because they're not being occupied by gay people. They're not being occupied by trans people. They're being occupied by Israelis. So
Yeah,
it's like if
exactly.
you're
Which is why they're
if
not
you're
like,
hating gay people and you're making
but
that against the
but
law,
no,
has
that's
nothing to
a
do
good
with it.
point, Asmon. That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's why they're not like, if you think right now or at any point, Hamas
Yeah.
is like, we really got to fucking deal with these homosexuals in our ranks. Like, you're out of your mind. That's not what's going on at all.
I don't think that's the case at all. Of course not.
Okay, so
But
then,
when the dust
you know.
settles, when the dust settles, and then they start killing gay people, what are you gonna say?
Okay, but you can't hypothesize a future where they're gonna do that when there is no fucking like evidence that they're going to do that in a free and a completely emancipated sovereign nation state. That's what my point.
This goes, excuse me. This goes back to pointing out that Asmon has a double standard, which Hassan should be just quicker to do. Where like he said that he doesn't care. Oh my God, I'm starting to get brain fried too. I can't remember what I was gonna say. Let's just keep playing it.
The assumption that they're gonna do that is the bigotry. That is where we're at odds. The assumption that they're gonna do.
Right now, I remember. So his assumption that they're going to do that directly contradicts what he said, which is that I can't assume that they'll become pro LGBTQ plus in the future either. Even though Hassan has pointed out that there's probably more pro LGBTQ plus people in Palestine than against it, it's just the most angry people are the loudest. And so there's so many opportunities that just kind of kill me when Hassan misses it, to really pin Asmon down on like, well, didn't you say that you can't predict what the outcomes are going to be? Didn't you say that like you didn't know how they could become pro LGBTQ plus? Yet you have this clear vision of how they're going to remain that way. Like, that might not be hypocritical, but it's certainly something he has to unpack.
Do that immediately. It almost feels like they want to be free just so they can kill the gay Palestinians, which is a ridiculous fucking assumption.
Not. Of course, that's not the reason.
Okay,
They don't.
but that is,
They
but
don't
you
want to
understand that
become
like
free to kill all the gay people. Of course not. But like, I mean, it's an openly stated thing with a lot of these cases, even inside of any sort of other culture. There are many cultures that are openly stated to be against people of different gender identities. This isn't some sort of like unique, monopoly that Palestine has over this. I think
I really doubt Palestine, who can't even self-govern, has actually made this statement. More times than not, information like this about Palestine comes from Israel.
it's true in many cases.
But Palestine has never. But given the fact that there has never been a sovereign national Palestinian state, making this inference is ridiculous. Is my point. It's like saying that if Texas were to exist on its own, that they would start fucking executing gay people and enslave black people again. Except there has been a state, or it wasn't a sovereign state, but there has been an instance where, Texas did actually fight hard to enslave black people and continue to enslave black people. That's why we have Juneteenth, which is far after the point of abolition, where they still maintain the practice of chattel slavery. So even then, there's more evidence that Texas might potentially do that, as opposed to Palestinian statehood, which has never been a form of governance that has had a moment to behave in the homophobic ways in which we assume they will. And ultimately, once again, they would still be dominating gay Palestinians. And this is a concept that a lot of Americans don't understand. They think like, a lot of people used to say this about ISIS. They're like, oh, they're throwing gay people off the roofs because Muslims are so Islamophobic. I'm like, bitch, the gay people are Muslim. Like, who do you think they're throwing off the roofs? They're not throwing white American gays off the roofs. They're throwing Muslims. They're throwing other Arabs that are gay off the roofs. which is like, you know, something that is at odds with the way that people understand, you know, Islam and the Muslim world, and think like, no, all Muslims love this shit. It's like, well, I don't think the gay dude who is Muslim loved being thrown off the roof. I think he probably hated that in that moment.
I bet he did. I think so. You're right, and I think that criticism of that isn't really Islam. I don't think it really has a lot to do with Islam, right?
It has
Because,
nothing
like,
to do with Islam, and it has nothing
no,
to do with culture in
it's
general. It has everything to do with this like fucking insane, militant, rabid, psychopathic colonial apparatus that was trying to restore
think
the
that
image
the
of the
way-
caliphate in whatever they saw fit.
the way that people see gender identity and the way that they treat them is absolutely part of their culture, and it's part of our culture too. It's part of everybody's culture.
That's
it is
not.
a
It's
core
not necessarily
element.
true. I don't think it's.
Yeah, that's social attitudes. It really helps to be able to make that distinction.
When you say it's a part of their culture, you make it seem like it is an intractable quality. It's a quality that cannot change, or it's a quality that definitely exists across the board as a monolithic force. That is not the case. That's my point.
Of course, nothing's monolithic, right? Nothing is ever going to be monolithic. The same within the U.S. or anything like that. But I think it's a viewpoint that a lot of people have, and it's the same as here. There's a lot of people that have viewpoints about that here. And guess what? Our laws reflect the viewpoints that a lot of people have. And so what's going to happen in Palestine?
So it would be so much more efficient if we could have like sussed out what is politics, what is social attitudes, what is culture, because at least then Asman would have to make arguments that culture directly leads to policies, or policies directly leads to culture, or social attitudes directly lead to one or the other, or even vice versa. But instead, he's just bouncing around and moving goalposts, and Hassan's just kind of letting them get away with it. If you have an opponent who's never going to call you out on constantly moving the goalpost, that is actually the most effective way to keep them from getting to the crux of any argument.
I don't know. When they
I
get
don't think our
independent,
laws reflect a lot of the people's viewpoints. Because if that
In
was the
some
case,
cases
you
they
wouldn't
do,
have
in
been
some
so
they don't.
shocked about Texas BDS laws. Like, I don't think it's your
Yeah.
viewpoint. I think if you
No,
were to
there's
sit
some-
down
there's
every
some that
person in
get
Texas,
through
they'd be
there.
like, "What the fuck are you talking about? This is
Yeah,
unacceptable."
no, you're right. You're right about that. I mean, there are some of them that get through. You are right. But I do think that in general, the laws do have a rough estimation to what the people's values are.
I don't.
Like, not
again, we're
1-to-1,
talking about
but it's not
abortion
0
bans,
to
for
1 either.
example. Abortion
Yeah.
bans. That's not the viewpoint of the overwhelming majority of people that are now subjected to abortion bans.
Mhm.
Governments do not operate at the behest of their citizens, even in democracies, even in quote unquote theoretical democracies like the United States of America. So, no, that is not the case. And people always are fighting against their governments in order to, at the domestic level, get the equality that they fight long and hard for. The problem, however, with Palestinian society is that they've never had a fucking functioning sovereign state and a government to begin with. And even if they did, the assumption that they would be homophobic is ridiculous, because once again, there is no historical reference point for this. And beyond that,
Well, isn't it
even if
against
they
the law
did have a
now?
homophobic
I mean,
government,
it's against the law
it-
now, right?
but
I mean,
even if they had a homophobic government, it's against the law is meaningless in this circumstance. What is the law? There has never been a sovereign state in this situation. Palestinians, like I said,
who
in
made the law?
Gaza are operated under Hamas rule, right? Palestinians in Gaza are operated under Hamas rule. Palestinian Authority legalized gay marriage decades before then. But in 2005, Hamas rule came into power after America tried to implement voting. Okay, George W. Bush on his way out was like, "Well, let's do voting in Palestine." Palestinian Authority said, "Let's not do that. We are not ready for it. We'll get fucking owned." Because at that point, Palestinian people, both in the West Bank.
Huh. That's actually a different perspective on that than I had. I'm going to have to recheck what I thought was true about that, given that new information. That's an interesting take on it. And, you know, it kind of goes to the point that you need stabilization in these places. before you can expect anything else. And even having voting happen too soon is just it's just a recipe for disaster. You need stabilization before any of these other things even matter. And his son's already said that, so I'm kind of looping around now. But if Hassan really wants to drive this home, he has to at least get Asmongold to admit that there's a double standard. We have less than 20 minutes left in this debate. I have a feeling we're not going to be getting to any of the real juicy bits of where Asmongold is incorrect on this.
And certainly in the Gaza Strip, we're viewing the Palestinian Authority as exactly what it is, a CIA-backed institution that was working at the behest of the Israeli state as a part of its security apparatus. So they were very unpopular. So what happened? Hamas came in and we're like, we're Muslim as fuck. We love Islam. We are honest because of our Islamic background. And we are the only group that is actually violently resisting against the Israeli apartheid. We are going to run a anti-corruption campaign, which is what they did. And just like the prediction of the Fatah party, which is a secular party, which is the part of the Palestinian Authority, they were right. Hamas did win. Then America said, let's do a fucking coup d'etat. Fuck it. You know, take over the Strip regardless. Hamas actually won that battle. And basically the rest is history. They have,
well, I mean,
they
the
have been
fact that they won the
de facto
vote,
government.
Don't you think the fact they won the vote matters? Like, if the people are voting for the people that want to oppress people based off of their identity, I think that to a certain extent,
okay. Let me
that
ask you a
does
question.
infer
Okay,
a
great
degree
question.
of like what people think.
I have two problems here. I just told you that 50% of the population of Palestine and Gaza Strip, in the Gaza Strip, is under the age of 18. None of them fucking voted for Hamas, okay? Because they weren't alive. That's number one. Number two, you said you voted for Donald Trump in the past, in 2016.
I did.
Okay, why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I just didn't really like Hillary Clinton.
There you go. Turns out people have many different motivations for voting for one particular party over the other, and it doesn't have to be Islamist fundamentalism that they believe in. So that's
okay. That was good. That was definitely like dismantling one of his beliefs right there. And it's hard to say if that like changes his mind, but how can he possibly still believe what he believes given that information?
my point. Because they're human beings with a shit ton of different attitudes and different opinions. If they see the dominating party of Fatah as a party that is completely captured by Israeli security apparatus that is working at the behest of this state that is destroying their lives, they're going to be like, okay, I'm going to go with the other guy, just like you went with Donald Trump over Hillary Clinton. So, but it doesn't even matter because most of those people that fucking voted for Hamas are dead. They don't even exist anymore. And it doesn't matter because Hamas is still the governing party because there's not a real democracy there. They are a militant force that is dominating the Gaza Strip, that is simultaneously fighting against the Israeli state. So I hope that this helps clear your understanding of the way in which Palestinians live in the Gaza Strip and how this has nothing to do with their internal affairs or their government or how they view the world or how they view gay people at all.
I get it. I get it. I think that, and I do hope that they get their independence. I think that whenever they do, they're probably going to do the same thing that Hamas did to gay people before.
No, they were not.
And
but I just told you. I told you that hold on. Let's look this up real quick.
Go ahead.
Like, if that was the case, which is such a funny argument that we're having over like a group of individuals that are being genocided anyway. Like, I don't give a fuck if they literally were straight up jailing every homosexual person in the Gaza Strip. I still think that the genocide is inappropriate and completely unjustifiable. But yes.
Well, two things can be bad, right?
What?
Two things can be bad. It's not like only one thing can be bad. Like, obviously, it's bad to do that.
West Bank.
And that's why I think Hassan really, suddenly, my microphone decided to pick me up really high there. But that's why Hassan really needs to bring it back to, well, you said it's hypocritical for us to think genocide is worse.
It's been legal technically since the annexation, but since 1951. They adopted the Jordanian Penal Code of 1951. in the West Bank. Shortly after the Jordanian annexation of the West Bank in 1950, same-sex acts were decriminalized across the territory with the adoption of the Jordanian Penal Code. So it's been decriminalized in in the West Bank. And
Let me see if
before
I can
then,
find it.
what?
Oh, go ahead.
And before then, it was it was first the Ottoman law, which was decriminalized in the 18th century, and then after that, it was British law. So on the 18th of September 1936, the Criminal Code of Mandatory Palestine, British Mandate Criminal Code, which drew from the Ottoman law or English law, was enacted, which meant that sodomy is illegal. What? I'm looking at the LGBTQ rights of Palestine on Wikipedia.
Okay.
So yeah.
It's considered a taboo subject. People experience persecution and violence. I mean, I feel like
of course.
That's
Of course.
kind of bad, right? I mean, like, yeah, for sure.
No. I think understand. I'm just simply stating that it's more complicated than the way you presented it, though.
Of
don't
course,
you think?
everything is always more complicated. Of course, it's more complicated. And if I have a clip that is 30 seconds long, obviously that nuance is not going to be communicated. Of course not.
It wasn't just 30 seconds, dude. I watched Hassan reacting to it. So he's obviously backtracking his point about hypocrisy, just not in a direct way. Maybe we can consider this a Hassan W. If we're also kind of being loose with our definitions.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is,
and
that
ultimately, they will get to a place of being more open-minded to gay people once they have the opportunity to be free, to be a sovereign nation, and then their gay neighbors, their gay peers, their queer peers are able to fight their own civil rights movement like our queer peers did back in the day in the United States of America.
Just like they did in Saudi Arabia.
But ultimately, homosexual activity is legal in the West Bank.
He keeps complaining about Saudi Arabia, but like, what he hasn't asked is if Saudi Arabia was going through a genocide, would you be against that, dear leftists? Like, of course, we'd be against any group of people being genocided because that's never a solution to anything. That's what the Nazis called the final solution. And so, it only makes sense to be against genocide. There's no question, as Asmongold would put it. And so I think he's being very disingenuous. Also, I just realized you got, like, some of my mouth noises are coming through. Let me know if you think that that's, like, sexy AMR or if it's gross.
It's better than not. But all I'm saying is that I don't think this exists on a spectrum.
Don't you think that like, like there are still, like, for example, here in the Wikipedia page, it says, in August 2019, the Palestinian National Authority announced that LGBT groups were forbidden to meet in the West Bank on the grounds that they are harmful to the higher values of ideal Palestinian society. This was in response to a conference in Nablus by Al-Qaws, the Palestinian LGBTQ group. Following the backlash, the ban was later withdrawn. So people in a place where they are at least able to organize against the limited government that exists in the West Bank, literally actively advocated against this, and then they took back the ban. On October 2022, Palestinian police arrested a suspect who beheaded a 25-year-old male, Palestinian Ahmad Abu Murkiya, who was seeking asylum in Israel because he was gay. At the time, it was reported that 90 Palestinians who identified with the LGBT community lived as asylum seekers in Israel. Now, notice how, once again, they are prosecuting people who are killing gay people.
Well, yeah.
Why would they do that if they were also invested in killing gay people? It happens. There are still gay people who get assassinated, murdered in the United States of America. They are dealt with through a criminal code. They are dealt with through a civil governance, right? They're dealt with within the confines of our court structure. They're prosecuted. They're thrown in jail. Sometimes. Other times, we still have gay panic laws, despite the fact that we are supposed to be the superior culture. People do still get away with killing gay people in the United States of America, as I was showing you earlier, in at least how many states? The so-called game panic defenses are legal strategies which, according to the American
I feel
Bar
like
Association,
it obviously it can't be that good if people are leaving and they're looking for asylum in Israel either. I feel like to say that like they're not doing anything about it, people wouldn't be going and getting asylum in Israel. It says right there in the same paragraph that this time it was reported 90 Palestinians who identified the LGBT lived in asylum as asylum seekers in Israel. Why would they be doing that if they're being treated equally? They wouldn't need to.
first. Why are they? I have a couple different
Who knows?
reasons for why they're doing that. Do you feel like if you had the opportunity to not be under colonial rule, you'd rather go to Israel? Israel is not exactly a tolerant society for LGBTQ either, by the way. You can't get gay married in Israel. It's still illegal to get gay married in Israel to this day. Why were they going there? Because the material conditions are obviously better there inside of Israel. If you are a part of a regular Israeli society, if you are able to seek asylum, Israel can then turn around and use that as a brownie point for themselves. Or half the time, the gay Palestinians that are executed are also collaborating with the Israeli government because they've been blackmailed prior to their collaboration.
Well, they wouldn't need to be getting blackmailed if the outcome of the
No, it's not
blackmail
just
wouldn't be
blackmail,
that
isn't like we're going to out you as a homo.
Is Asmon really going to justify this right now? Well, they wouldn't have to be blackmailed. They didn't go to Israel. Like, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works.
Homosexual is blackmail is in
Yeah.
we're going to show like your naked photos to your family. It's not blackmail like, oh, your friends are going to know you're gay and then they're going to kill you. No, it's blackmail as in we are going to show naked photos of you to everyone. Now you have to collaborate with us.
I don't really
Revenge
see the
porn.
logic there. Like, okay, so I get what you're saying, but like, how does that make sense if it's only being applied to gay people? It's like, wouldn't
No, it's not
everybody
just
have
gay
naked
people,
photos?
but gay people are an easier target because they still obviously are, regardless of the legal status of regardless of the legal status of like gay people, there's still cultural stigma. Like it doesn't change that reality. You are probably in the United States of America, you are more likely to be able to implement the exact same strategy in the United States of America, regardless of how fucking open-minded American society is. Right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
For sure. But we definitely are better at it than they are.
No,
100%.
you're missing the point. Like even if homosexuality is legal in the United States of America, you are more likely to be chastised. You're more likely to be outcasted as a gay person, especially if your family members don't know you're gay, regardless of the legal status of homosexuality. You are more likely to be stigmatized with blackmail and revenge porn in that circumstance.
We have 5 minutes left, and I really hope that these are not the weeds we get stuck in.
Are you really telling me that like you think that the stakes are the same?
In terms of what?
Being
the stakes
blackmailed
ultimately
is getting-
literally don't matter because we're still talking about a violent military occupation in the West Bank. So
yeah, Israel's bad. Like, I mean, for sure, Israel's bad. Absolutely.
I can't believe like I said,
It's
I
been
can't
a
believe
while,
like
right?
still.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're still going back and forth on like homosexuality in occupied territories. Like again, it bears no basis on whether or not these people are worthy of being subjects of colonial occupation. They're not. You know, that's
I think that it really
answer.
like you could sure. Like I don't really think it's that big of a deal either way, right? Like I don't really have like a super like my main problem is the fact that they do that.
By the way,
And
I do want to state something
ahead.
because like Islam is like by and large, Muslim cultures are by and large more tolerant of trans people. Remember what I mentioned about Iran, for example? Like even in Iran, you can get gender affirming care. As of 2008, gender affirming care in Palestine is legal. In 2008, Palestine adopted the ICD-10 classification, which contains codes for diagnosing transsexualism in adulthood and childhood, which authorized the initiation of medical transition. As it stands, however, there is no recognition of non-binary gender in Palestine, and there is still LGBTQ discrimination in Palestine with not enough protections. and employment discrimination and housing discrimination, which seems like a laughable concept to even invoke, considering the material circumstances of everyday Palestinians, especially as it bears no basis in, like I said, them being subject to colonial occupation.
Well, I think that it's important. Like, I agree. I think it's important for them to not be subject to colonial, occupation. Of course, right? Why would I? Why would I want that? Why would anybody want that? Again, it's also like very clearly, it's not like Israel's making them any better, right? So, like, if I have this viewpoint, I think this, Israel's doing this. If it's Israel's outcome, well, then the outcome isn't very good. So you might as well let them do their own thing, right? I agree with you. Sure.
Yeah, if they're going to be homophobic and Israel's killing them versus they're going to be homophobic and Israel's not killing them, I prefer the they're going to be homophobic and Israel's not killing them outcome. I think we can agree on that, right? Especially if we both come to the
Okay.
recognition that Israel killing them is not going to combat homophobia at all.
Okay. All right. We can come to that agreement.
Okay, great. All right, perfect. That's
Holy
it.
shit.
Yeah.
And beyond
we
that,
can
like
do
I
that.
said, it's not it's not as black and white as like Palestinian culture inherently is homophobic or anything like that. And we are all again we are all products of our own material conditions and our circumstances.
I certainly hope that they're able to make things better. I
Yeah.
do.
One day,
One day, sure.
one day they
maybe
can. One day they can also argue amongst themselves about whatever game developer is making
it's Ubisoft
gay people.
with the gay black samurai.
Yeah, Ubisoft.
Yeah.
Ubisoft Palestine. A lot of
Mhm.
Palestinians are going to be up in arms.
Right. Okay.
All right.
Well,
Thank you, Asmongold.
No, for sure. And I can see your point of view. I hope that you can see my point of view to an extent. You don't have to agree with me, but I think that my perspective here is not totally crazy, and I can see where you're coming from too. And for sure,
All right.
I don't think that you're like okay with it, and etc.
All right. I would also, like I said, talk to. You have friends out there that
Yeah, sure.
that have similar opinions to mine. You have friends out there that
Sure.
are of Palestinian descent or Muslims as well that you can talk to about this kind of thing. And I hope that they can, give you personal anecdotes that are a little bit better than what I can explain to you through historical relevance.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, and I probably will. You know what? I probably will.
Okay, I think we're pretty much good to leave it there. This has been the first debate review under Goated Debates. Just some key takeaways here. They did eventually reach an outcome at the end. I'm sure Hassan is satisfied with that, so I'm not going to tell him not to be. I don't think Hassan actually addressed the hypocrisy comment that Asmongold made, which really, you could have even started with that, and it would have been a lot stronger. I think one of the big, this debate was definitely death by 1,000 cuts. Just trying over and over and over again to drill in certain points that Hassan wanted Asmongold to reconsider. And we see here that it actually kind of worked because Asmongold wasn't really bad faith. When it comes to someone who's trying to act like they know every single thing about this, stuff like that, sometimes it's just easier to pin them down. Find something that they said that was wrong and actually, make them verbally retract that before you even move on. Because they basically just walk into your blade at this point. But that's a minor distinction. I think one of the worst kind of features of this debate was they were kind of too yes-man-y. Like Hassan would say, yeah, and, instead of no, but. And he did it way more. And that kind of made the conversation more colorful than it needed to be. And the various topics we covered, when the main two things are LGBTQ rights and Palestine, but more importantly, the hypocrisy that Asmongold sees there. I personally wouldn't be surprised if Asmongold backtracks this and ends up saying that again anyways, because Hassan never got him to actually rescind that statement. At the end of the day, whether or not this convinces many people or something like that, we'll never know, right? You never really know if you win a debate, and when you do, it's kind of weird. So I would say that Hassan could definitely work on making better assertions, stuff like that. Asmongold should probably not say things like hypocrisy or cold culture is inferior if that's not what he actually means, and he recognizes that it's more complicated than that. I will give Hassan points for actually getting here, of course, and I will give Asmongold points for being a little bit receptive. If I were to give them both an out of 10, I'd give Hassan a 4 out of 10. Like, you accomplished what you wanted, but I don't think you had an end game in mind. And I would say you have to definitely, like, especially when you came back from the washroom and you didn't know what you were going to say, that was not that was a sign that you're not kind of being preemptive enough about certain things. I'd actually give Asmongold a 6 out of 10, because if his whole point was to make it as difficult as possible to reach this conclusion by going into various weeds and moving the goalposts and stuff like that, then yeah, he actually kind of did that somewhat effectively. But I only say somewhat because at the end of the day, he did run out of ways to excuse his worldview. So, you know, we can all improve. Even me, I'm reviewing debates right now, but I don't think I'm perfect. If you agree, or even if you just liked my review, feel free to subscribe and like, because there will be more. There will be plenty more. I might even do this every day if I can, but I'm not that good at predicting what my future will be like. But maybe, just maybe, if you show some support, I'll be more motivated to do it. I hope you're all having a good day. I hope you continue having a good day. I'm going to go have a good day myself, and peace out.